and it will be a project night videos. These are the in three categories this video gets uploaded. Now the idea behind this, with this artificial intelligence, now what happens, suppose if we upload the video into the linear asset. Now linear assets like your, I mean to say road marking, then your curb painting, your MBCB, these comes under linear assets. So if any assets are damaged, as you can see in this, it's immediately get captured under the artificial intelligence system. If the video get captured under the night videos, whenever we operate under night videos, if any light is not operational, we will immediately come to know. If it is a project asset, if any project signage is missing, or if it is unwanted plantation is going on the RE panel of the on our VUP, it immediately get captured. So basically, we always believe in the two mechanism. One is basically so we at the IDPL, we believe in the two mechanism. One is the team who are at the ground, who basically captured the system by the errors issued by their own. So it is a manual driven, and at the same time we have artificial intelligence, which basically our artificial intelligence, we can take care of things. So at any point of time, there is not a single chance available, so we could able to miss any of the maintenance issues which could lead to the accident. These are the various benefits of the artificial intelligence. First is, yes, is enhanced road safety. Because if any point of time, is there any pothole is getting generated, or is there any inferior road marking is there, our AI-based system immediately captures it. And our civil operations team get note of it, and it get closed immediately. Effective monitoring of the heavy assets. Again, it's very crucial. The assets which is available onto the project highway, it may be MBCB, it may be signages, which is very crucial for the safety, to the user safety. So we immediately capture, take note of the same, the missing assets, so it immediately get replaced, and the progress monitoring. So this is I'm really proud to say that this is an industry first implementation in national highway sector, encompassing the maximum number of assets with wide coverage of features. So this ensures that all our project assets are intact. If any damage is getting captured, first by our civil and route operations team, and even if any issues happen, our artificial intelligence, it is in place, so all these issues get captured and gets rectified immediately. This is another one of the very innovative ways we have done at our L&T IDPL. We firmly believe that the manpower is a very important key for our business. We have to train them from the day one. At the same time, the reinforcement should also happen on the regular intervals. Center of Excellence, also we it may be road signages, it may be PPE kit, it is very much available. So the new people who are getting introduced to our system, they go through this Center of Excellence, they can have the real look and feel of these miniatures, so they can understand. Not only by our staff, but we also believe that the tomorrow's generation, it will be the children, school-going children, who can also come on and have this experience. We conduct small training sessions to them as well, so they can come inside and they can learn from this. So this is one of the initiatives which we have.
I request that now.
Yeah.
Okay, please continue. Please continue.
Because I am aware of one such innovation which is being done for railways. In fact, Canadian Railways started this, using artificial intelligence for the track maintenance and for prevention of accidents. Railways is also attempting this. This will be a kind of a pioneering application of artificial intelligence for real-life purposes. It combines the computer vision and various machine learning techniques to achieve excellence in the road maintenance. Please continue and share the various things you have achieved, including the functionality and how you have identified the parameters not all your trade secrets, but at least several of them you can share with all the developer community.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Should I complete or should I, you want to see that what are the things?
Please complete as much as you want to say. Please go ahead and say.
Sir, noted, sir. Now, this is the training and digital evaluation platform we have made available to our staff. Again, this is one of the innovative things we have done. Again, those who are the newcomers to our, the new joinees like toll collectors, our route operation staff, who are basically started new career with our project, basically we give a training to them. Now it is a safe learning module. They can undergo this training. At the same time, this we call this as a Pathshala. After going through the training, they can also undergo the, it is a quarterly exam is also there, exam test is also there. So just to understand, just to evaluate them, whatever they have learned, it is intact. So we conduct quarterly test. And in case if those candidates who are unable to meet to the expected result, they have to again undergo to the training and they have to again go to test. So these are the training is continuous, testing is continuous, because we firmly believe it is a manpower who make the difference. This is our contribution to the green energy. We have installed solar panels on our toll booths, which are basically manufacturing, producing 6,000 units, 3,000 units in one plaza and 3,000 units in other plaza. Total 6,000 units is getting produced every month. So this is one of the contributions which we have to the green energy. So that's it from these are the innovative things we have completed in our project, sir. Sir, you want to cover me the artificial intelligence thing, sir?
Share with them later, maybe in one of the sessions. Okay? So we got 6 more, but you can give a brochure or some kind of a video how you are doing it. Either you can keep it in public domain or make it available to us. We will share from our social media handles. Okay?
That's it. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is by GMR Hyderabad Vijayawada Expressway Private Limited, who won an award in the category Green Highway for the project design, construction, development, finance, operation and maintenance of 4x6 laning of Hyderabad Vijayawada section from 40 kilometers to 221.5 kilometers in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And we request all the presenters to kindly adhere to the timeline, which is 10 minutes. Thank you.
I can skip it to the page number 11, right? I have to exit and put it as 17, right? Page number 19. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the distinguished guests present on the dais, senior MORTH officials and NHEA officials, and very warm welcome to the session. I am Jayant Ganiga. Head Business Development of GMR Group Transportation Segment. First of all, I would like to thank MORTH for recognizing us for this prestigious Golden Award in Green Highways in 2020. And we are really honored to have an opportunity to present our milestone case study in Green Highways. So this project, this Golden Award, we were been awarded for our Hyderabad Vijayawada BOT toll road projects. It's a 6-lane highway which is currently under operation. So we began our construction in 2009 and we completed the completion date. The project completion date was first achieved in 2010
2012, I'm sorry. And it's a very interesting case study as far as green highways is concerned. As usual, as per the concession agreement, we followed and we achieved the COD. So prior to that, we started the plantation work, which was almost 14 months prior to the COD we started. And we did plantation in two categories. One was in median plantation, the other one is in avenue plantation as per the specifications of the concession agreements. So in normal case, during the plantation, like the mortality rate of the plantation is 10 to 15%. But as in when we proceeded with the plantation, when the plantation was complete, so almost around 60% of mortality rate we found. The survival of plants was difficult. So we did a very serious case analysis on this, like to mitigate this challenge. And with the help of the senior government forest department officials and senior NHEA officials, we did the study and we identified as followings. Initially, we did this soil testing. Throughout the stretch, we found out that the soil quality and what type of soil is available in the median for the plantation. And we did this stretch-wise identification, wherein we also found out that the soil samples which we collected and got it tested with the local agriculture district lab. So we found out that there was a deficiency in minerals of soil, because of which the the survival of plants was a bit difficult. And then in some cases, there were instances that we had to replace the entire soil in the plantation. So this was one aspect which we studied. The other aspect is identification of a suitable plants for that soil, because all plants will not work in particular climatic conditions or type of a soils. So we also found out what type of plants would be suitable for the respective kind of a soils which is available in the region. And also the frequency and the method of manuring to keep the survival of the plants. And the last was also taking the frequent advice from the local state government departments, the agriculturists, on how to maintain the plantation, how to increase the survival rate of the plants. So after doing all this analysis, we came across we have three toll plazas in this project. The project was basically a 6-lane highway which connects to two states, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. It's a 181-kilometer project which has 3 toll plazas. So what we also did is we developed a nursery at each toll plazas, wherein we developed 10 to 15,000 of saplings in the toll plaza, which basically helped us in the case like wherever the plants were getting destroyed due to animal movements or farm animals eating up the plants and the passive people movement. So whenever there was a destruction in the plant, so this particular saplings which were available in our toll plazas helped us to replace those on an immediate basis. So that's how doing these activities we were successful to keep the mortality rate depleted, and the survival rate increased throughout the period. So after 2-3 years, we saw a good results in the survival rate of the plants. And manuring, basically, we used to supply waters to the median as well as avenue plantations. So what we used to do, we used to add up fertilizers in the water tanks. In the ratio like 5,000 liters of water, we used to add around 200 kgs of fertilizers, and we used to supply to the plants, which was also an important part for the survival of the plants. And of course, the manuring was being done with the help of the local advice of the local forest departments, and which helped to survive of the plants. What we learned was, ideally what we found is murum, which is usually used for subgrades, were being filled. Usually developer fill the median with the murum, which is basically utilized for, for the subgrade activity. So ideally in that case, what happens, the non-plastic components available in the soil, increases the mortality rate of the plants. So in some cases there are aggregates and construction debris which are added in the median, which should be avoided. We did not do that in our project. So usually also it depends on the types of plants which we plant in the median and the avenue, which are usually eaten up by the animals, the herbivorous animals. So we should avoid plantings those such kind of plants which are eaten up by the animals. So there are a lot of do's and don'ts which we have found. What we did was we started the plantations within 14 to 16 months prior to the COD, and the plants which are ideal to the climatic condition of the local region, that should be identified and planted. The developer should also develop their own plant nursery, so to replace basically those plants which are not surviving on an immediate basis. And of course, the IRC guidelines also has to be followed while doing the plantation. And we should make sure that the plant which has latex content, those plants should be used, because those plants will help us prevent herbivorous animals to eat up those plants. And lastly, of course, the frequent watering should be done and should not be reduced even during the summer season, because that's how we would be able to achieve the greenery in the median as well as the avenue segment. And of course, these all things wouldn't have been possible to be achieved without the guidance of RO Hyderabad, Shri Krishna Prasad sir, and PD Hyderabad, Shri Nageshwar Rao sir, and of course the independent engineer officials. And with the local administration, we have been able to achieve this milestones in green highways. And we urge all the developers, since a lot of expressways, highways have been developing now. So we request and we urge all developers to also focus important aspects of the plantations, so that all highways in India could be a green highways, and everyone has an opportunity to get the award. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is by Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwala, Mr. Avinash Bhartiya from BIPL ABL Joint Venture, who won an award in the category Outstanding Work in Challenging Condition for the project 2-laning with paved shoulder of NH 52 from kilometer 583.450 to kilometer 605.600, existing chainage from kilometer 583.450 to kilometer 595, from Pasighat to Bomjor Road, including realignment from kilometer 591.900 to 602.600 in Arunachal Pradesh. I request the presenters to please come on the stage.
We can quickly go to the next one. When he joins, we'll invite him. Is he there? You are the next. Thank you.
Moving forward, our next presenter, Afcons Infrastructure Limited, who won a special award for tunnel construction of 8.8 kilometer long B1 directional traffic dual lane single bore highway tunnel of width 10 meter at finished pavement level by drilling and blast technologies across Rohtang Pass near Manali in Himachal Pradesh. Please give it up for Afcons Infrastructure Limited.
Good morning, all. My name is Sandeep Sharma, and I would be presenting some critical challenges that we faced during construction of Atal Tunnel Rohtang. And this is my privilege to present this presentation here in front of BRO officials, since the project belongs to BRO. So, moving on to the presentation. Yeah, it's fine now. Okay. Moving on to the presentation. The tunnel is 9.02 kilometers long. We have just two portals, South Portal and North Portal. And there is no edit into the tunnel, so that means we had to do almost 4.5 kilometers of tunneling from each face. And the maximum overburden that we had was around 2 kilometers, 1908 meters to be precise. The project length, as I told you, 9020 meters. The elevation at which the tunnel was built is 3060 meters. So this is the world's longest tunnel built at an altitude of over 3000 meters. This is, the client was BRO. Strabag and Efcons were in joint venture for the execution of the tunnel. So as far as the project malleus goes, this is under the Ministry of Defense. Border Road Organization is the client. And the designer is MEC. Strabag Efcons was the contractor. And the PMC was ICT PEMS JV. Now this tunnel is strategically one of the most important infrastructure projects in India. It's a 9.02 kilometer house-shaped tunnel. This tunnel is a key driver into the social economic development for the tribal region of Lohal and Spiti. After completion of the tunnel, the 85 kilometer distance from Manali to Kelong, this has been shortened by around 46 kilometers. This is the main section of the tunnel. This is a very unique tunnel. It has an emergency pathway that runs below the main section of the tunnel. So it's around 2.25 to 3.6 meters in the emergency escape, and 11.4 meters is the width of the tunnel at the pavement level. Now I'll run you through some site photographs. This is inauguration that was done on October 3, 2020 by Honorable Prime Minister. Visit of Honorable President of India. This is the tunnel entrance into the South Portal. It's almost for 4 months, it's heavily snowbound area. And the tunnel execution that was done was for round the clock for 12 months. There was no stoppage due to the extreme weather conditions. So these are some views of the tunnel inside. I'll just run you to the critical challenges that we encountered. This is South Portal during winter season. Access road to the portal. Some heading photographs. Breakthrough of the tunnel we achieved in October 2017. Some safety achievements that we got. We had a 20 million safe man-hours during execution of the tunnel. We had a dedicated safety team that was deployed. That they were ex-Olympians, skiers in the project. So in one of the instances, a man was trapped in the avalanche near our North Portal. He was under avalanche for around 1.5 hours. He was successfully rescued by our safety team, for which we got an appreciation certificate from Border Road Organization. And apart from that, many certificates and awards that were received by AFCONs, apart from the very prestigious NH Excellence Award. I am showcasing the other awards, that is CII Award Green Tech Safety Award. The tunnel is now in the World Book of Records for the longest tunnel above 1,000 feet. CII Innovation Award was received by us. Road and Highway Project of the Year 2020 award by Construction Week. Now, coming into the technicalities, conquering extraordinary geological conditions, that is, while execution of the project, we encountered a very weak zone that we called Seri Nala zone. And I'll just run through how we overcame that zone. So during the execution, RBM material with heavy ingress of water that was encountered inside the tunnel. The water that was in tune of 127 liters per second that was flowing into the tunnel, with all the slush flowing into the tunnel, so it was making the conditions very tough for us to work with. So this is some anticipated and encountered geology. If you can go to the just water inflow to let you know about the difficulties that we faced during the tender stage or during the execution stage. It was anticipated that 10 to 12, 25 liters per minute of water would be into the tunnel. But it increased a lot in terms of 127.77 liters to be the highest. So this is the flow of the muck during heading excavation that we encountered. So this made life very challenging during execution of the project. So we went to this method of excavation. We did some central pilot tunneling, we did some side drift tunneling, double layer pipe roofing, even single layer pipe roofing. So we adopted to overcome this very weak zone, we adopted this P5 section, that is plug, in which the ground material at the face is required to be plugged so that it does not just flow around. And probing is done. Then pressure relief holes that are done, and pipe proofing before advancement that is being carried out with some pre-support and additional grouting works. These are some pictures of central pilot section that we drilled, which was again flooded with the slush. Side drifting method, we did side drifting 1 and 2, and then the face advancement was done. And then this pipe proofing system was adopted, which was very successful, due to which we were able to overcome the very weak zone. So this is a single layer of pipe roof, skin to skin pipe roofing that was done in the project. It was followed by a double layered pipe roofing. Now, since the strata was very weak, even after pipe proofing, we had to do is multiple segmental excavation. The entire tunnel was not excavated in a single go, but it was done in a multiple segmented way. This is the core that is left in the bit at the center, and now segmental excavation is done, like segment A, that is done first, that is supported with struts, lattice girders and everything. Segment B, segment C, segment D, and then finally the same process is repeated on the left side, and then the core is removed. And this continues till the weak zone is there. Now, a temporary bridge was also installed inside the tunnel so that we can continue the progress beyond the Seri Nala portion. Below the bridge we did concreting, and our traffic it was running through the bridge to the other section of the tunnel. Waterproofing lining of the reinforcement in Seri Nala was done. So this is how we encountered the most critical portion of the tunnel. The lining here was reinforced, and from in the other part of the tunnels, it was just plain lining. Now, apart from this, we had to conquer some climatical challenges also in the region. Now, since I told you for 4 months ago, for around 4 months, it's totally snowbound area. So the water begins to freeze when the capillary action takes place below -2 degrees. And difficulties, they are manifold in placing concrete at sub-zero temperature. Setting time of concrete that increases a lot. So some special measures were taken while execution. That was in terms of storage of additives. Additives used to freeze at that very temperature. And we used these containers that were always kept warm. For the winter season, we had these dome sheds you can see on the left of your screen, in which we used to have aggregate stored so that we can produce concrete and move ahead with the phase advancement. So different grades of concrete that we were doing for arch lining, the grade was different. S35, we had a ventilation slab, M40. So different grades of concrete that had to be done round the year, even in the winters. So we had some arrangements that I'll tell you in my follow-up slides. So this is concreting. The batching of concrete, some special measures had to be taken. Now project specifications required temperature of concrete as 15 degrees at the batching plant. So we had to maintain that. Now this, how we did it in extreme temperatures of say -15 degrees, -20 degrees was, we installed a heating system at the batching plant. It's called a polarmatic heating system. And what it does is it heats up the water and it produces steam. So the steam is run through the aggregates before they are into the hopper. So even if there is some lumps formed due to extreme cold conditions, they are removed. And then water is added to the tune of 60 degrees centigrade for mixing of the aggregate. Now conveyor belts, they were covered so that no snow or anything falls on it while movement of aggregate to the hopper. Transit mixtures that were used, they were washed with hot water to maintain the temperature. On the right side, this is the picture of polarmatic heating system that was used at the batching plant. Now transportation is also a very tough task during the winters. Now, transit mixtures were insulated during extreme winter conditions with thermocol and other insulation materials. Transit mixture were cleaned in hot water that I told you, and hot water was put prior to mixing of the concrete. Proper coordination among the teams was maintained that required very meticulous planning so that as soon as the transit mixture leaves, it is poured into the required location so that a minimum time is lapsed. Shutter was pre-cleaned and even with hot water so that no freezing action takes place. Apart from this, we had some climatical challenges. In this picture, you can see the south portal entry of the tunnel during summers and during winters. So this was a avalanche-prone area. So we had installed a temporary avalanche gallery in this section. So in case we are working inside and avalanche occurs, so it is mitigated through the temporary avalanche gallery. So there were 13 avalanche zones in the section where our traffic movement was there for the tunnel. And if you can see, around 200 number of avalanches or sloughings that we faced during the winter season every year. So we had to mitigate that and work safely. And above that, keeping people motivated at this very location, that was a very tough task as far as FCONS is concerned, or the construction company, any construction company for that matter, because people tend to, they have some behavioral changes at this high elevation if they stay for a very long period. So that was taken care of by providing very good facilities even to the workers. We had centralized heating system for the buildings. Even for the staff, we had very, apart from the centralized heating system, other facilities were provided like warm clothing and everything to staff and workers. As I told you, dedicated team was kept that was of highly experienced people for snow and avalanche study. Regular assessment of snow that was done. Tracking devices that were used in case anyone was trapped in the snow, so he can be recovered very easily. We had a rescue plan that was in place in case anyone is trapped inside the snow. The people were rescued very early. So this is some snow and avalanche study that was done on a very regular basis. Some emergency evacuation that was done from a North Portal site during winters when Rohtang Pass was closed due to heavy snow. So this is temporary avalanche gallery that I was talking about, and the avalanche that has been mitigated by it. Some snow cleaning that was done on a regular basis. These are tracking device, RICO chips, which are used for the movement of vehicles and personals. Now for transportation, we had very restricted movements during the winter season. And the movement that was done was under the guidance of our specialized team. All HMV and LMV, they were fitted with snow chains to have a better grip. Special or four-wheel vehicles were used in the project. Specialized trainings, they were conducted on a very regular basis in the project, and general do's and don'ts were circulated among all the references. That's it. Thank you. So this is how.
Would you like to ask a question now? All right.
Main tunnel, yeah.
And what I can make out, the rock path between 4 or 5 a number of places, and you would have needed an invert. So you would have needed an invert there. Invert ranging from 1.5 to 1.8, whatever the design was. Did it interfere in your construction? And would you recommend a escape tunnel below the, underneath the carriageway?
We had this issue where we had rock class 7 for around 475 meters. So we had a round section in that area. In my presentation, I had shown you that in that section, what we had done, we had installed 2 movable bridges, belly bridges, one for excavation of the round section and one for concreting, so that the vehicles to the other side of this 475 meters, they were moving on a regular basis. So yeah, there is difficulty when you have this emergency ingress below the pavement level, because if for a certain section you get some very bad rock class and you have to go for round invert, your traffic movement stops. So as far as we are concerned, it would not be recommended to have a temporary invert below the the egress below the pavement level, but at a parallel thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We once again request all the presenters to kindly adhere to the timeline, which is 10 minutes. Our next presentation is by SP Singla Constructions Private Limited, who won a special award for bridge reconstruction of 21, the affected span of BP Mandal Bridge in 16th kilometer of NH 107 in Khagadia district in the state of Bihar on turnkey basis. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
And good morning to distinguished guests at the dais and the distinguished delegates. My name is Rajiv Ahuja. I am technical advisor to SP Singla Constructions and making this presentation. This is regarding reconstruction of BP Mandal Bridge. As you can see in the picture, this is an existing bridge where 9 spans were got damaged between P9 to P21. Basically, the well foundation got tilted during severe floods, and all the superstructure got tilted, and this part was replaced by a extra dose bridge. This bridge is located on confluence of Bagmati and Kosi rivers near Dumri village in Khagadia district on NH7. The overall length of the bridge is, existing bridge is 963 meter. As I said earlier, 9 spans of 290 meter length were damaged during floods. The reconstruction of the damaged span of this bridge was entrusted to SP Singla Construction in the year 2014, and construction was successfully completed on 15th of February 2019. And traffic was, of course, disrupted due to damage, and a steel pile bridge was also erected parallel to the damaged BP Mandal Bridge to facilitate traffic movement. This also got washed away in year 2012. The confluence of Kosi and Bagmati river is 200 meter upstream, due to which longer spans were preferred. The existing span arrangement of the damaged portion was 30 meter each, simply supported PSC girder with RCC deck slab. 9 piers were affected and needed reconstruction. The big challenge was to dismantle the existing 9 spans, superstructure as well as the substructure, and to ensure the safe disposal of debris without affecting the river flow and causing environmental damage. It was found to be more suitable to have less number of foundation for smooth flow of river water with less obstruction. And then it was decided to provide an extra dose bridge with a span arrangement of 75 meter, 140 meter, 75 meter. As you can see in the drawing, the central span is 140 meter, side spans are 75 meter, resting on well foundation, and it has 2 edge beams. These are the details of the bridge. Length is 290 meters is the length of replacement. Clear width is, carriageway width is 7.5. It had footpath on both sides, 1.5 meter each. The overall deck width 12.6 meter, and pylon height above deck 27 meter. Well foundation of 9.5 meter dia were provided. Depth of well was 49.3 meter. Well cap level 29.8, and the maximum scour level was minus 3.46. So almost 30 meter below the bed level. Founding level was minus 19.5, flood level 37.81, discharge 44,000 cumex, and the velocity was very high. It was 7 meters per second, it is quite high, which probably caused the damage. For dismantling the structure, the river water was diverted between the other existing spans to allow hindrances-free demolition of affected substructure and superstructure. Required area was reclaimed by filling the local sand with the help of dredger under the damaged span up to the river bank. The special hydraulic jack concrete crushing machine with 22 meter long boom was used to dismantle the span. First, the footpath, railing and wearing courts were dismantled. After that, deck slab, girders, pier cap and pier were dismantled. The dismantling was done up to the low water level, and so that nothing is visible above the water level. The dismantled material was further broken with the help of demolishing tool fitted with the excavator. The broken pieces were loaded in the dumpers and shifted to the dumping yard. It was an essential to remove all the debris and filter material before arrival of monsoon in order to avoid any damage to local marine environment and Kosi basin area, and to allow the passage of water to flow in full width of river Kosi during monsoon. This is another picture. which shows the dismantling operation in progress. The depth of water was about 5 to 7 meters, and velocity of water was also very high at the pier well foundation location. So steel sheet pile cofferdam was constructed and cutting edge was placed. Steel pile jetty was constructed for placing the crane and sinking of the well. The construction of 290-meter bridge foundation and superstructure was a challenge in the perennial flowing river. Construction of 2 intermediate wells was taken between P12 and P21. The depth of well from well cap level was 49.3 meter. Since both the foundation were to be constructed in flowing main river channel with a water depth of about 5 meter, a temporary steel pile bridge was also constructed to transport the equipment and machinery. Since the spans between P12 to 21 were tilted, the boulders were dumped along the side of each well location to protect them from further tilting. And during sinking of wells, several difficulties were faced due to breaking of boulders and their removal. Chiseling was done to break the boulder in small pieces, and additional concrete blocks loading of about 800 ton was placed on the steining to sink well to the founding level. And stiff clay was also encountered, and which was removed by chiseling. One well sinking almost took about a year's time. The height of pier above well cap was 10.65 meter up to pier cap top, and height of twin parallel pylons was 27 meter above deck level, for which special climbing shuttering were used at site for casting of pylon. For casting of pylon, a tower crane of 40 meter height and 50 meter horizontal arm was used. Since the space at deck and pier table was restricted, special foundation in the flowing river was constructed for supporting the crane. To construct these foundation, 4 numbers, 24 meter long, 600 dia pipes were driven in with the help of a vibro hammer. The top of all pipes were connected by ISMB 600 millimeter box. 2 numbers of built-up sections were placed over the ISMB 600 millimeter box, and tower crane was erected over this girder. You can see that platform very close to the pier. Since both side formation level of old bridge was fixed, special type of superstructure section was adopted for longer span to match the formation level as well as the freeboard. Special type of bridge builder formwork and gantry was used to cast 9 meter long cast in situ segment. I think this may be for the first time in India where a cast in situ segment of 9 meter was cast in one go. The superstructure consists of 2 concrete edge beams connected by a cross beam system which are arranged at 3 meter spacing. The bridge deck is supported by double planes stay cables connected to 27 meter high 2 parallel pylons and constructed by cantilever erection method from the pylon outwards. Special form travelers designed by Vicon Taiwan were used to cast the segmental superstructure cast in situ, and strand couplers were used for PT cables continuity. The superstructure is supported by elastomer bearing at the pier location and guided pod bearing at the other ends. As I said earlier, the 2 concrete beams were longitudinally pre-stressed and supported by cable at a spacing of 9 meters center to center. Here are some pictures during construction. As you can see, a very long segment, 9 meter long, is under construction. Another view. This is another view. These are some pictures during construction. And this is the finished project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll now invite on the dais Mr. Dinesh Chandra Agarwal, Chairman NMD, Mr. Ankit Agarwal, Director, Dinesh Chandra R. Agarwal Infracom Private Limited, who won an award in the category Excellence in Project Management PPP for the project NH70 from Munnabao, NH25E, Sundra Mayajar Dhanana Asutar Ghotaru Tanot in the state of Rajasthan. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Dignitaries on the dais,
respected officials from the Ministry, NHEA, NHIDCL, BRO, other central and state agencies, industry experts and stalwarts, my dear colleagues from the contracting and concessionaire fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all. It's a true honor and privilege to speak at this August gathering, so close to the celebrations of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, our nation's 75th Independence Day celebration. The Munabao Tanod project represents the determination and the grit of engineering willpower to deliver a project in one of the most challenging and difficult terrains known. I am Hardik Agrawal, Director, Dinesh Chandra R. Agrawal Infracon Private Limited. The project is 273 kilometers long, making it the longest desert highway of the country and one of the longest desert highways in the world. Close to 425 structures, and it was on a hybrid delivered on the hybrid NVT mode. The project was essentially a roller coaster ride all along the border. So it was quite challenging to balance the natural features of the land, to safely design the geometry of the alignment. And after consulting various experts globally, we were able to design a project which eliminated the black spots entirely from the alignment of the project. Not only that, it reduced travel time of the project greatly. What used to take close to 10 hours for the armed forces to travel from the inception point from Munabao to Tanod was then reduced to 3.5 hours, which made it a very, very strategic and important asset for the armed forces. Arjun tank, the highest vehicle load for which our highways are designed, had traveled on the highway at a speed of 85 kilometers an hour. And that it was a really landmark moment for not only the armed forces but also the construction fraternity for delivering such a project in this terrain. In an effort to not disturb the natural terrain of the area, we had made various protection measures and retention structures to safely ensure that none of the shifting sand dunes came on the project highway during the construction of the project, and of course during the operation. To briefly go through the challenges we faced in the project was in a very sensitive and strategic border area. We were very thankful to the armed forces in the region for their cooperation and support, and we worked hand in hand with them to ensure all safety measures which were recommended to us, which included but were not limited to arranging for security clearance, police verification of all the thousands of labor and manpower who had come to site. Whenever we were given instructions to follow any protocol, we were compliant, and the armed forces were also very cooperative to assist us whenever we needed any assistance for connectivity in the region. The project was in the difficult Thar desert terrain, which, as we all would know, is a myriad of sandstorms and very heavy temperatures. So just to very briefly display a short video, these were some of the sandstorms which had come on the site, and these lasted for days. When these sandstorms would come, close to productivity of close to 7 to 10 days was immediately impacted. Not only that, there were various swarms of locust fermentation and which had occurred on the site, which were causing not only productivity but were causing physical and infectious diseases to the people in the region and our team as well. So that was a challenge we faced. Average temperatures during construction were above 48 degrees Celsius. And since it's a desert terrain, there was a very fast shift in the temperature from 50 degrees in the afternoon to 2 degrees in the evening. For these moments, we had to design special designs of concrete which we were able to use effectively for the construction at various locations in the project. Surface temperatures while doing work at site were even higher in the heat. So the ambient temperature actually felt above 60 degrees Celsius to someone who was doing activity with respect to bituminous works on the site. We had created all-weather housing for everyone, for close to about 1,800 people all along the project site. This was insulated for heat as well as cold. A very unpredictable area, we had to deploy a fleet of only all-terrain vehicles for not just the construction of the project, but also for connectivity and movement of our team to various sites along the project. Due to the huge length of the project, a massive precasting activity had to be conducted at the site, and given the remoteness of the area, skilled manpower could not be recruited locally. So we faced another challenge of having almost 1,100 people from other parts of the country to be located in this area, and so they were the key backbone of our delivery for the project. Being a desert, there was no water resources readily available at site. And for general purposes, we had created bore wells at every 10 kilometers along the alignment, just to facilitate normal needs of water along the project length. More than 80% of the alignment was without any connectivity. No mobile internet signals, which sounds very rare to anyone in an urban area. But we worked in these, we were thankful for the support of some ISPs, internet service providers, who had supported us by facilitating signal boosters and ancillary networks for the execution of our project. And we had also done it the traditional way of having patrolling vans run across along the length of our project site who were able to, relay messages or transmit information. The nearest urban area was 150 kilometers from the project, where general health facilities, general pharmaceutical facilities, or grocery supplies were available. So to counter that, we had created health clinics at our project camps, and the health clinics not only were important to our team, but also for the locals, who we were able to provide immediate medical attention whenever it was needed. As I had spoken earlier, we had created a very large precasting facility at the project site, and this facility was used to carry out more than 400 structures along the length of 273 kilometers. In order to deliver the project early, we understood that the project timeline not only possesses a challenge for execution, but also to the people, to our team who are at site. And we tried to do the project in such a way where the team had to face minimal disruption and minimal difficulty of living in such a harsh terrain. So we deployed 4 times additional machinery and manpower to complete the project in a fast-paced and accelerated schedule. To counter the issue of quality of water, we had placed RO systems of 40,000 liters per hour. 40,000 liters per hour of water was treated and used for concrete activities along the site, as well as for domestic purposes. And this was our commitment to the quality of the project, because of which more than 99% of the testing at the site was passed and validated, exceeding even our target expectations. Our project also faced the brunt of COVID-19, and we were tasked to support our team who was in this very remote part of the country along the border, working on this very important project, So we ensured to create special arrangements for sanitation and hygiene for our workers and technical team at site. We created proper arrangements for their diet and dining infrastructure, which was in consultation with health experts. We had increased our medical team at the site to support the people, to support the teams, to support the manpower at the project sites. And because of this, we were very happy to see that when on 20th April 2020, construction activities were allowed to resume, all 800 of our labor were at site at 8 a.m. to resume our construction activities. This is just an image of what the alignment used to look and what it looked after the construction. As you can see, the entire shifting sand dunes used to come on the highway, making it a very difficult and risky drive. And post the construction, we had decided to accelerate the timeline of the project to a maximum possible capability. And we are very pleased to inform that we had delivered the project 13 months ahead of schedule. We are thankful to the authority, to the independent engineer for supporting us to deliver this momentous project, which is a landmark for infrastructure development in the country and the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. The next presentation is by Seagull India Limited. We have with us Mr. Ramneek Sehgal, MD, Mr. Harvinder Pal Singh, ED from Seagull India Limited, who won an award in the category Excellence in Project Management EPC for the project rehabilitation and augmentation of new NH 354 of 48.823 kilometer section Khemkaran to start of Amritsar bypass in the state of Punjab. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, and thank you all the dignitaries, MORTH, NHEA officials, for honoring us and awarding us the Gold Award in EPC last year for our project Amritsar to Khemkaran in Punjab, which is NH 354. The project starts from Amritsar to the holy city towards Khemkaran, which is India-Pakistan border. Length of the project is 48.823 kilometers. The toll plaza is equipped with all the latest techniques. All the milestones were achieved very well before the prescribed limits. The project was completed 170 days ahead of the schedule, and we as a company intend to complete all our projects ahead of the schedule with the proper quality standards. And thank you, Vanwas. So it had a two laning of 35.685 kilometers, and 13.138 kilometers was four laning. And there were four minor bridges, one winding of a bridge, and of course 30 pipe culverts, box culverts 20, 23.854 was the drain length, and 59 major and minor junctions. So all the project milestones were achieved way ahead of the scheduled period, and the project was completed 170 days ahead of the schedule. So thank you so much again, the MORTH and NHEA officials, for this excellence award, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In case the presenters from BIPL-ABL joint venture have arrived, I'll request them to please give away their presentation. Moving forward, with due respect, I request Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Chairperson NHEA, to kindly summarize the session.
Audible? Yeah. So thank you very much, and this has been a very nice session, a very good session where we heard a lot of good processes being involved, and I'm sure the audience here in the room, all civil engineers or in the capacity of managers, would have learned a lot. So I'm also very happy to share that these presenters who are over here, they were selected as winners of the National Highways of Excellence Awards for the year 2020. As we all know that these awards are rather new, started since 2018, and I think it's a very good initiative of the ministry to award people who really are on spot. They are spending hours and days and weeks at the site, and that is how we are seeing a transformation in the infrastructure sector today. And I'm sure each one of them who was over here presenting and all those who are here, I compliment each one of you for being a part of this nation building exercise through the infrastructure creation or building that we are doing. These awards for 20, and in the evening today we'll have the awards for 2021. All of you know the awardees are arrived at or selected through a very rigorous mechanism. Several rounds of processes are followed, and in the end, the names that emerge, they come from, they are also scrutinized by the ASFA committee. In fact, there are 2 such meetings that are held at the level of ASFA and later on by an independent and very eminent jury who have spent a number of years, administrators, and from private expertise also, who are members of this jury, chaired by this year it was chaired by Shri Amitabh Kant. So these are indeed very prestigious awards. 1 or 2 things that came to my mind, and this is my observation of my tenure in NHEA, that everybody has been very busy doing the work on spot, building roads and kilometers. But somewhere I think we do need to automate ourselves a little bit more. So the use of IT, use of AI, ML, etc., which came through the L&T IDPL presentation, I think that is the need of the hour. And within our organizations, whether be it NHI or NHIDCL or MOTH, I think we are really, really behind of times in terms of IT acceptance or IT usage in our individual organizations. So we really need to do that, and for this I would, we in the ministry would certainly like to send a team to L&T IDPL to understand how they are doing this and how we can quickly adopt it for all our projects. So that is one. On the green highways, of course, a very nice visual presentation was made. So we ourselves, we do this environment framework. We have the mitigation strategies. We also do a lot of afforestation work. But to make it visible, rather than be on, कि हमने ये forest department को पैसे जमा कर दिए, afforestation हो गया, for us to really build a new cover, green cover, that is something essential, and we must keep on doing this repeatedly. On tunnel construction, we've had some very unfortunate incidents, but the kind of methodology being used by AFCONs, I think if each one of us, and this I had said, and very shortly I will be requesting all these concessionaires who are building big tunnels and bridges to have their own SOPs of safety. They already have, but for it to be implemented, we will get that in a way ratified or verified whether these measures are being adopted or not. Each company does have this, but for implementation purposes, we need to do that. SP Singla presentation on bridges, and I think they are really stalwarts in the area of bridge constructions. So the kind of nuances that go into bridge construction have been demonstrated in their presentation. Also very impressed by the presentation by Dr. Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal made that presentation, and how to do these things in difficult terrains, what are the steps that we need to take. Everything has been said very, very well. One thing came to my mind, so you are doing these very difficult tunnels, you're also doing these bridges, long bridges. I think the construction agency should also document the same. The processes, the difficult processes, I think these should be documented. This could become a learning material for many of our young engineers, and also for engineers of other construction agencies. I would really encourage people to do these small videos, and don't make them very long, make them 4 or 5 minute long videos. It's very good for people to learn. And then, of course, you can have a detailed compilation of what were the things that were done. I think that would be a very good library, and I think I would request member Mr. Pandey to develop something as a repository of knowledge management system on our website, so that people can generally go over there and look at these things. I'm sure something is already there. Siegel also demonstrated the work that they have done. So all of you, a very big congratulations to you, and I think it's time for us to move to the next set of panel discussions, and I would request Amit to take up from here.
Thank you, ma'am. As directed by Chairperson NHEA. Now, Chairperson NHEA will be chairing the next session, which is on frontiers in road safety. I request Dr. Shubhamoy Gangopadhyay and Dr. Zafar Khan to kindly join us at the dais. We will be moving to the audience side. I request Madam, of course, to stay here and chair the session. I have a request to make before I move from here. Shri Ashok Vasan. Huh? Okay. He is ex-member NHEA and former additional DG Morth, and he is arriving. So he will be joining the discussion along with Professor Dr. Gangopadhyay and Dr. Zafar Khan. Over to you, ma'am, for the session on excellence in road safety.
Please come. Welcome to this technical session on road safety. As we all know, this should be the first priority of any engineer who's building roads. And unfortunately, India as a country, even though probably we are the densest in terms of road coverage in the country, in the world after maybe the US, but in terms of number of deaths, I think our numbers also are rather sad and tragic. A lot of work is being done on the in creation of national highways as world-class infrastructure, and along with the speed gains which we are making, and which is also one of the objectives of this massive national highway construction program, what we are also seeing is this speed gain is also leading to a large number of fatalities across the country. I'm not getting into statistics because that is a statistics which each one of you knows, and this has been told in various forums, and we all know where the problem lies. The problem basically lies in road designing, number one. What is the curvature? What is the visibility? What are the obstructions? So on and so forth. All of you are engineers and you understand this much better than I do. So road design and road engineering is something which is very, very important, and this starts. I also welcome Mr. and Ms. Professor Tiwari. Okay, so now we have the quorum over here. I was waiting for everybody to come to introduce the panelists. Because I would have had to do it twice over. So I welcome all the panelists over here. With us is Dr. Shubhamay Gangopadhyay, who is former director CRRI. On to my right is Dr. Zafar Khan, who is CEO of the Highway Concessions 1. I also welcome Mr. Vasan, who has been a member in NHEA and also, I think, additional DG MORTH, and of course Dr. Geetam Tiwari, who has taken out time from a very busy schedule. Amit was mentioning that she is briefly in town and she is traveling again after 3 days. So I'm so very happy to see all of you over here. Now to just continue, and I will make it very brief because we would like to hear from the panelists as to what they have to say about road safety. So starting with the road design, and that starts from the DPR. And I think the biggest pain point in road construction sector today is the poor DPRs that are being made. And whoever are the DPR consultants in this room, the authority engineers who don't catch the mistakes, and our engineers who are not sensitive to the mistakes that are made in the DPR, that the problem starts from there. Number two, even at the time of the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court has mandated that any road stretch more than 5 kilometers, there has to be a road safety audit at the DPR stage itself. We are not able to do that. We are not doing it, and we are not able to do that for reasons that we do not have as many number of road safety auditors in the country. Now, for road safety auditors in the country, this construction sector industry, which is over here in this room, us from the ministry, NHEA, NHIDCL, as well as the construction concessionaires and contractors who are over here, developers who are over here, it has to be a combined effort along with the academic institutions in the country to have those courses in such a way, designed in such a way that we are able to train more and more people as road safety auditors. Annually, I think between NHEA, NHIDCL and the ministry, we construct around 8 to 10,000 kilometers of roads every year. If 10,000 kilometers of roads are being constructed, about 8 to 10,000 or 12,000 kilometers of roads are being awarded, and as many DPRs are being made. For this kind of work to happen, both at the DPR stage and then secondly at the time of construction, and thirdly, roads which have gone out of DLP period, because traffic changes are very, very fast. So we need to have the system of auditing those roads which have gone out of the DLP period. I'm happy to share that in NHEA we have taken up this in a big way. Although we do have 53 empaneled agencies, we realize that this is not sufficient. We will have to empanel more agencies. We are in the process of that. We floated in an RFP to empanel such agencies, and we also are aware that we will not be able to get as many agencies because of the fact that I mentioned that there are no as many safety auditors in the country. It will take some time. But at this point in time, we have to take this up on a very large scale. And we have started doing this. In NHI, we have mandated that all deputy managers and managers will have to do their certificate course in road safety. Because it brings in, number one, home expertise, and number two, even if you are to use or deploy safety auditors, you should yourself understand what does road safety mean. So that is one of the points that I wanted to mention over here. In NHI, what we've also done is delegated some powers to the ROs, realizing that these are stringent situations, or these are emergent situations which do occur and happen very often, the ROs should take up the responsibility of not allowing any deaths on the roads. So while we have given them delegation, we have also shifted responsibility on our field units, and also to the PIUs chota mota kaam ke liye, we have given them also some powers. So you would have been seeing in the past, Save Life Foundation has been giving a demonstration of how small measures, painting, calming measures, directions, etc., all of these things, if done properly, they will also reduce in the number of fatalities and accidents. With this delegation, as I said, more responsibility comes on to you. The third point that I would like to mention over here is that we will need to look at the problems that arise during construction and the road user behavior as well. I was Prabhari Adhikari for a district in Rajasthan, Sirohi, and I used to hear when I used to go over there that many people from the vicinity unfortunately met with an accident and passed away. That was because of 2 or 3 reasons. One, drunken driving on two-wheelers. 2, crossing of the road, unaware of the speed of the vehicles, and of course faster driving, which is there anywhere. So this behavior also needs to be taken into control, in consideration, and we will need to build in measures of behavior. Behavioral driving issues need to be addressed. The third point that I wanted to mention, and while I'm not getting into the how VUPs should be made or how the PUPs should be made, or all those underpasses to be made, because I know there will be discussion on this. The other point that I'm also mentioning, and which I think we must do immediately, is enforcement for speed rules, because as I see, we see people overspeeding all the time, and although we've started the process of having these ATMS systems, we've started putting the cameras on certain highways, and as we move on to these access controlled highways, there'll be more of camera coverage, there'll be more of catching of these incidents. So this enforcement will also be very, very important, and we need to work towards that. With this, I think I have briefly touched upon most of the things. One of the other things that I have started doing is, and I have given instructions to all the ROs, that in each state, please develop at least 2 to 5 such model stretches of roads, maybe under construction or constructed roads, but they should be ideal roads. So while we have the Save Life Foundation come and teach us, we have the IRAP come and teach us, why should we not use all of this expertise ourselves and develop these stretches? And I'm sure each one of you who's sitting in the room does know what it takes to make a road safe for the user. Very recently, there was a VC at the behest of Chief Minister of Rajasthan, where number of accidents are happening on 1 or 2 stretches. 2 roads have been identified, and we have said go ahead and make it the model road. But unfortunately, as I gathered yesterday, work has still not started on that. So we need to come out of that inertia ki kar lenge. We have to do it today. We should have done it yesterday, but nevertheless, we should do it today now. Today is the need of the hour. So with this, I invite the panelists over here. I first and foremost invite Dr. Subhamay Gangopadhyay to talk about road safety and what are the measures that we can take.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good morning to all of you, and a big thank you to the ministry officials for inviting me today. Now, regarding road safety, I think Madam has almost, brought out the comprehensive action plan that NHEA has taken vis-a-vis the country is taking as per the implementation process for the entire road safety issues. Now, 2-3 things which came to my mind that one has to introspect. One is that we have to remember that we are going through the United Nations, decade of action for road safety for 2020 to 2030, and the forecast or the target that we have to meet is the halving the road fatalities that what has been experienced for the past decade or so. So where are we? Are we going in the right direction? That we have to see. Because if you look at the Special Development Goal, SDG 3 and 4, it says that all the existing roads have to be 3-star or the better. That we have to do. Sorry, all the new roads. And the existing roads, 75% of the existing roads have to be 3-star or the better. So why it is 75%? Because it has been observed that 2 to 5% of the network carries 75 to 80% of the volume. So there is always a question that why it should be 75%. So these things we have to keep in mind. Number 2. Number 3, one of the very fundamental issues that we tend to forget is the database. One is the secondary database, that is we collect from the police about the road fatalities, injuries, and there are a lot of question marks on that data. However, on the primary data, especially Madam has mentioned on the speed and flow, these are the two fundamental traffic engineering data that we have to keep in mind, which we should, always update. On continuous basis, sometimes because on the national highway it has to be 24 hours. And some of the highways passing through urban areas it may be 16 hours. So because it has been observed that 16-hour data is almost 80% of the 24-hour data. So these database have to be always, kept in mind and has to be collected. Third thing is road safety audit. Now, whether we are doing the road safety audit in a manner that it has to be carried out. That is number 1. Number 2, the report of the road safety audits, what are we doing with that? Because road safety audit, I suggest to you during my experience that road safety audit, if you identify the stretch, then you can do the road assessment program, that is star rating. That means you identify the vulnerable road stretches. You don't have to take all the 100% roads which you have carried out the road safety audits. Take some on the sample basis and do the star rating and then find out what solutions that you can do. And after the countermeasures, you can identify there are processes, established processes, economic processes which you can identify and implement how best you could improve. And finally, I will end with that somebody has very, enthusiastically and very nicely that on the artificial intelligence, and this is actually we have to keep in mind, maybe another 6 months to 2 years, that how we are using the intelligent transport system, how best, data collection itself can be through, artificial intelligence and through drone system, or some technology has to be there, innovative technology for data collection, which otherwise is not possible sometimes, because manual data collection is ruled out nowadays. So this thing, intelligent transport system was developed mainly on the road safety aspect, not to mitigate congestion. So initially, if you look at the history of intelligent transport system, it is because of the road safety that it was developed for. So this thing has to be, keep in mind, especially, fleet management, or even the, pavement asset management, which is very important, because road safety also will depend on the asset management data, which otherwise we lack some of the information that we otherwise should have been collecting. So these are some of the issues I think we have to keep in mind. There are other host of issues I am not going to do, because going to tell about it, because geometric design is the whole lot of area which we have to deal with it. That is the fundamental, and your road safety behavior will depend on your geometric design. We cannot just go on blaming the pedestrians and cyclists because they are not behaving properly, because we as an engineer, it is our primary duty to have the best, geometric design, because still so far, if you ask yourself, what is the best quality of road? Can you define what is the best quality of road? There is no definition like that. So it is the user perception, how the user will behave, because we tend to forget, we always look at the supply side. But if you look at the other side, that how the pedestrians and the cyclists and the other motorists will behave on the best or maximum possible best geometric design, that will give you the solution. So with that, Madam, thank you very much. I will conclude here. Maybe other panelists will be taking over on that.
So thank you very much for your suggestions, and I think it's the road geometrics that is the key to have safer roads. Now carrying forward, I would like to request Mr. Ashok Sao to kindly give his views on this.
Thank you, Madam. About the road safety aspect, first of all, we have to see that what is the definition of the road safety itself. Now, road safety is for the safety of the road users. The road users are of two types. One is the vehicular traffic and the other is the pedestrians. So we have to make the road safe, our asset designed in such a way that it is safe for both the categories. Now, and when we talk of vehicular traffic, it means the vehicle should go at the design speed of 100 km for the national highway, which we designed for. So the road should be safe for that speed. And when we say pedestrian, means there should not be conflict between the vehicular traffic and the pedestrian. So both should be, the traffic should be segregated in such a way that both go continuously and without any confliction. Then it all starts from where? It starts from the design aspect, and design aspect is covered in the design when we prepare the detailed project report for any project. So we have to identify, when we take up the DPR preparation, we have to first go on the alignment. We have to make a recurrence survey and see that during the recurrence survey we identify which are the vulnerable spots. Once you have identified that, we have to improve the geometrics of those vulnerable spots. Then only our design speed can be achieved. Our vehicular traffic can move on that design speed safely. So vulnerability of this alignment is one of the key aspects that we have to look into that. Now, other is when we have the junctions. At the junctions, there are a lot of conflict of different movement. So we have to plan the junction in such a way that we go for interchanges, not for the T junction or a cross junction or something, at least for the national highway, which are expressway also, that we are now constructing in the country. So all the junction, right, in the GQ Golden Correlator stage, NHDP phase 1, we have introduced this concept of adding the interchanges at various projects, in the East India and eastern part of the country, and even in southern part of the country. And even now we have introduced in the urban area also, in Tamil Nadu, at say the Gindi interchange. So all this, we have to look into that, how we can minimize the conflict of traffic between the different streams. So this can be done through engineering designs only, and we must introduce the interchanges as and when we want. We should be upgrading all the junctions wherever possible if the funds are, allow that. So beside the geometrics, we have to identify all these junction where the conflict takes place. Now, in certain cases, we have seen that an incoming street comes on the national highway directly. That should not be the way, because if such thing happens, then this is bound to have an accident. We should plan, we should have auxiliary lanes for entry and exit of this secondary traffic, which is not moving on the main carriageway. So all these junctions need to be properly designed. That is the point I'm making. Another aspect is that if our road condition, if asset is not maintained properly, there will be pothole, there will be depression, there will be many other deficiencies in the pavement. So once the road condition is not controlled, then that is attributing to the accidents. We have to see that our road condition which we maintain for the traffic is properly maintained. It is all the spots which need immediate attention that must be attended as and when this occurs. The maintenance of asset per se is the key to the road safety. Then coming to the other part is that if the asset is unsafe, then it is a wastage of national money. Now, another aspect is that training of the drivers. The training of drivers is very much needed meticulously when they fly at a high speed and on multi-lane facility. So this training is to be imparted by some institution. We should institutionalize this training thing so that only people who have got the real training, they can only come to the expressway and national highway, where the traffic speed is very high. So another aspect is that behavior, as Dr. Gangopadhyay has already covered this point. The behavior of the driver also is of he should not park very casually on the side of the road, and he should park the vehicle somewhere where the parking is designated, in the designated parking only. Because such thing if you go through the papers on the Yamuna Expressway or many other expressway, or many roads, you just find, you come to know that because of wrong parking or parking at a non-designated places, that also cause, the accidents. So all these, attribute to the behavior of the drivers, this has to be improved. And last but not the least is the enforcement, So enforcement, if it is proper, if it is timely, and if it is in a manner that it should be, then that is also going to help the problem, and it will all contribute to the road safety. During construction also, the road safety plan must be drawn in, and that must be religiously followed and supervised properly, so that road safety is taken care of, not only in the design aspect, in the construction also, and during the maintenance phase of the facility. With this, I conclude my brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think everybody is being very brief but making very succinct points out of experience as to what is to be done. Now I would request Dr. Zafar Khan, who is CEO of the Highways Concession, to make a presentation followed by almost like a wrapping up by Dr. Geetam Tiwari, because she is from the academic world, and of all the things that are being said now, I think she would give a leading perspective to all of us. So over to you, Dr. Zafar Khan. I think you have the presentation.
Am I audible? Everyone in the last corner? Okay. So before I start my presentation, few things I want to say. A lot of people have come from different parts of the countries, and if you join any seminar, especially on safety, and there are no takeaways, it is wasteful of time. So we have just now talked about a lot of things on the what is to be done. Just put up presentation. Okay. So I'm going to talk about how these, we have just talked about that what should be done, and I'm going to talk about largely how we can achieve these things and what is the missing link as of now to reach there. Largely, I represent the operation phase of the project because I belong to a fund who operates the roads. And today I'm going to talk about innovations because I was asked to put some thoughts on innovation in road safety. So I'll just start my presentation. Okay. So this is one of the pictures of one of my road in Ulandarpet Expressway. And this road I must appreciate and I must acknowledge the RO and the PD there. This is one of the best roads in Tamil Nadu where the RO and PD must take the acknowledgement that they have done really wonderful job to reduce the fatalities in this road. And this road has been considered as the model stretch for Tamil Nadu government and it is being used at multiple focuses. So I'll just start my presentation. This is me. Basically, I was the HSC person, the safety expert, worked in oil and gas, tunneling. I've been into Nasri Tunnel, I was in oil and gas platforms. So I have experience of multiple industry in safety. And then I moved to an operations phase and I become the head of operation with Brookfield and now I'm with the highway operator, highway concessions. I have a dual role here today. I represent also as a general secretary for Highway Operators Association, which is largely around 76 assets in India. And we represent a large phase of operations. So before I start, this is the topic I was given, innovations in road safety. And when I was discussing these to some of my colleagues and some of the industry stalwarts, they said, really? Do we need innovations in road safety? And they were like, seriously, you're talking about innovations? Let's fix the basics first. Let's apply certain standards. Let's go to some advanced stage. Because on an average on our roads, in operation phase, if it's a 100-kilometer of road, on an average 50 to 60 dead bodies are every year on our roads. And this is really, really alarming. And why I'm saying alarming? Because if you see during construction, if there's an accident, it is hugely highlighted by the media, a lot of newspaper will coverage, and there will be a lot of media hangama around it. But if you see any road in India, and if you take general example, approximately average 50 to 60 fatalities on a 100-kilometer of stretch. And if you see the lifespan of a road, the design phase is normally 1 to 2 years, which we call DPR stage, land acquisition stage, etc., etc. And then you do construction on the basis of these parameters, which comes up in the design phase for 3 to 4 years. Now we are very fast. We are making a lot of verticals. So normally 36 months is an average time right now for any concessions to be constructed. And there is a large operation phase, which is like normally 17 to 20 years. And then, of course, you have augmentation phase, etc., etc. So I want to share a story here before I start my presentation. I have a daughter named Aiza. And I asked her, do you like to write a story? She is very fond of writing stories. And I asked her, you write a story about a road which was earlier a village road, an MDR road, and then it became 2-lane to 4-lane to 6-lane, and tell us that what changes happened with the villagers, what feelings the road had. And she came up with a very nice story. She told me about the road was 2-lane. People were happy, children were playing on the road, bullock carts were going. And after some time, a company came and make it 4-lane, from 2-lane, then 4-lane. Now it become fast. A lot of people are meeting their parents faster than earlier. The economic activities are increased. But one thing is missing. A lot of people are getting killed and I'm sad about it. And I realized that road is constructed for the economical activities development of the area as well as it is part of the community. We are actually building the road for community only. And the road has to talk to community and understand what community require. And that is why my whole presentation today is about during my operation phase. I'm not talking about construction because a lot of construction things have already been discussed. And I will talk more about how in operation phase, which is the largest phase, the fatalities can be reduced and how. And since there are a lot of policy makers in the room right now, we have Morth, we have NHEA, and I'm thankful for NHEA and Morth to inviting me for delivering this lecture. And today I'm going to talk about something which is quick, easily can be adopted by this system, and will give a large scale improvement, because right now if we have started doing zero fatality corridor with the Piyush Tiwari, he is doing a wonderful job, but how are we going to scale it? There's so many roads. How many zero fatality corridor we can afford right now? So we have to develop a capacity within the system to take these learnings and then multiply it. So I'll start with the policy level intervention. If you see any project in oil and gas, if you are doing a platform construction, you will do a hazard study and you do a lot of work around how safety is not compromised. You will have parameters for engineering, you will have parameters for operation, you will have cost optimization, engineering optimization, but ultimately safety is the most important parameter. So one thing would like to convey a message that let us have a design liability clause for all the road designers and the companies, because if in future the designed road for that consultant develops a black spot, and when black spot is generated, normally you have like 50 fatalities, then you will consider at a black spot, because average for 3 years you considered. So there should be some liability on the designer, which is a standard design clause for all oil and gas projects. And he should have some backing that if I am compromising with the safety, if I am reducing the radius, or I am reducing the number of guardrails required, or I am doing compromising in any engineering or optimization, then I am liable for it. Secondly, from DPR stage, when it goes to construction and when it goes for bidding, there is no safety audit as on date. There is no gate which says that this design is good for construction, for safety only. There's a lot of engineering data goes in, there are a lot of operational data goes in. There is no one who looks really from the lens of safety whether this road is going to kill people or not. And this can be easily achieved because we have now a system like IRAP, we have Save Life Foundation, we have international agencies now working in India which can do this job. And when we design the road, then the design has to have certain ratings, because we will do safety audits and improve the existing road, but what about the new construction? There should be some system where there's a minimum requirement that, okay, the road has to have 3-star rating for IRAP. Then only it will go for construction, then only go for bidding. So that's one, from the design stage only. Second, the policy level intervention in terms of influencing the behaviors. Now, we run operational road, we have a team here from operations team, a lot of people are here. And every time when we do analyze secondary data of roads, when you talk about safety, pedestrian, road users, number of fatalities, and especially in terms of when we present this data to international forum, because our funds belongs to abroad, CPPIB, Brookfield, Macquarie, KKR, all these big funds, and we show these data that our roads, there are so many user fatality, and it is alarming. So I think there are two ways we can manage it. One is the positively influencing this behavior on road users by introduction of motor vehicle insurance premium based on vehicle risk factor. Now we know in India also there are telematics available. You can have telematics in the vehicle. The vehicle will generate the data. Data will go to a central server. In the central server, as a road user, as a vehicle owner, you can get to know what is your risk profile, as well as insurance company will know what is their risk profile for the future claims. And it can be a win-win situation where we can easily influence the behavior of the vehicle driver, because insurance premium will go next year. If there are sudden acceleration, sudden braking, harsh braking, then data will go. And this is now right now used by a lot of logistic companies, because they do a lot of transport of cosmetic material, costly material. So they use this data because they want their roads to be safer. Secondly, believe me or not, the way we are constructing the road, very soon everywhere there will be competing roads. And the user will have option to choose which road he should take for the safety, for the experience, for the toll. And in that sense, this is one thing which will be helpful for future, because we are now bidding for roads for 20-year concession, 30-year concession. We have TOTs now, 20 years concession, where these will be required. So this is the positive reinforcement. On the secondary reinforcement, we have discussed this multiple times with ministry as well as others, and there's a notion that negative reinforcement or by penalizing the people, this can't be a revenue generation stream for any concessionaire. While a multiple state government have now developed PPP projects where they have used the PPP model for development of negative reinforcement. By enforcement means you have a lot of cameras, radar system, lane driving discipline. Now even we have cameras which will capture if you are using mobile while driving. And then you have a centralized system like NPCI which generate all this data, automate this data, push through a state e-challan system, and automatically e-challan system gives the negative reinforcement to road user that you are challaned. And then since the system is so good right now, immediately you get a SMS and then you will challan. Automatically this will improve at least the road user behavior that it is being monitored on every road. Now the question is that whether it is possible. So if government open the policy for developing this framework, I'm sure a lot of concessionaires like us will be interested to come forward, because ultimately the whole intention is to operate this system and have lesser fatalities on the road rather than money, because this will not cost huge money. A 100-kilometer stretch with all the system in place, not more than 2 crore. And operating cost will be like 20-30 lakhs is maximum. So this is all possible and easily can be done, because with FASTag, I think NHEA knows what data means. And with this data can be future monetized for the insurance purpose. This data can be monetized for future car-to-car communication. A lot of things can be done with this data. So this is second level of influencing the
the issues, because they are very relevant, but probably further elucidation will get into other people's times, which is the next session.
Second is the dynamic monitoring of junction. Right now, if you see on the roads, the minor junction become major junction and major junction become towns during the concession period. When we design the roads, junctions, if you see the number of junctions in the DPR, it will be like 30, 40, and within 10 years, you will see the junctions will become hundreds. And then major junction become black spots and then become accident-prone areas. So there is a request that if we have a dynamic monitoring system of junctions, where based on the footfall or the turning radius during the operational phase, we develop this rather than waiting for black spot generation. That will help to reduce a lot of fatalities on the roads. A lot of problem right now, if you see in the current existing project, because of land acquisition problem, junction is not developed. And the rural traffic coming 90-degree to the national highways, and a lot of fatalities are happening. So this can help further reduce the fatalities on the roads. One more policy level intervention. We have experienced that for median plantation, we use a slow moving vehicle, which is normally a tanker, and tanker does the watering in the median. And since a slow moving vehicle on a faster lane, and then you have a lot of accident because people are coming from behind and hitting the tanker. If in the design itself we go for drip irrigation, like a lot of state government has done it, this will save a lot of water, a lot of money for operation. Overall cost of the project will go down, as well as this will reduce fatalities on the roads. One more policy level intervention, median openings. We know that there are a lot of median openings where we don't have any auxiliary lane or waiting lane or parking lane. And then your median opening is just round the corner and you go and take the full median. So every median, irrespective, we should design with auxiliary lane, because in future the traffic increases, the capacity increases, and this is very much helpful in terms of people to cross the road. I have only last 2 slides, ma'am. These are largely operational in nature. We have constructed medical aid posts and traffic aid posts across projects. The whole intention, I think, was to the state government manning these medical aid posts and provide the trauma care for the road victims. Somehow, if you see right now, all these medical aid posts are manned by the first aiders, because there is no certain guidelines within the system that what trauma care requirement is. Largely, these are first aids. So if we upgrade these things, and now since more is going for the medical insurance, this can save multiple lives. This is the last one. Sometimes back, I think NHEA has issued a circular that all the competency level of the trauma care people, medical aid posts, required to have certain qualification. And then somehow it is still in the pipeline to happen. If you see right now on any of the roads, 99% somebody, if you are injured, somebody who has a first aid training or maybe a small nursing diploma will be treating you. Nobody who have a real trauma care experience will be treating you. So there is a requirement to upgrade the competency of the paramedic staff, the patrolling staff at sites, which can help the golden hours, and it can save millions of lives on roads. I know it's a long journey, and since I have just quickly summarized a lot of things, but these are the quick, I think, takeaways for a lot of people here, which can help to reduce millions of people on roads. As we know, road safety is a big subject, and as Dr. has just said that by next target we have to reduce by 50, which means that we have to scale and we have to multiply our efforts, then only it is possible. With this, I'm open to any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zafar. And that was a very good insight from a practitioner's point of view. And increasingly the feeling is we know it all, but we don't do it at all. So it's that thing about doing it is very, very important. And now I would request Professor Geetam Tiwari to give her part on the road safety, and I'm sure this is going to be very valuable to all of us. Yeah, please. Okay.
Presentation. धीरे धीरे क्यों हो रहा है? इसी से खोल दीजिए। DMC? नो ये है ADMS हाईवे, यहीं से खोल दीजिए। ठीक है। Is it coming?
So, good morning. And first of all, I'd like to really thank Amit, who insisted that I must come. And I think given the importance of the topic, I just decided that even if it's for a short period, it is definitely worth coming and listening to other people also and presenting what we are doing in this area. So we've heard a lot about important things about road safety, and all of us who are working in this field know about it. But in today's very brief presentation, I want to highlight the importance of data. Because whatever we do, if we are not able to evaluate what is the impact of it, then we are losing on a lot of important aspects. And also, I think it's very important to understand that road safety, in fact, is not a common sense. It is a science. And we have to look at hard evidence to understand the complexities and base our efforts and interventions based on that. I can give you several examples where we have counterintuitive results. So for that reason, whatever interventions we are doing, it becomes very important. And I think, fortunately, with a lot of technology and AI, we are able to do things much faster. So in today's presentation, actually, in this very brief presentation, I do want to stress upon, actually give you a just glimpse of. I was really happy, and I must congratulate NHEA to have this kind of database which has been created, which is, I think all of you know about it, NHEA Data Lake. And so IIT Delhi is using the data there and trying to understand and understand various aspects from it. So I'll just give you a glimpse of that and the importance of that kind of work and how it can really improve our understanding of road safety. So first of all, very important thing to understand about road safety is we do need a little bit of information about all crashes. We actually don't need a lot of details about all crashes, because that is what the statistics is all about. If we have a good database, which is our police database, and some relevant objective information which is available there is very good starting point. And after that, we need more detailed information about a few samples from there. And what is that detailed information is what some things that we have started looking, finding in places like NHEA data lake. Otherwise, earlier there were different sources to be combined. And this is required little bit more details about injury details, about the designs of the road, about traffic management strategies. This is not required for 100% of the crashes. And then very, very detailed information is required only for very few cases based on which accident reconstruction models are done and vehicle standards are made on that. But this is not required for all crashes. So this is a good news for us. So police database is the starting point. There are some shortcomings. However, for understanding 100% of the crashes, this is the place to start. And just to give you a quick glimpse of what are the international best practices, US started this in 1975. This has been copied in many other countries now. This is called Fatal Analysis Reporting System. Only for fatal crashes, create a public database, because that starts giving you an understanding. When more people use it, then understanding of evidence and impact becomes much useful. And this FARS has been done by National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, by combining different sources available. This is not possible for all crashes. So even though today in US about 35,000 fatal crashes are happening, in our country it is at least 3 times more than that. However, so even US is not able to do for all crashes. So that is what the target we should also have. We have a good starting point. IRAD has been done by ministry, and we have to now start carefully seeing how it is monitored, what is the impact of it, and what are the shortcomings and how it can be done. So these are some IRAD features. All right, to just give you a few glimpses of the use of data which is available already in NHEA data lake. So data, as we all know, is important, but data only becomes useful when it's converted to information. What is information? Data is every possible thing which is there. But processed data is called information. And to process data means we must have some questions to be answered. And for answering those questions, we have to process the data which has been collected. And after creating information, we have to create knowledge. That means we have to have specific queries. To answer those queries, we have to use this processed data. I think this is where we are working, and I think more institutes can work on this kind of information. But so basically, there are the access to NHEA data lake. We do have 4 specific objectives, but overall objective is to convert data to knowledge so that it can be used and it should reflect in our safety statistics after some time. These are a few thrust areas where IIT Delhi is working in close cooperation with NHEA on data lake. There are these 5 projects going on. So I would just give you a glimpse of 2 or 3 projects only. So one of them is lot of information is available on NHEA data lake. Lot of PDFs are being uploaded, which is useful. But now when we want to do some queries and understand specific things, which projects are being delayed, or I want to simply extract, okay, show me how many times we have issued letters to this particular concessionaire. We need to process this data. And one of my colleagues from computer science department is working on this, how to use OCR tool for text extraction, and then answering specific queries which are useful for NHEA. Another colleague is working on this development of annotated data sets on roads, plantations, and other relevant details. So very important aspect here is that in NHEA data lake, we do have drone images. But how to extract relevant information from drone images? That is the work that my other colleague is doing. And so these, even processing takes time, but you can see the end result is going to be very interesting and useful, because this is a very simple example shown here. On 30th September, certain photograph has been taken by a drone, and then later in October, and comparing the two, of course, visually you can see what has happened, but eventually we have to quantify it. What percentage of additional work you can see. So this kind of work is, and this is not just for this, I mean this technology, this method is being also used to monitor what happens to plantations. Trees are planted, and after a year later, are they there or have they disappeared? So a lot of interesting information can be extracted from this kind of technology. Now, within NHEA data lake, there are very interesting information, but they are not completely linked. And once it is linked, for example, there is crash database. There is also RAMS system, road asset management system, which is having a lot of interesting details about road geometry, etc. Link it with crash database, and then you have really interesting information to start coming out with. A very simple thing: where are the hazardous locations or are black spots? We don't have to wait for police to give us that information. In fact, we can apply much more robust methods to understand where the black spots are really, instead of using simplistic definitions like 5 deaths or 10 crashes in 3 years. All this can be processed very easily here, and then also connect. Even when IRAD is in place, we can do exactly the same process with IRAD also. The basic point is that already many interesting data about different aspects exist. Important thing is to connect it. And that is the process we can show, and show that. Now, just last 3 slides are about what are the current issues where we have to do a lot of serious thinking, because we do have international standards, but our road usage is very different. Earlier, Mr. Zafar told you about 4-laning in, when a 2-lane becomes 4-lane and how it becomes very unsafe for local traffic. But we do have a lot of situations where our highways do look like urban roads. They are within the part of the urban boundary, or very often that kind of settlement comes up. Shoulder is used by slow vehicles. On high-speed roads, we don't design shoulders for slow vehicles. So we have to revisit many of our standards. And we don't have any international good practices for these kind of situations that we find. This something very simple, repeatedly we keep finding in all audits, a simple thing like what should be the correct median height in high-speed road. I have yet to find a stretch of highway constructed where it is correct. And when we see a lot of tire bursts and rollover crashes, it's because of the wrong design. And we have had this discussion with many field engineers. We have shared with them these standards which have been put out by MORTH. High medians are not recommended in any standard. So we don't understand which standard is being followed. Even in Eastern Peripheral Expressway, same mistake has been done. So I think a lot of these things have to be revisited. After knowing the correct things, having the correct standard, why we are not able to implement it. So I think eventually our goal should be that every kilometer of new highway construction that we do, instead of increasing crashes, it should lead to reduction in road traffic fatalities. I think after 3 years from now, we should be able to say that, if we are serious about safety. But we do have new infrastructure standards have to evolve, because we do have some new situations. Even on expressway like Yamuna Expressway, we do have pedestrians waiting for the buses. And why the vehicles are parked on the shoulders? The solution is not easy at all. From our discussion with officers who are managing it, They have shared the difficulties of it's not as simple as, no, you can't park it here. It's much more complex than that. Current knowledge of impact of infrastructure design on road safety is limited to high-income countries. So when we are doing a lot of these kind of experiments, now we have database like NHEA data lake, we should be able to do a lot of careful before and after studies and come out with exact impact of shoulder design, median type, service roads, shoulder markings, audible markers. All these we have to study in our situation. And I think impact evaluation studies have to be made mandatory for all highways. Unless we have this learning from what we are doing, we will not be able to do it. And the last one I want to show you, when we do careful studies, not naive studies that after 1 year you go and see whether the number of crashes have changed. That is not how impact evaluation is done. When carefully impact studies are done, we should have these kind of numbers for our highways. This is not coming from India. But we are doing speed humps, we are doing speed limit enforcements, we have raised pedestrian crossings, and eventually we should be able to come out and say that if you make this, the expected reduction is this much. No measure leads to 100% reduction. So unless we do these kind of careful studies and then eventually revisit our standards, I think we'll keep dreaming of SDG 3.6. I hope we stop dreaming, and it is very much possible we can do it. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Professor Tiwari, and this was really a jolt to all of us on the kind of interventions required in terms of academic interventions, designs, etc. Very recently we had someone come in and who made a presentation about how the crash barriers should be designed. And there is, although we do have our standards prescribed by IRC, and currently I think that code is being revised, we need to do more of stakeholder consultation. I think when Professor Tiwari does find time, we should involve her also. And these kind of interventions really will go a long way, because thankfully this IRC codes that we set in are a huge guidance to all of our field engineers. So on that, the issue of data lake, and I'm glad you mentioned it over here, so I just wanted to very briefly mention about data lake. So currently we do have a big repository, but in terms of usage and analytics, etc., there is a handicap because it's all PDF based and it's not transactional. So we do need to move on to a transactional mode of data lake, and work is in progress, and very soon we are trying to make a version 1.75. It won't be 2, because 2 is going to take longer time. We'll do another version, a bridge version, where we get in a lot of transactional data. And I think that is the time when a lot of researchers will find it very useful to do their research work on this. I don't know how much of research work has been done on NH. I really don't know. But PMGSY, where I come from, because the data was so robust over there on OMAS, that we have hundreds and hundreds of papers written on the work being done in terms of rural roads. So I'm sure when we do this transactional data, it will be of help. And why I mention over here is that now that we are talking about AI, we are talking about, and I often get very irritated when somebody just puts in AI कि हम AI कर रहे हैं. अभी कोई AI नहीं हो रहा है इंडस्ट्री में, हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर में. We will have to build those models, and there is huge possibility now with the ATMS, now with the NPR data coming in, camera, computer vision happening with us, so on and so forth. So we'll be able to take forward. So thank you very much, all the panelists, and I'm sure this would have thrown some light on what is to be done on the road safety. It's a constant dialogue. In fact, we are to have 4 other series of workshops specific to road safety, and we will be doing this very shortly, I think in the next 1 or 2 months. And it's something like an advocacy when, girls' rights, sex determination, then we had AIDS ka campaign, we had polio ka campaign. So when you speak about things like these with a sustained release of information, I think it would make a lot of impact. So thank you very much, and over to you, Amit. Mr. Suresh, I think, has some point, and of course, I was looking at the paucity of time, but we can have, if at all, 2 or 3 questions if these issues have not been. So first, Mr. Suresh, and then over there. दूसरा दे दीजिए आप.
Yeah. So in my past life, I have also been champion of road safety, and so some of the things that were talked about today are very, very topical, very, very important for us. But if, with your permission, I'd like to make one suggestion, that there is another big stream on road safety which relates to behavioral sciences. We are all engineers and hardcore civil engineers and technologists. But what has been seen, and which is a very easy implementable thing, because road safety involves human behavior, both on the pedestrian side and on the user side, driver side. And the use of behavioral sciences, it's low-cost option. Use of behavioral nudges on design affects behavior, how people slow down, speed up, etc. It's been world over being used. One example I'll give you is, because I used to live in Mumbai for a long time. Now, Mumbai tracks had a huge problem of fatality, people trying to cross tracks when the local trains were moving. And they were able to use behavioral nudges, as they called it, and they were able to reduce those fatalities by 75% without engineering interventions. So maybe something that we could pick up as a separate session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's right. Okay, so.
For your information, I think if you are interested, you can contact Central Road Research Institute. They have built for the last 4 to 5 years a beautiful traffic simulator laboratory. So my contact person is Dr. Nilima Chakravarti. So you can find out in the website, CRI website. So there they have lot of database, and as well as the behavioral aspects of many types of pedestrians and other road users. So
Thank you, madam, for giving me an opportunity. Myself is, I am G. Sharan, former DGRD, and a special secretary in Ministry of Road Transport and Highway. I also work as member technical at time with GQ. So my things, apart from the forgiving road which we are building because of engineering measures, what is happening this rural road and urban road, there is slightly different cup of tea. When the town planner are also involved, and when the inclusive growth for the urban roads comes, then speed becomes the real bone of discussion. So, because we have to accommodate for pedestrian as well vulnerable road users also, apart from non-motorized vehicle. And in the city, you have a lot of flyover coming, and then it becomes whether what should be the new generation car. So when we are discussing IRC H8 committee, urban road, then this becomes a real bone of contentions, because when we are going for rural roads, design a speed today 100, when Honorable Minister is saying that let it be 120 for expressway, maybe 150 tomorrow. So speed kills, as we know. But what is to be done when different cup of tea, when it comes to urban road? The Geetam is there, so she must be in a better position to comment. What should be the ideal speed in the urban scenario, whether 30 kilometer, 40 kilometer, 50 kilometer. That becomes a real point when town planner, architects, apart from engineers are involved. These are the things when we are talking of traffic safety. We must, apart from our engineering measures, what you call for Vigyan Road, which we are talking the concept, these things needs to be also looked into. If we want to really reduce the accident rate by 50% as we have promised. Thank you.
Would you like to answer?
There's a question.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, actually, with speed and fatality, there is a very strong relationship. And it's a world over, what is accepted now is that within urban areas where we expect a lot of pedestrians and vulnerable road users, we cannot have speeds above 50 kilometers per hour. Because at 50, when suddenly a pedestrian starts crossing the road, the driver brakes, and just before, even if the pedestrian is hit, by that time the speed has come down to below 30. And below 30, your probability of death reduces to less than 8%. So in all different types, within urban area also you have different types of roads. So we have arterial roads where the speed limit has to be 50, and then we have smaller roads where the speed limit has to be less because we cannot segregate pedestrians, it is mixed traffic. And then near school zones where children are more unpredictable, the speed limit has to be brought down to 20. So speed limit has to be fixed based on the tolerance of human beings. It has nothing to do with vehicle technology. But on rural roads now, on highways, where we are expecting more high-speed traffic, then we go for higher speeds, and the design completely changes.
Thank you so much. I think we'll have to close the session here. Thanks to all the panelists for being here and giving their contribution and towards road safety. So over to you, Amit, now.
That was a stimulating discussion we had. Please put your hands together for the eminent set of speakers present on stage. Thank you very much for joining us, for sharing your valuable thoughts and learnings with us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, the next panel discussion is on the theme Innovative Technology and Practices. I would like to welcome forward Session Chair, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Nirmal, Additional Director General in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. He is also Secretary General of the Indian Roads Congress. Mr. Nirmal joined the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, through the Engineering Services Examination in 1986. He has also worked in the National Highway Authority of India during 2003 to 2009 as General Manager and 2009 to 10 as Chief General Manager. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Session moderator, Mr. Bidur Kant Jha, Director, New Technology for Highway Development, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Mr. Jha is an alumni of IIT Kharagpur. He is also a professional engineer conferred by IEI, life member of IRC, member Secretary Composite Pavement Technical Committee, and member Flexible Pavement Technical Committee of IRC. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I urge sir to moderate the session and give me a minute as I introduce the key session presenters. Please join me in welcoming Professor A. Veer Raghavan, Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Chennai. He earned his BE degree in Civil Engineering from Annamalai University, MTech degree in Civil Transportation Engineering from IIT Madras, and PhD degree in Civil Engineering from Bangalore University. He worked with Professor C.E.G. Justo, a renowned professor and father of highway engineering in India, at the University of Visvesvaraya College of Engineering, Bangalore University. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Alok Bhaumik, Climate Resilience and Structures in Marine Environment. Mr. Bhaumik, Chairman of Professional Development and Technical Event Committee of Indian Association of Structural Engineers, Vice President of Consulting Engineers Association of India, Vice Chairman of Indian International Group of the International Association for Bridge and Structural Engineering. A hearty welcome to you, sir. And our last presenter for this session is Shri Roshan Purohit, Trimble Technology-Driven Highway Construction. Mr. Roshan Purohit has more than 20 years of experience in the field of construction and geospatial technology business. Currently heads Trimble Horizontal Construction Technology Business for India and SAARC region as Regional Manager. He is one of the earliest promoters of construction technology business in India that includes machine-controlled technology. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all the esteemed dignitaries, panelists, speakers present on stage. And now over to the Honorable Session Moderator.
A cordial good afternoon to all. Kindly request everyone who are outside this hall, please come to this session. Ministry of Road Transport welcome all committed partners to this session on innovative technology and practices. The need of the hour is cost-effective, environmentally sustainable, and durable national highway road asset. And the way out is ideas, research, innovation, and put them for or exploit them for sustainable development. A very appropriate one-liner of Honorable Prime Minister is, innovation no longer remains a choice, but it has become imperative. In this session, we have three eminent speakers. Sri Alok Bhaumi is eminent structural designer. Sri Roshan Purohit, he will present us this digital construction or technology-driven construction or data-driven construction, which will bring transparency, real-time visibility, efficiency, and minimize the manual intervention. And Professor A.B. Raghavan, I know Professor B. Raghavan since more than a decade. He's a professor from book to lab, lab to field, and again to book. He is a man of total mechanistic empirical. Now I request Professor A.B. to enlighten us on this topic, sustainable highway development. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Bedur, and distinguished participants of this event on technology innovations and practices. So, Mr. Bedur requested me to talk about the sustainable highway development today. So I thought the next 10 or 15 minutes, let me share my thoughts on sustainable development. What are the issues and concerns? So I have a multi-role to play as a member of the committees of the IASI, Ministry, National Rural Road Development Agency, as well as associating with the concessionaires, contractors. I have gained little knowledge about the issues and concerns in introduction of the sustainable development in the country. I will take you over as a storytelling, what is that we are talking about. So sustainable in the context of payments refers to a system characteristics that encompasses a payment ability to serve the intended traffic above the desired performance level. So the question arises at this point of time, we have been constructing the roads all this time, all these years. In fact, I have the privilege of getting associated with NHDP and NREA PMGSY program for the last 22 years. So the question arises at this point of time, how are these highways which we have been designing and constructing performing? Do we have a database on the performance? Have we analyzed the database and studied whether it's performing as designed? In fact, a national highway is designed for 20 years. Then the question arises, what is the design life that we are talking about? According to me, when you design a payment for a design life of 20 years, you should not warrant major maintenance. You should not warrant reconstruction. What percentage of the highways and roads that we have constructed do not warrant major maintenance and rehabilitation? What is wrong? Is it wrong with the practices of the characteristic materials properties? Or is it with the design? Is it related to the construction? Is it related to quality control? How are they performing? I think that is something that we needed information at this point of time. Second, we design the payment as per the codal practice. I always tell the codal practice is only guideline. You have in every IRC code, we have made it mandatory, or we have explicitly mentioned these are tentative values, these are suggested values. But we consider them as a Bible, those values, and design the payment, presuming that those values will be implemented on the ground. There only we are committing a mistake. Thirdly, we do not consider the issue of conservation of the natural resources, even though in the codal provision we have made it possible that you can have alternate designs. But what are the issues in considering alternate designs? I'll touch upon that. So a sustainable payment should consider conservation of the natural resources for construction and maintenance. Do we consider this in the design stage? Do we consider alternate designs? But finally, what we decide is based on the cost. Whichever design gives the lowest cost, we consider. Is it environmentally sustainable? Will it last longer? Will it warrant a lower maintenance rehabilitation? We do not consider that. Even when I want to compare a bituminous payment with a concrete payment, I make an assumption that a bituminous payment will warrant a maintenance in the 5th year and the 10th year. A concrete payment will warrant only maintenance. These are only assumptions. But how are they performing? Had we collected the database on the performance, perhaps I will be able to tell more authoritatively this is the performance. These are the maintenance requirements. I think it's time that we decide to collect the performance data. The ministry, NHEA, has already sanctioned a project. We have associated the project on collecting the performance of the payment. And lastly, the design that we consider, will it result in the lowest life cycle cost? Do we consider? Again, based on assumptions. In all these assumptions of the lowest life cycle cost, it consists of construction cost, maintenance cost, rehabilitation cost, as well as road user cost. Unfortunately, we do not consider the road user cost at all. That's a huge cost. As the road deteriorates, what is the cost every road user is incurring because of that? I think there is time. If you spend, according to me, if you spend ₹1 on maintenance, the road user benefit will be 100 times or more than that, depending upon the traffic level. So if you look at the quantity of aggregates that are required for the construction of a 1 kilometer of a national highway, in terms of, we talk about granular subbase, wet mix macadam, dense bituminous macadam, bituminous concrete, we require huge quantity of aggregates for the conventional construction. The question arises at this point of time when we talk about sustainability, is there any other design that is possible which will reduce this aggregate consumption? That's the first question. I'm talking about the initial construction. I'm not talking about the maintenance and the performance. At the initial stage itself, we have to consider alternate designs. IRC 37 2018 clearly gives you 6 designs. Do we consider all the 6 designs? Do we study the performance? Do we consider life cycle cost and then design the payment? No. We consider whichever design, we use it as a template. Whatever design is given in IRC, we take it as a Bible and then work out the cost. And that is why the payments are not performing as we wanted, because there are many, many issues and concerns in that. If you look at the average key aggregate requirements, if you look at stone metal, 170 million tons at a low growth scenario. We want to have 100 kilometers per day. So in that case, 450 million tons, where do we have these aggregates? I think this is something that we need to consider. All these times, perhaps I am from the south, we have the luxury of getting the aggregates as we want. But many of the states do not have the aggregates. We have banned quarrying in many of the states. In such cases, how are we going to construct the balance of highways which we have in the basket? If you look at the payment life cycle assessment, we are talking only about aggregate consumption and the cost. But what we are not considering is about the material, transport of the material, mixed production, and energy requirements. Even at the time of construction, transport, equipment, placement, and the traffic delays. If you look at the maintenance, again, repairs and rehabilitation requires huge quantity of fuel, electricity, as well as resources. Even the end of life, what to do with the material at the end? Should we throw it out? I think it's something that we should have a real look when we talk about sustainability. What are the stages for improving sustainability? Number one, I start with the material. I need a material which will give me an improved or longer performance, which will warrant a lower maintenance cost. For example, if I talk about the binder, you have the flexibility of using a viscosity grade 30, viscosity grade 40. You can use a polymer modified binder. You can use a crumb rubber modified binder. You can have a natural rubber modified binder. Many additives polymers are available, which will give you a longer life. Will it be costly? Of course. Is it worth investing? That is where the $1 million question arises. It's not only the material that matters. What matters is the design of the mix. Material is good, but the mix design is poor. And more we fail when we translate the design into reality while construction. Quality plays a very important role. I'll touch upon that later. So considering quality is something which is contributing to the frequent maintenance of these highways. Second, number two. Is it possible for me to reduce the virgin aggregate consumption? Yes, it's possible. Can I use the recycled materials? Yes, of course. What percentage of wrap can I use? 30%. Can I not increase more than 30%? Based on the plant limitations, we will not be able to consider 30% in the hot mix. But you will be able to do 100% in the cold mix. Is it possible? Will the performance be better? Yes, I can give with facts and figures that it is possible to improve the performance with alternate designs, alternate materials, including a wrap. It will also bring in a warrant for environmental impact. Thirdly, it's also, we should make it mandatory that you should make use of locally available material as much as possible, reduce the material transportation, use locally available material in the lower layers, and use in-place recycling as much as possible. I'll touch upon in-place construction in a minute. It's also possible, it's also required at this point of time to improve the plant operations. I think this is something that we have to relook. We only talk about construction, but we have to consider the entire life cycle process. We need alternate materials. IRC, I think I should appreciate IRC for having brought out all guidelines for any material that you want to use. You want to use a polymer modified binder, you want to use a geosynthetics, you want to have a waste material. We have course of practice. But only thing is take away. How are we going to use these codal practices in the design and construction? But finally, whenever you want to use this new material, no compromise on the performance. That is something that we have to consider. If you talk about the sustainable road infrastructure, perhaps the simplest step I can tell is a stabilized subgrade, base courses with a locally available material. I think that is something that we need to consider. We always assume, the design consultant assumes 10% CBR, but he doesn't consider if the material of adequate quantity is available. I think it's time that we also do a resource mapping of the whole country. What material is available in each state? For that available material, what should be the payment design? I think we should work backwards instead of designing the payment for a given material, assuming a material property, and searching for the material later. Second, fatigue-resistant bituminous material is also required. We talk about sustainability. We talk about perpetual payments. How are they performing? I think it's something that we need to have a relook. The surface layer generally gets cracked. If you look at the pavement design for 15 years, 20 years, you'll find cracks in 5 years, 8 years. Why? It's because of the aging of the top layers, top-down cracking. Is it related to traffic? May or may not be, but may be related to the binder and these properties. We need an efficient subsurface drainage system. Unfortunately, we don't give importance to subsurface drainage system. Majority or many cases of failures occurred in the past. Before 2013 MORT revision, we permitted up to 10% fines in the GSB. After several kilometers failed, we reduced it to 5%. Then again, we give only the 6 gradations, but it's for you to choose which is appropriate gradation. I think it's time that we also learn from the past mistakes so that we do not repeat the mistakes again. I think it's time that we also talk about perpetual payments. What are the problems? If you look at the problems, we need alternate materials to be considered both in new construction as well as in the rehabilitation. In the case of new construction, you should make it mandatory that you consider alternate designs. I would say all the 6 alternate designs given on IRC 37 should be done before you accept one particular design. In the case of in-service payment, alternate maintenance and rehabilitation practices should be adopted. We have totally forgotten about a preventive maintenance. A preventive maintenance, again, IRC gives all the strategies, techniques, methods, procedures. But if I can do a timely maintenance or preventive maintenance, it can save huge quantity of major maintenance. It can delay the time for major maintenance. Unfortunately, we have not been adopting that preventive maintenance techniques. Issue says that. What is the issue here? You say the 6 designs. How are they performing? That is the issue. Will they perform? That is the issue. So yesterday, I think in this event, I think there's a talk that we will hold the officials responsible if they block the introduction of new technologies. Here only my question arises. I want to introduce a new technology. I can give hundreds of technologies. Will they work? If it does not work, whose head will be hanged? That is where the issue lies. Here again, I would like to relate NHEA with the NREDA. I am also associated with NREDA. In NREDA, we have 35,992 kilometers constructed with alternate R&D. Do we have in NHEA such pilot projects? Out of this 35,992, we have 16,850 kilometers constructed with the coal mix. We have nearly 8,331 kilometers constructed with waste plastics. I always admire NREDA. How are they performing? So they requested me to monitor the performance of them and bring out a report. I network with the 10 institutions, monitor the performance, and then give a report that these are sustainable technologies that should be adopted. I wish that NHEA also adopts such similar technologies. Normally, we consider only the initial construction maintenance cost. I think there's a need to consider the engineering considerations. Many factors are to be considered, like material availability, equipment availability, life cycle cost, and sustainability. But one factor I want to bring it at this point of time is that the choice of payment depends upon the type of contract. There's a need to change the contract conditions considering sustainability. That's what I'm talking about. The life cycle cost, sustainability should be considered as a parameter in the bid evaluation, not only the cost of the bid. Even if you look at the alternate payment designs, a conventional design, a composite payment with a stabilized layer, vis-a-vis a rigid payment, concrete payment, you'll find that the cost per kilometer varies, but you'll find that the sustainability in terms of aggregate consumption is possible by alternate design. But will you award the project to a concrete payment? It's costing 3.23? No. Will you award the work to a 2.44 composite? Maybe. But what is the life of the composite payment? It definitely be much higher than conventional payment based on the performance. Even simple. If I want to improve the subgrade CPR from 5 to 10%, I can reduce the cost from 3.2 to 2.91 crores. Significant reduction. And again, should I adopt a plant construction or can I do in situ construction? With the available machinery available today, it's possible to construct even a 250 millimeter in one go. I think when we talk about 40, 50, 60 kilometers per day, I think it's time that we introduce modern machinery which will enable us to construct higher lift thickness. If you look at the case study of concrete pavement that has been constructed, for example, construction pavement with a DBM costing nearly 5 lakh tons, WM 7.2 lakh tons, 48,000 tippers. This is a conventional design by IRC 37. We look at the alternate design for the cement treated sub-base layer. It's possible for me to reduce thickness significantly from a conventional thickness of nearly about 650 millimeter to nearly 450 millimeter. Significant reduction is possible. I can theoretically prove that this design is feasible. If you look at the salvaging, saving, reduction in aggregate consumption, if you look at this, I think we need materials which give a higher modulus, which should be able to withstand repeated application without failure. It also reduces the crust thickness, reduction in asphalt layer thickness, because nearly 40% of the pavement layer cost is the bituminous layers. It also reduces pollution and savings not only in the initial construction, but also during the life cycle cost. This is a hill. Every time when I go to Bangalore, I take a photograph of the hill. It was there initially a hill Maybe 2 years back, it became half the hill, and maybe in a few years, it will become like this. Is this sustainable? We have constructed roads, but this is not sustainable. Well, so pavement rehabilitation, we talk again. We can talk about a full depth reclamation. We can mill and really reuse some of the material, or we can mill the granular layer, the bituminous layer, and then recycle and reuse them. We talk about full depth reclamation. For your information, there is no course and specification of IRC as on today, but UP, they have awarded nearly 5,000 kilometers of rural roads to be constructed under full depth reclamation. You name any vendor, any stabilizer vendor is available, he is there. They are going to construct, no codes, no specifications. I think that's what I always appreciate. NRIDA goes forward, I think it's time that NHEA also should follow suit. There are different rehabilitation options. I can either mill the material and reuse it, I can provide an overlay, I can recycle the material and reuse it again. If you look at all alternatives, when a pavement is damaged, it's conventional practice to provide an overlay. Is it sustainable? No. It's time that we try to find out alternate maintenance rehabilitation strategies which will result in the lowest life cycle cost. So I think it's time that we also introduce geocells in the construction. I have tried these geocells in one of the project roads. We find that it is possible for us to reduce thickness from 650 millimeter to 350 millimeter if we use geocells. But earlier we were telling there is no code of practice. Now IRC has brought out a code of practice. Then why not we adopt this? Similarly, is a case study of another road thanks to Mr. Minimal. Again, geocell synthetics can be used at all layers of the pavement starting from subgrade. It has got different functions of reinforcement, separation, drainage. So I think it's time that we introduce geocells in a very large scale. To conclude, there's nothing like a no size or no design or no one size fit all design. Every project is specific, is different. I think it's time that we encourage alternate pavement and rehabilitation designs in all projects. Second, when I want to use a new project, I think I always tell, even once I was talking to the Honorable Minister, I also made a mention, if a payment fails with a new technology, who is held responsible? The NHEA official, MORTH official, RO, IE, concessionaire, contractor, who is held responsible? I think that it's time that we also say that in case of pilot projects, nobody should be held responsible. Because it's a new technology that we are practicing for the first time. Let us evaluate. Second is that we should consider environmental benefits, not only the initial cost. I think IRC again has brought out a code of practice on environmental assessment. I think we have to bring in asset weightages for different environmental factors and consider that parameter also as one of the criteria in project evaluation. Then it's time, it's not adequate if I have new material specifications. Unless it finds a place in the schedule of rates, unless we have a rate analysis, the state agencies will not accept. So I think it's now, along with the specific, we need specification number one, we need rate analysis, we need schedule of rates. Only then we can find a place in the field. And lastly, we need to change the contract conditions, which should be more or less performance-based, both in new as well as in rehabilitation and maintenance. I think it's time that why the IE is not accepting, why the RO is not accepting. It's time that we also educate them, capacity building, well, these are the technologies. This will last longer. I think capacity building becomes a very important role. I always will go a step further. Quality as per the manual may not be adequate. We should bring out a pay factor wherein I relate the quality also as a parameter before making a payment to a contractor. Also, I need a feedback mechanism as how these new technologies are performing. I think in this context only, I request Mr. Sanjay to revive the pilot project committee of the IRC, wherein we can introduce new materials, new design, new technologies in practice. We can monitor the performance. This feedback will enable us to revise IRC code of practice, which will be for the future benefit of society. NRIDA has already sanctioned that minimum 15% of road projects every year should be using new materials and technologies. I wish NHEA, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways also adopt similar technology, similar procedure, and adopting minimum 15, 20, 25% of the roads every year should be adopting new materials and technologies. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think we look for green highways.
Thank you, Professor. Sir, NHI, MORTH, NHIDCL is a happening place. In fact, since 2012, we are constructing several thousands kilometers of roads using all the technology, alternative design whatsoever. Sir, we are conscious and alert about this circular use of road building material by adopting recycling and re-recycling. Few days back only we have successfully commissioned a hot mix plant with 60% RAP. Ladies and gentlemen, we know this structure or bridges connect us, and we want uninterrupted connection despite of any natural or man-made disaster. Now I request Sri Alok Bhaumik to present us climate change resilient structure. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished members on the dais, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It's really a privilege to be standing here and delivering a lecture, and for this I must thank Ministry of Transport, particularly Director New Technology for Highway Development, Mr. Jha, for inviting me to deliver this important lecture. The subject given to me is climate resistance, climate resilient structures, and this is a subject which is very close to my heart. And in some way or the other, this influences all of us. We all know that we are in climate emergency, and I must say that I'm a bit humbled by the fact that I'm talking on this subject. We know that every year the emerging and the developing countries like ours, we spend billions and billions in building infrastructure, and a large chunk of the same is also wasted or lost due to extreme events, the risks of wasting the money on extreme events like floods, like earthquake, like cyclone, etc. So climate emergency is the issue which we need to really dwell upon. I'm sure we all realize that the world has suffered a severe setback in the last 2.5 years. Business and public services were heavily affected. Many businesses suffering, and in fact many have disappeared and disappearing. The pandemic has increased our challenges to fight against the global warming. In fact, over the last 2 years, the climate emergency has taken a back seat, and we have been fighting the pandemic. Questions that is very relevant and we need to ask ourselves, each one of us, is will the infrastructure be affected by the impacts of climate variability and change? How do we build the climate resilient infrastructure in future? How will our country cope with this new normal facing the climate crisis? We have a double-edged sword here. Are these issues forces us to think or rethink as civil and structural engineers? This is the issue which I would like to bring in this discussion. We also know, many of us would agree with me, that our sector, that is the construction sector, has the maximum carbon footprint. The recent statistics show that in infrastructure, the carbon footprint is as much as 40%. And traditionally, the civil and the structural engineers have the objective and the purpose of building, rebuilding and maintaining the infrastructures for thousands of years. We as structural and civil engineers facilitate the basis for societal development and economic growth. And therefore, the question that we need to ask ourselves as to what will the future look like. Can we do better? Can we achieve the committed net zero 2070, by 2070? As I said, we are in a climate emergency, and in fact, all of us need to put our bit not only as a professional but also as an individual. So it has to be worked out at all fronts. What are the climate drivers? There are few which are nature-driven and few which are human-driven. In nature-driven, we can talk about the extreme heat waves, the droughts, the flooding, storm surge, sea level rise, wildfire, fire, and damaging storms, wind, lightning, cyclones, etc. And when it comes to human-driven, and they are all interrelated. We talk about massive urbanization, we talk about massive transport growth, massive growth of waste, industrial growth, and pollution. All these are affecting our resolved or challenges to climate emergency. Unfortunately, there is a lot of inequity. There are nations which are contributing least in damaging the environment, but are suffering the most. And what you see here is a line which shows that which are the countries which are harmed and which are the countries which are contributing. And the outcome of this climate crisis, we all know, we have hunger, thirst, homelessness, floods, we have health and sanitation issues, poverty, migration of refugees, and recently we are also fighting this conflict between the nations that is causing more harm. Now, what are the strategies for reducing our carbon footprint? Personal level as well as professional level. We can cancel our foreign trips. If we are so conscious, we save about 1 ton per trip. We go vegan, we save about 2 tons per year. If we avoid using car and use public transport for going to office, we may save about 3 tons a year. If we are designing buildings, and if we design consciously with 20% more efficiency, we may save 200 tons per year. But if you are a bridge designer, and if you be conscious and save 10%, we actually save 1,000 tons a year. So as a civil and structural engineer and bridge engineer, we can see how sensitively we can bring in a lot of carbon saving in carbon footprint by only designing it, optimizing the design, and saving 10%. Many structural engineers and the consulting organizations across the board, around the world, they have taken pledge. In UK, for example, iStructi UK, all the members have taken a pledge that in all future designs, there will be an effort to reduce at least 10%, and I think it is working. Now, when is the right time to sort of decide as to how to reduce the carbon footprint? This curve shows that if you are at the planning stage, at the conceptual stage, you can significantly reduce the impact of the carbon footprint. But as you go towards the detailed engineering, after the DPR, your chances of reducing the carbon footprint reduces. And if you are at the time of execution as a contractor, it is only left 20%. So if we have to put a focus on reducing the carbon footprint, the right time is at the conceptual stage, at the planning stage, at the DPR stage. You can derive maximum benefit at that stage. Now, what is the role of construction industry? The construction industry needs to definitely change. I think today in the opening remarks of the Secretary, Ministry of Transport was very clear that we need to innovate, And we need to do it. It's not a choice anymore, as Mr. Jha mentioned just a while ago. Industry needs to demonstrate its capability and willingness to change, and this change in mindset needs to be supported by well-placed government intervention. We all have to work together. I mean, all of us have to come under one umbrella to fight this challenge. Early progress will encourage greater governmental support and will help to achieve this target by which we have taken for 2070. Now let me come to the bridges in particular. The bridges that we design now henceforth must be sustainable. We don't have a choice. We have to bring in the concept of sustainability in the design. And they have to be, of course, beautiful, elegant, and these are some of the milestones that we need to achieve. I'm not willing to read this, but it is very clear that if you want, because the bridges are something which will put a footprint for next 100, 150, 200 years. And therefore, what you build must be elegant, must be aesthetic, must be sustainable, and must be addressed to the next generation. I give some examples of use of new material in bridges, which has been practiced or which has been started of late. This is a bridge in Germany, a footbridge, which is by use of new material, ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete. We have had a seminar recently on 23rd of this month where we discussed this, and I'm very happy to see that in India also some 5 or 6 bridges are already made, and 5 or 6 bridges are in the pipeline using this new material, ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete. This is a material for future, because you can save material volume by about 1/3 as compared to RCC or pre-stressed concrete, and the material has a strength which is 3 times that we normally use for concrete. It is more durable, more sustainable. And this is a quick comparison of ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete as compared to, it is about 20% more weight as compared to structural steel. And it is 1/3 that of RCC, and it is nearly 1/4, maybe 1 divided by 3.79 to be precise, for pre-stressed concrete. So you can see the material, once you reduce the weight of the deck superstructure using this material, you can save on the foundation and you can increase the longevity of the structure. Of course, today the material is very costly, but if you look at the overall life cycle cost, and that is what is the mantra today, we need to always evaluate a particular material on the basis of life cycle cost, not based on the initial cost. And if we do a life cycle costing, then this material will definitely be a winner, and this is the future for bridge engineers. Another new material which we have rarely used but has got a huge potential for sustainable development is stainless steel. And this is one example of a footbridge in Germany which is called Trump Footbridge. It is designed by Schleich, Bergerman and Partners, the organization who has been involved in India deeply for iconic bridges like Signature Bridge in Delhi, like Vidyasagar Setu in Kolkata. And this is an excellent footbridge, which is, you can see the sleekness, and this entire bridge was, erected, as you can see on the right-hand side. It is such a lightweight, and it is so aesthetic, and in the overall life cycle costing, you can see this graph shows the overall life cycle costing compared with a carbon steel, and you can see though the initial cost, which is shown by the first bar, is higher, much higher, maybe more than 2 times. But when it comes to the cost of installation, cost of maintenance, and the net income, you can see there is overall reduction of about 22% in the life cycle costing. And that is the kind of calculations we need to do to justify what we are doing. This is another bridge, which is a pulley bridge in United Kingdom, which is a steel stainless steel composite road bridge. This is a highway bridge. The other two examples I showed were pedestrian bridges. And such an elegant structure and such a lightweight structure is a good example of a sustainable bridges. This is another bridge in UK, Taplow Bridge of similar kind. The steel structure was designed with structural efficiency in mind, but allowed a clear architectural identity. So these are just some of the examples which I have shown, which is the looking towards the future. So what, in a nutshell, I would say is the future belongs to sustainable bridges. We have to remember 5 R's for sustainable and value engineered design. Firstly, we need to refuse, don't build if there is an alternative. So the first mantra is that try to, less is more, as the saying goes, that if we can avoid building a structure, better to avoid that. Second, if we are designing and conceptualizing, then we must have a provision for reuse. We must have an efficient design, reduce the material to the extent possible, try to recycle the material that we use, and regenerate, make maximum use of the existing structures and facilities. Now, what are the key drivers for change? If we want to bring in all these changes that we are talking about for climate resilient structure, then we have to be under one umbrella, all the stakeholders, industry, academic institutions, investors, insurers, government, client, as well as technology providers. We all have to be under one roof and work together. And this is the model which is being followed in many countries. I can show examples of Norway, I can show examples of UK, where some 200, 300 stakeholders have joined hands and taken a pledge and working towards this goal. This is a Dofnut graph which very beautifully shows how, where should we go in terms of safe and just space for humanity. What you see in this, the light green circle is the portion where we should be. We should have development which meets the social foundations. We should not fall short of those developments which are bare minimum required. That is in the inner circle. But we should at the same time not overshoot, or we should not overdo. I can show many examples where few structures probably could be avoided. It was not required. But it is due to some other political reasons we build certain structures. So we have to strike a balance between we neither overshoot nor have a shortfall, and we should have an ecological ceiling, which is the outer dark green, is the ecological ceiling. So this is a graphical representation of what we are trying to say. Influencing the stakeholders from the multiple sectors. This is a beautiful graph again. I've picked up from a presentation by Jan Firth of UK. And what he says is that, as a structural engineer and a bridge engineer, whatever you do, you can have a contribution to the tune of 10% in the reduction. If you join hands with architects, builders, probably you can increase from 10% to 25%. And if you also join hands with the client and all put together their brains together, we can sort of help to reduce by 50%. But if we want the balance 50%, then we have to, bring all not only the stakeholders, but also the whole society. And together we have to push in the right direction. There are many situations where the push and pulls go simultaneously, cancelling each other. And that is where we need to really look forward to. Importance of initial concept I mentioned. I think I don't need to repeat this. I mentioned that the initial conceptual stage design is extremely important if we want to reduce the carbon footprint. So finally, my vision and recommendations: we need to encourage new materials, new possibilities, carbon fiber, glass fiber, aluminum, UHP, FRC, stainless steel, etc. use of advanced analytical tools for refined assessment and more economical structures. We need to go out of the, preliminary designs and, a very conservative design to a more economical designs. In recent, deliberations in UK, they have started reducing their floor live loads because they realized that the floor live loads in the code, which they have been using for the last 30, 40 years, in actual practice they have experimented that the loads are only 80%. So they have started now sort of revisiting and reducing the load so that they can economize on the structure. This is the direction. Use of climate-friendly solution with green profile, look across borders for inspiration and ideas, work with enthusiasm, passion, and with professional ambition. Focus on what you cannot see yet. So the bridge to build, we have another bridge to build other than the physical bridges. We know that the government and the politicians and the owners, they have all the good intentions and have the power. But the solutions are really in the hands of structural engineers and civil engineers. We have the solution, but we don't have the power to force those decisions. So challenge is also to build this bridge between these two parties. And so we need to get our acts together as engineers and seek influence. So final closing remarks, let us as engineers get back to responsible engineering in the true sense of the word for the benefit of a sustainable and resilient world for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for sensitizing us about decarbonize and grow and designing and constructing the structure to limit the disaster to hazard only. Few days back on 23rd, in a workshop, Secretary RTS, sir, rightly quoted, innovation without quality consciousness is a disaster. Now we have technology available like SCADA, CCTV camera, drone TV camera, 3D machine-guided digital or technology-driven or data-driven construction. Already NHEA is doing one project, Lucknow-Kanpur, with this 3D machine-guided highway construction. With this background, now I request Sri Roshan Purohit to present this technology-driven construction. Over to you.
Thank you. Respected members on the dais and respected ministry officials and delegates, very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Jha for giving this opportunity to be able to present here. Trimble as a company, it's a technology innovator. And we have technology from various stages, starting from alignment planning to design to construction and post-construction. And the topic that has been given to me today is especially to touch one aspect of technology, that is technology-driven highway construction. And here I'll be talking about the machine control technology primarily. So. One aspect is like we see today, massive construction in India, which is an opportunity for us, but at the same time, it poses a great challenge as well, in terms of quality of construction. So high speed and high quality, I mean, that's a delicate balance which only, the technology can, meet and take care of both. Okay, So to start with, just a comparison, how the, construction happening today and what is the possibility. So today, we see like on the left-hand side, you can see that it's a manual-based construction. So there are a lot of people trying to put a lot of stakes on the ground and telling the machines and assets working at construction site what to do. Okay, and so basically what is happening today, like the 3D design is converted to a 2D paper map, and then from there we are trying to recreate the 3D product, and in the process we bring a lot of inefficiency to the process. And on the other side, the machines are intelligent enough, they understand the design, they understand the survey data, okay, and the machines are controlled, okay, so in an automated manner to do or reproduce this 3D product. So here typically, the machines are intelligent enough to understand the 3D to 3D kind of environment, okay. So typically, I mean, when we look at, why machine control system, I mean, what are the benefits it brings in for highway construction, okay? And the first thing, it's reduce reworks and at a fewer pass counts, and it increase the speed of construction, okay? And eventually, it uses less labor, less fuel, less material, so that means, less cost for the project, and increases the profit, increase the quality of product, and overall, the speed that we are looking at a high quality. So, what is the machine control technology? I mean, in a nutshell, for illustration purpose, I'm using a grader. So here, basically, we put a lot of sensors on this, on machines, installed on machine. But what is very important is, it also has a positioning technology, which is computing the position or the 3D coordinate of the blade of the machine, okay, at a speed of 20 times a second. That means, it's almost real time and at a very high speed. And then we put a computer in front of the operator inside the cabin, where a 3D design model can be loaded, and the coordinate that is computed for the tip of the bucket, tip of the blade or bucket, is referenced back to the design, and now the operator knows how where the blade is, how much he needs to drop or he needs to pull, or there is an automatic system. If we switches on that automatic system, then the technology takes control of it and controls the blade and position it to the right grade. Okay, so that is a kind of scenario we are talking for all machine types. And one analysis we did, with the conventional way and the technology way, a kind of cost comparison, or what kind of saving it can bring in. Okay, and this is the result of that. We can have for one grader we are talking, it can bring a saving up to 44%. And here we are talking just one machine. And there are so many machines and so many assets and so many stages, so many processes, in a construction site. And if we add up everything, we are talking here easily around 10% of the project cost. And that is the kind of saving, this technology can bring to the project. This is one example from a road projects in New Zealand, which was reported, on different parameters of saving. So the machine productivity went up by 71%. Fuel saving was around 43%. Material saving reported was around 11%. Reduction in survey time was 55%, and reduction in labor was 50%. And if we just sum up and calculate in monetary term, again we get back to that figure of reducing the project cost by 10%. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, machine control technology, it can be installed on all machine types. Okay, and for comparison, for explanation purpose, I have divided into two subgroups. First, the grading machines, which is grader, excavator, dozer, those kind of machines. And there, what we see today, I mean, from experience from various sites in India, a grader, normally it is targeted at for a production target of 25,000 cubic meter per month. And with technology, we are talking, even more than 50,000 cubic meter production per month. Okay, and this is something was achieved in various expressway projects. Okay, and the accuracy is a standard byproduct of it. We are talking centimeter level accuracy, at that high speed of production. and the layer thickness are assured as per standard. Similarly, when we talk about the technology on compaction or compactor or paver, okay, so on compactor, typically it measures and records the pass counts, okay, and we have a compaction sensor that can be correlated to the stiffness index, which can be correlated to the density. Okay, so here basically we are talking the intelligent compaction system that can help us to avoid under-compaction and over-compaction. Okay, and similarly on the paver side, a 3D technology basically is correcting the profile, the FRL itself. Okay, it really doesn't matter, if there are undulation at the lower surface. Okay, it corrects the profile, follow the design. Okay, and so it ensures, the smoothness and rideability are improved and are maintained as per standard. So these are some of the, okay. So one video from the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, one specific package. So you can see the machine is intelligent enough. Now there are no people running around the machine and trying to tell, what to do. The machine knows where to grade, and it's an automated, blade control. And the operator is just driving it like a car, to and fro. Okay? And now, with this kind of scenario, even a night grading is possible with the same level of performance that is achieved during daytime. Okay? So we are talking 24/7 operation here, even higher level of productivity. And with multi-shifting, probably we'll be talking about 70 to 80,000 kind of production per grader. Similarly, on excavator, when we talk about very high performance, slope with a very high accuracy, okay, so technology can help a lot because we have the 3D model in front of the operator, and the bucket position is referenced with the 3D model. So typically, the operator knows, how to do the profile, how to operate the excavator. It doesn't require any, external guidance, for the job. So as we say, some operators are fast, others are accurate, and with technology it can be both. Okay, so it simplifies the operation typically. Okay, it makes a average operator a great operator, and a great operator becomes even better. Okay, so as we know, all the construction, the grading, etc., are lot dependent on the operator capability. This technology is kind of simplifying that piece as well. This is one example of paver, a 3D paver in a Kuwait road project. So there it was used for the correction of the profile, okay, after some issues were detected in that road construction. Now this is an interesting picture. This is from Maldives airport, and it has 6 paver doing tandem paving. And here we are talking about accuracy of 3 to 4 millimeter. There is no construction joint, very smooth. The entire runway was done in one go. Yeah. And when it comes to compaction, this is the operator screen. It, how it looks like, how we simplify it, because no engineers are running the operator, a compactor. Okay, operator is running it. So what we provide here is the pass counts, a kind of color coding. So we tell the operator, what kind of passes are required, how many numbers of passes are required, and when the number of passes, the required number of passes are achieved, okay, it turns green. So we tell the operator, go and paint everything green. So that is as simple as that. Okay, and similarly, as I mentioned, the compaction sensor. Okay, it is kind of providing the stiffness, which is correlated with the density information. Okay, and that mapping is also provided to the operator. So operator knows, how many passes to be done. Okay, whether what is the density achieved, etc. So those informations are coming here on board. And above all these activity that is happening at site can be brought back in real time, okay, and can be put in form of a dashboard at a central location, Okay, so it can be on a smartphone, it can be on tablet. Okay, so we have all the information, the as-built information in real time in our hand. Okay. So typically, summarizing, this technology is bringing a lot of benefit to all stakeholders involved. Okay, so we have like more transparency. The quality is better. You have the digital records created automatically in real time during construction, which can be utilized for inspection. Then similarly, for contractor, it is more, operational efficiency, 24/7 operation, lower cost, better quality, etc. Now, having said that, this technology, as Mr. Jha mentioned, NHEA has already mandated in one of the project. It's a pilot project. Okay, but we see a lot of interest in construction companies who are now adopting on grading machine because of obvious reason. But when it comes to compaction and paving, we don't see that kind of adoption yet. Okay, and that is where actually we will require probably a kind of policy interference. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rohit, for enlightening us about future generation construction. And as we all know, compaction itself will increase your asset life by 3 to 5 times. With test, we can know the compaction of a point, but by adopting intelligent compaction system, we have continuous mapping. Now I request Chair of the session, Sri S.K. Nirmal, ADG Nodal, officiating DG RDSS, to conclude the session. So, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So this session on innovative and sustainable technology is a very, very timely session, particularly in the context that we have a huge road development program, and as informed by Secretary that second largest budget of this year has been given to our ministry for road construction. And we have to construct almost 12,000 kilometer roads, length of roads every year. That kind of targets have been set. And we know the kind of resources which are there and which are depleting very fast if we continue to use the conventional technology. So there is an urgent need to look forward to the innovative technologies, sustainable technologies. In fact, then we have to understand what is holding us to use these new materials, new technologies. When we have an organization, Indian Road Congress, which is developing these codes, and we have almost for all the materials, the codes specifications are also available, then why we are not using it? So the first of all is the fear of failure. That is what is there in engineers as well as TPR consultants. That is what is holding us. So in fact, this was debated in great detail even a decade back in 2012-13. And then, in fact, I processed that particular proposal and took the approval from our minister that for any failure in use of new technologies and new materials, the officer or the contractor should not be held responsible. And that approval we took on the file so that there is a confidence at least that even if we implement these technologies and there is a failure, there should not be any punishment or anything, any vigilance against these officers or contractors or consultants. So with that, we even invited all the manufacturers and promoters to bring their materials and use on pilot projects. We directed all our divisions, national highway divisions, to take these pilot projects in there and construct some kilometers at least in every state using this technology and these materials. In fact, in IRC there is a committee called Accreditation Committee since 2009, and already they have more than 200 materials which have been certified by that committee after a very rigorous examination of those materials and technologies. So in order to bring the confidence in the users and these agencies. Even then, we are not finding enough use of these materials. So in fact, in 2020, a very elaborate circular has come out from the ministry on 14 December 2020, where all these have been compiled together. All the codes, all the guidelines, and what are the, our contract documents, manuals, what are the provisions. In fact, there are already very clear provisions in the manual which are enabling us to use these new technologies and new materials on our EPC contracts, because now we are doing mostly EPC contracts. And in fact, he has already informed our secretary also 3 days back in conference. He said, I want to put the responsibility on the officers that those who are not using, I will take them to task. So I think we have to change our mindset now, particularly from the DPR consultants, our authority engineers, as well as our implementing agencies from ministry and NHEA, NHIDCL, that we should allow these new technologies and new materials. And there should not be complaint that from the concessionaires that we are not being allowed, though there are codes available in India, IRC codes or other American codes, because this circular is very clear, that 14 December circular. So apart from this, and ministry has taken a lot of initiatives in their use, and they are promoting their use. In fact, the directions are being given. So that is why this particular session was very important, that we should spread this awareness. In fact, we are also having various seminars, conferences in different parts of India to sensitize our officers and engineers that what are the codes available and how to implement them, how to bring them in design. And in fact, today's these 3 presentations were very, very excellent presentations, where they have given in very detail how we can use these sustainable technologies. Professor V. Raghavan has given the importance in design, that what options are available already in IRC 37, why we are not trying to use them. And I think at least one technology that CTB and CTSB has found now very, very large scale use. And now there is a confidence in all the agencies, and we are allowing. In fact, I remember 3-4 years back, NHEA had refused to implement this. And then there was a reference to ministry, and ministry took, there were meetings where we convinced NHEA that it is, definitely there is a cost saving, there is a material saving, and we have to use these technologies. And since then, now we find almost every project, their CTB, CTSB is being used. So that kind of this unconventional need to be brought into the mainstream. That is what we should see by use of initially maybe pilot projects and then maybe in the mainstream projects. So that is what, and various strategies also he has explained, Professor V. Raghavan in his presentation, and various other techniques like full depth reclamation has been used very extensively even in rural roads. So we should also try to see that how we can use. Recycling was one thing for which 30 years back we started our first guideline. Still we are not able to utilize this recycling to what we should have utilized. So, and he has also suggested to take up these pilot projects through the pilot project committee of IRC. That also we will revive, because there was a committee in 2012, but later on it was disbanded. But we will try to revive and see that some of the technology we can start with this pilot project committee of IRC. Then another presentation by Sri Alok Bhomik on sustainable technology in bridge structures also was very, very informative and very useful, particularly that use of UHP, ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete, on which there was a seminar 3 days back, workshop, that we should promote this use. In fact, ministry has already come out with a circular just last month to promote the use of ultra high performance concrete. And similarly now IRC has brought out, I think this may be also very few countries in the world have the guidelines on FRP bars, fiber reinforced polymer concrete, polymer reinforcement bars. So that also, this code has come, guideline has come, as well as state-of-art report has also come. So maybe with that we will have the replacement of steel reinforcement in the form of glass in the beginning, and then maybe carbon fibers and others. So these also are very innovative materials and technologies. And the final presentation on the technology was very, very interesting and very important, that use of 3D in our construction, right from excavation and paver, we have seen their use being done in one pilot project, and I think slowly it will also find use in our mainstream projects. With that, I thank all the three eminent presenters for their excellent presentations, and thank you all for bearing with us and listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. S.K. Nirmal and Mr. Vidur Jha and all the eminent panelists. I have a few housekeeping kind of announcements to make. By this time we would have finished our lunch. Now I invite those who have not had their lunch to kindly proceed to the atrium on my left for lunch. Dignitaries who were seated in the dais in the forenoon and our eminent panelists who have made presentation may like to proceed to the right. There is another dining hall for them. We'll honor them by inviting them for lunch in the dining room on the right side. And now it is my difficult duty to announce in how many minutes we have to meet. So I am happy to tell you that a large number of people took the advantage of the delay and they've had their lunch. So I propose that we meet after 25 minutes. Does that work? Because we have to make up. In the evening we are bound by protocol. We cannot shift that. So it is important and I request everybody. So now it is 1:50. Can we meet at 2:15? Hanji. Acha, now the final announcement, and this is very, very important. We have, madam, give me the program in the today morning, afternoon wala. So we have hall 4 with a capacity of 200 people. We have hall 4 with a capacity of 200 people, and that is in addition to the plenary hall. So I'm going to make a few requests. Rakesh, can you bring me that paper which I gave you?
So otherwise these are the sessions that we take in the plenary hall. These two and these two.
Yeah. There will be 2 sessions here in the plenary hall by, मैंने जो लिखा था वो, तुमको हाँ, I gave you paper ना, हाँ, वहाँ से ले आना. So the session on innovative technologies will take place here. It was to have started at 1:45, it will start at 2:15. And the session on innovations in geospatial technology will take place here. But there are 3 sessions in Hall 4. And we have eminent speakers there. So I am requesting, we will be informing Mr. Prasad, ADG, Mr. Mahavir Singh, member, and 50 officers from MORTH, 50 from HOI, and 50 from NHBF to kindly join the 3 discussions on, number 1, design of special structures, innovative pavement materials, and design of road and geotechnical engineering, the international perspective, from a speaker who will be speaking to us from Istanbul online. So, many structural engineers and all the officers who are involved in design, who are interested also in design, will after lunch move to the hall number 4 in this campus, in this building, and then thereafter we will all meet at 4:30 here and be ready for the 5 o'clock meeting. Seating plan will be recast for the 5 o'clock meeting, for which you will have half an hour to find your seats and sit down. Thank you so much.
in hill roads.
He will be there with us now for the session. Sanjay Kumar will also session. He's speaking for 5 minutes in that session. So he'll be there.
You are Miss Minimal.
No, I am Ananya Narayan. Okay.
With due respect, I will now invite on stage Ms. Minimal Corolla, Head Strategic Initiatives and Projects, Macquarie Environmental Solutions Private Limited. Can we all please welcome her with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Corolla has more than 20 years of experience in introducing and educating on new technology, polymeric and bioengineering material. She got unique opportunities to get involved in challenging projects of the nation in the domain of slope stabilization, riverbank stabilization, etc. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and over to you.
As I had announced, you would like to make a presentation? Yeah, please. So there is a presentation from Madam Minimal Corolla ji, as requested by Prerna. Can we all settle down? Please settle down. Please settle down. So this is a session on innovative technologies for slope stabilization in hill roads in plenary hall. And just before she begins, as announced earlier, I request officers to ensure that there is a session, parallel session on design of special structures being chaired by Shri R.K. Pandey ji. So those of you who are interested in special structures, this is a lecture in Hall 4 by Mr. Vinay Gupta, Director and CEO of Tandon Consultants. So may I request young consultants who are here that they might like to move to Hall 4 to hear Mr. Tandon. But others may kindly now will settle down and begin the discussion. Madam Corolla, please.
Good afternoon, all respected officials and all participants. So the topic which is given to me, the innovative structures for slope stability in hill roads. So I am taking it especially as it is hill roads. I am selecting the use of the flexible structures, and I want to begin with where the Nirmal sir has stopped. He was telling that most of these innovative materials or many innovative materials are already covered in the new IRC guidelines or the ministry guidelines, and what is now stopping us to use it. So I'm taking from there, I'm not bringing anything which is totally new to us or totally we are not knowing, but the materials which are already known to all of us, but which have come to the Indian industry in the last 2 decades, and enough pilot projects are being done, and specifications, the codes, state-of-art reports have already published. People know now whether this will work or not. That understanding is there. But still, it has not popularized enough. It may be popular in some segments, but it is not popularized everywhere. So this my session, I will structure it like an introduction to flexible systems, then as it is slope stability, especially we need to start with the simple erosion control materials, which are the new in the industry. Then flexible retaining walls, especially simple Gaussian gravity walls, reinforced soil structures, the different types of reinforced soil structures with the different types of fascia systems and the composite mixed structures. Cut slope stabilization, again something which really getting evolved a lot. Then rockfall, debris flows, avalanche mitigation, which is quite important for few of the Himalayan states. Flexible structures, few landmark case histories. Then national and international standards. We do have national standards especially, but definitely in somewhere the international standards are getting cross-referred in our national standards, and some recommendations from my side. So the highlights are, which you will be again seeing in the concluding remarks, the flexible structures are structures which can accommodate movements, whether it is vertical, whether it is horizontal, whether it is some deformations, but these structures can accommodate to a significant extent compared to the rigid conventional structures like maybe the concrete or maybe the masonry. These structures can accommodate more, but definitely they are also having the limits. If we know that what are the limits, then we can take the advantage of the design optimization. Most of these systems are self-draining because when it is coming to the hills, even if water is quite important part of our life, when it is coming to the hills, most of the slope failures, the villain is water. So the drainage is very important, and these structures are self-draining, and that self-draining nature will make it more economical. And most of these structures can take vegetation through it. We need not have to do that extensive tree cutting and all, which will really contribute for the eco-friendliness and carbon footprint reduction. And due to their flexibility, it can accommodate some subsidence, it can accommodate some differential settlements to a great extent, and hence, we may not be able to nullify the need of ground improvements, but we can control it, the need can be minimized. However, definitely, we cannot take it for granted. The right specification, the design, as well as the installation steps are there. We cannot compromise. It needs to be done. It needs to be followed correctly. And all these materials, again, I want to repeat, the last decade, definitely the ministry as well as the IRC has brought a very appreciable effort of bringing all these guidelines by bringing the multi-specialists to each committee and encouraging them to give time for it, and those are at present it is available. And successful case studies in India shows that they are economical and durable. Of course, definitely we know that unless economy is proven, unless some cost effectiveness is there, how much we are pushing also, no technology will become popular. Okay? And secondly, it need to be proving the performance also, then only somebody will adopt it again. So few case studies and a series of the same technology which is utilized is proving that these structures are cost effective and they are technically successful. So let me start about the slope stability from the basics. So if I, as a geotechnical engineer, if I am seeing the slope, my first classification is geotechnically stable slopes, but some local slips or local erosion problems are there. And second is geotechnically unstable slopes. We cannot mix these two because the solution concept, the approach will be different. So if it is a geotechnically stable slopes, to understand that whether it is geotechnically stable, of course some studies are required, but still the observational methods onwards, we can do the analysis and studies quite fast way. And we can go for the appropriate erosion control measures. So let us look at what our guidelines, published guidelines like IRC 56, as well as the MORTH ministry specifications recommending what all innovations are getting recommended and in which conditions we can select the appropriate type of erosion control measures. Okay, so if it is a cut slope or if it is a man-made slope, for the erosion control, if the slope is quite gentle, say less than 32 degree, and if the rainfall is less to moderate, low to moderate, so in that case, we can go for creating a situation where the vegetation is coming back. And we may be able to use the coir or jute, which is plenty in India, and that will definitely give an assurance that the erosion will get controlled. But when the slope is becoming more steep and rainfall intensity is more severe, in that case, we may have to supplement our naturally available bioengineering materials with some other materials which are having some good tensile strength. Especially the slope will become stable. Sorry, slope is more steep. But the basic assumption is it is geotechnically stable. So the MORTH 700, it's giving a, I think, the table 7, it's giving a table where it is recommending that up to 45 degree, we can go for either the bioengineering material, which is reinforced with some tensile elements, or we can go with the polymeric material, which is having the tensile strength. So we can go with a erosion control mat, preferably a 3-dimensional erosion control mat. And when the steepness is much higher than that, okay, I'm just telling the arbitrary numbers I am remembering, but definitely when we are analyzing the geotechnical stability, we need to see that what slope, it will be stable. But if the slope is, say, more than 65 degree, and because of the strata is having good properties, maybe it is rocky, or maybe it is having a soil boulder mix, which is having higher properties. So in that case, we can still bring the vegetation back by using the 3-dimensional erosion control mat, which is reinforced with either a geogrid or a steel mesh. The MORTH is suggesting the tensile strength as 10 kilonewton per meter to 35 kilonewton per meter. Now, in certain cases, even if after we are going for all this erosion control mat or maybe geocell, so in that case also, the vegetation may not come because the agronomical characteristics of the soil is weak. So in that case, it may not come easily. So there, to guarantee the vegetation growth, we can go for hydroseeding. And this hydroseeding is not just seeds and water, just we are pumping. When we are making the effort for it, or when we are investing in that, if we can mix some of the nutrients as well as the components which are favoring the vegetation growth, then that hydroseeding will definitely bring a 100% success. So the hydroseeding is the technology which can be used in such slopes. Now let us go to the second classification, where the geotechnical stability is not there. There we may have to go for different types of structures, maybe a retaining structure, or maybe just a toe wall or a breast wall. And for that we usually use maybe masonry wall, maybe a PCC wall. But the same time, in our hill states, especially Himalayan states, wire crates was quite popular. So it's not a technology which has come from somewhere else. For years before also, handmade crates were available. But here, the last decade, the India Bureau of Indian Standards as well as our IRC has published a series of guidelines which is talking about engineered gabions. So this engineered, mechanically woven, engineered gabions are good building units to construct retaining walls or other protection structures. And what are their advantages? Their advantages are these mechanically woven gabions, they can be connected to each other using lacing wires. And once they are connected, usually the joints are considered as the weakest planes. But once these type of mechanically woven gabions are connected, they will become a complete monolithic unit. So we can go for a plane strain condition, which is making the force distribution as quite simple. Second, it is very flexible. As I told that, these type of structures, even if the differential settlement chances are there or a subsidence is there, still it can accommodate to a great extent. Okay? So for example, a RCC retaining wall, when we are designing, we will say that the general settlement should not be more than, say, 40 mm, or differential settlement should not be more than 25 mm. But for a gabion wall, you can go up to 300 mm, or in some cases, it can go up to 500 mm. So that's a great extent. Then it is completely free draining. Usually, as per the IRC guidelines or MORTH 2500 session, if you are filling the gabions with the stones of that size, it will come with a 30 to 40% voids. That means it will be completely free draining and there is no chance of any pore pressures. And definitely these structures doesn't require very high skilled laborers and all. Definitely one mason may be required, but the rest of the crew can be semi-skilled laborers, even women and the unskilled laborers can support. And the durability, so these structures are what the MORTH 2500 is speaking. It's talking clearly about the galvanization standards and the polymeric coating standards. So if it is getting followed, then the durability can be, the certifications for this type of structures, it can go up to more than 120 years. And but the most important characteristics, which is making it very dear to us, when the time goes by, the gravity behavior is increasing. The siltation which happens, the resistance against the forces will be increasing, and the vegetation, if it is taking the roots through that, it will more stabilize only. Whereas if vegetation is taking the roots through a concrete structure or a masonry structure, it may create cracks. But the gabions, one problem is, it's definitely requires a lot of stones. So even if we can do all the analysis in a simple way, whether it is sliding, overturning, or foundation bearing pressures, so everywhere the gravity plays a part. And for this gravity, the stones have to be there, and it need to be designed as a little bulky structures. So what can we do if we want the flexibility but we don't have so much stones? So there we can combine the gabion structures with the other flexible technologies. So one of the other flexible technologies is reinforced soil systems. So we do have now the standards for different types of reinforced soil systems. We do have reinforced soil system with the concrete panel fascia. We do have reinforced soil systems with the segmental block. We do have reinforced soil system with the gabion as fascia with an integrated tail. We do have reinforced soil system with the vegetated fascia. Provided when we are going for vegetated fascia, we need to have some space because we cannot make it vertical. Okay? So in the case of where we want the flexibility, and at the same time, we don't have much stones, we can go with the reinforced soil structure. And whatever the stones available, we can use it for the fascia of the bottom block. So what you are seeing in the drawing, that's a composite structure which is adopted in NH21, Kiratpur, where the bottom block, you can see that the fascia is of gabion. And the primary reinforcement is a geogrid, which is going almost 0.7 times the height. Whereas the upper part is a vegetated fascia. But it is not simply vegetation only. there is the same gabions, the mesh element, woven mesh element is there, which is wrapping around, which is stiffened with a weld mesh, and in between the soil and these meshes, there is a coir erosion control mat also. So the combination of this solution worked in Kiratpur, the NH21, very nicely for the valley sides, say 15 meter to 25 meter high structures are being constructed. And I think almost the last 10 monsoons, where a lot of flash floods, lot of the slide problems are there, it worked very well. So, there are different components of reinforced soil structures are there. So that's very well clearly written in MORTH 3100, which is a very classic clauses are there. And it may be the one part of MORTH where even you can see some equations and some design aspects. Otherwise, it is a specification book we know. But maybe it is a design guideline has not come in 2013 when the MORTH, the current volume is published. So to give the understanding for the designers as well as the specification users, this 3100 is containing the design aspects too. Now another area where the flexible systems will work in slope stability, that is in the rockfall mitigation or debris flow or snow avalanche mitigation measures. So rockfall, you know, it is again a type of landslide. Only thing here, in the usual landslide, it will be a slow movement, maybe in an inclined path, whereas in the rockfall, the rocks used to fall vertically downwards due to the force of gravity. So a state-of-art report, IRC HRB 23, which is being published, so that's giving the classification of the different types of rockfall mitigation measures, what you can see as the chart in the slide. So the measures are divided into warning measures, protection measures, retention measures, and prevention measures. So the warning measures is mostly it is digital, but the other measures, which I can tell as the flexible structures, which are given the green tick, like in the protection structures, the drapery system, the different types of meshes, steel meshes, they can be used for draping the rock surface so that the rock will not fall very easily or the rocks will get guided. Then rockfall barriers, in some places, like Himalayan hills, we will not be able to drape the entire hill. So instead of that, we can place the steel barriers, steel flexible barriers at some mid-path between the place where the rock detachment is happening and where the infrastructure is to be protected, whether it is road or whatever it is. It's between the mid-path, we can create a steel barrier, a steel flexible barrier, which can accommodate or absorb a lot of movements or the energy which is coming as a result of the transformation of the potential energy from the height of fall to the kinetic energy. Then there are rockfall attenuators or hybrid barriers. These hybrid barriers, it's an illustration I can show, it's a combination of the rockfall barrier and the drapery system. So it's not so common in India, even if it is mentioned in this HRB 23, but in the USA and all, what I understand that they use it in a very optimized way, very cost-effective way. They combine the barriers and drapery system using the hybrid barriers. So then when it is coming to the retention measures, the retention measures is usually with the short nails and the same drapery system. When we are using it together, they are called retention systems. We can see a few case studies. And finally, the prevention measures. Prevention measures is the rock detachment itself is, the driving forces are completely getting controlled, then the rock detachment is getting prevented. So usually the drainage measures are prevention measures. The long nails, which go in the anchor zone, not the active zone, beyond the active zone which is going, that is also a prevention measure. So these are some illustrations which are shown in IRC HRB 23. So rockfall protection measures, we can see the drapery systems which are nailed or pinned at the top only, or it can be pinned at both top and bottom, because if we are pinning it only at the top, then we need to have some ditches at the bottom and there should be space. If space is not there, we have to pin it at the top as well as at the bottom. But then these measures need to be designed for taking the debris which is collected at the bottom. Okay? And then we can have complete surface anchors apart from the top anchoring as well as the bottom anchoring. And we may wonder that how we can design it, because a hill surface, especially the natural rock slope, which will be having very uneven type of surfaces. But there are very good, the analytical methods are there, those are being mentioned in our guidelines. And nowadays, good softwares are available, which need to be used by a experienced designer who is having the concept of the geomorphological characteristics of the rock, as well as the slope geometry, and definitely the other aspects like hydrological as well as the geological aspects. So now coming to the barriers, as I told that the barriers need to design in such a way that the meshes which are being used in the barriers, it should be able to absorb the kinetic energy which is really transformed from the potential energy of the rock. So it need to be again designed for the serviceability characteristics as well as the strength characteristics. So when we are thinking about the serviceability characteristics, it is about the deformation of the meshes, and these the available type of the specifications which is described in the guidelines like ISO IS 17745 as well as ISO IS 17746, that is ensuring that it will not create any problem in the site. Now, the rockfall embankments, if we are having some space and if we are having good soil, even if it is a marginal fill, we can create a rockfall embankment. We have seen earlier the rockfall barriers, steel barriers, which can take the type of the steel barriers which is available in our country. At present, it is up to 10,000 kilojoule. But with the rockfall embankment, simple soil, and some reinforcement with some geogrid, we can create up to 20,000 kilojoule, provided we do have some space. So the same type of soil reinforcement system, how we are constructing, we can create this, the rockfall embankments. Okay, so I'm skipping a little. Now about the rockfall retention measures. The rockfall retention measures is something where the nailing and the drapery systems, whatever we have seen, the different types of meshes, that can be used together. So what are the, nailing is not a new technology. It means we all know nailing, anchoring and all. But these fascias, the fascias, what are the different types of fascias which can be used if it is a rock face, a total rock face which may be having some weathering or maybe having some discontinuities. So in that case, with the help of a geologist or a rock mechanics expert, we may have to see that what can be the size of the stones which can get detached and from what height. So if the size of the rocks is estimated as the maximum size can be 60 centimeter, then we can use the regular double-twisted mesh which we are using for the gabions and all. We can use the same DT mesh as the drapery system. But if it is say up to 1.5 meter is the maximum size of my stones, I may not be able to contain it with this gabion mesh. I may have to go for maybe we can use the given mesh, but it may have to be reinforced with some cables. Okay? And if again in the Himalayas, sometimes the stone size can go up to say 3 meters. That means almost one room's, the room height. So that type of stones are coming. Again, we can use the drapery system with the long nails and some short nails, but your mesh here may have to have very high energy capacity. So the cable panels, some cable panels are now available in the industry. There are manufacturers are there, and the specification is already outlined in our IRC HRB 23, or a ISO document is there, which Bureau of Indian Standards are following. That is also giving for the cable panels with its energy absorption capacity, how it can be decided. Okay? So we do have the type of materials are available in India. Different manufacturers are there, so a healthy competition can be expected. The testing standards are there. Not only the IRC guideline, the Bureau of Indian Standards are also supporting. So we can use those type of facilities now available. Now I'm going back to the previous slide. Okay. So in this slide we can see that in the rockfall protection measures, all the time we don't have to go for very high capacity high capacity drapery systems. If the fascia is of overburden material, which is of small rocks or a mix of soil and boulder, there we can go with the bioengineering measures or erosion control mat. We don't have to go for the high-fi materials. Okay, now the rockfall warning measures I told, but as it is not so much about flexibility, we don't have to talk. I am skipping that. All right. So when we are talking about the barriers, the same barriers can be used to control the debris flows also. So for the debris flow barriers, again, it can be classified into two. One is the open barriers. The open barriers usually will be provided when usually the debris flows happens in wide channels, then we can go for this open barriers. But if it is a small stream, but a lot of debris are coming, debris flows are happening, then in that case, we can go for small channel barriers, which is shown in the bottom illustration. All right. Now coming to the cut slope. Now recently I relocated from north to south India, and I am seeing that a lot of projects are involving cut slope stabilization. And everyone's criteria is the same. I don't want to use the space. Space constraint is there for everyone. So almost vertically they want to make the slopes to stand. If it is vertical, it is not a slope. But they want it vertical, and the cut slope height is so high. So in that case, I won't say that we should go vertical. It is better to give some batter, especially if we want a vegetation. But with a proper methods, we can go nearly vertical. So the pictures what we are seeing here, especially the bottom ones, the one is Mumbai-Pune Expressway, where short nails as well as the long nails with horizontal drainage measures and the drapery systems which I described, high energy absorption panels as well as the steel grid, both are being used as the front fascia. So the Mumbai-Pune Expressway is somewhere the flexible systems are being used from 2000 onwards. We will see that case study photographs. But in 2015, 14-15, I think in July, so it has caused, the rockfall has caused the 4 people's death. So immediately the measures has to be taken, and these 4 stretches, the different types of drapery systems with the nails and barriers are adopted. And if you can see the right side, the nailing plus vegetated fascia, this is in Kerala, Tamil Nadu border. It's L&T is the main contractor. There a vertical, almost vertical cut that is being stabilized by long nails with the fascia, 3-dimensional erosion control mats reinforced with the steel mesh. And the hydroseeding, I described about the hydroseeding, this combination is being used there. Now, emergency measures, when there is especially in the monsoon time, lot of slides suddenly will happen. We will not be having the time for analyzing and adopting a fascia, then adopting a anchor nails, all this. So that time, suddenly if you want to really attain a slope stability, we can use systems like this. These are referred as umbrella system. So different brands are there which may be giving something similar to that, but in a generic name we can talk it as umbrella system, where the fascia system as well as the anchors are coming together. Like an umbrella, it can be folded and it can be installed so fast way, and its characteristics are facilitating such type of a fast installation. They are simple to deploy, flexible and light, and the connections are all simple, and we can use the locally available soil, locally available whatever it is. I think that is the most attractive feature of this. And finally, it can be transported also very easily. So definitely if these type of materials are, or the products are in stock, especially where critical slides are repeatedly happening every year, that may be a big blessing. Now, the same system, these umbrella structures, that can be used in the avalanche areas also. So we know that in a avalanche mitigation measures, when we are suggesting somewhere, we need to know that like a river, the avalanche also will be having the different types of zones. As per our Hill Road Manual, IRCSP 48, 1998, there is a formation or the starting zone, and then there is a middle zone where avalanche path and the runout zone. Okay, in that this umbrella systems can be used in the formation zone or starting zone as well as the sliding zone as the energy breaker as well as mitigation measure. Okay, so the conventional measures you see, for the avalanche protection, it is snow bridge, snow rake, and snow nets, snow umbrella. So the same umbrellas, what I have talked about as the emergency measures, we can use the same as the avalanche control measure also. Now, I mentioned it, quoting Sanjay Nirmal sir, that's all these guidelines are the IRC has managed in the last 2 decades, and MORTH specification, most of it, almost 99%, the specification is there, the design guidelines are there, the analytical procedures are there, testing and performance criteria, how to decide it, quality list, everything is there. Lot of effort, lot of the multi-specialist effort is being invested there, but we have to use it, and definitely a lot of use has already done in the Himalayan states, but this need to be popularized further. And these are the list of the documents which are covering all the materials and systems which I mentioned here. It's a 3-page, so I am not reading it and creating a very dry session. Now let us quickly see the photographs of some case histories. This is Mumbai-Pune Expressway. That was in 2000. A lot of gabion walls were constructed because stones were available. The tunnel, the muck which has come from the tunnel construction, that was being used by the 3 main contractors, the L&T, the HCC and Sharpuji Palanji. They used the same waste for filling the gabion boxes. So the same stretches, when we are seeing in 2005, we will not see the stones, but we will see the vegetation and the green patches. So this is in south, in my state, in Kerala. It's near to the Kudiran tunnel, NH47. Suddenly a collapse has happened in the monsoon month, exactly in July, and it need to be restored quickly. So 12 days it was being taken to procure the gabions, which was available in some other sites. and this gabion wall was being constructed. It is in fact at the top of a big hill. And that is really, I think it is in 2011 or 12, and definitely 10 years after that also it is working perfectly. This is not any national highway or anything, but it is an interesting project. DP Road Nasik, which is at the river bank of Godavari River, where black cotton soil, which is showing a lot of soiling characteristics. But apart from that, the slush was extending up to some 6 meter, which doesn't have any shear properties. And for the 2004 Kumbh Mela, this Nasik Municipal Corporation, they want to construct it very fast. So that time this gabion walls up to some 13 meter, it was being constructed with the minimum ground improvement. So ground improvement had to be done, but it is with a minimum replacement. So if you can believe CES, Consulting Engineering, they were the consultants, and the Nasik Municipal Corporations, their cost comparison, they have saved the ground improvement almost 90%. So it is just, the credit is to the flexibility of the system and the free draining behavior of the system. But we cannot get that type of a 90% everywhere. The cost advantage may be going from 20% to 35% most of the time. And it's mostly because of the free draining property as well as the less foundation requirement. This is a railway project, so I am skipping it, but it is a reinforced soil structure. It is not a gabion structure. It is a reinforced soil structure with a gabion fascia. And this is for the Southern Railway, where RCC was repeatedly failing between the stretches between the Kanyakumari to the central Kerala, Tiruvalla. So that was being replaced by a reinforced soil structure with the gabion fascia by the recommendation of IIT Chennai, and that's really working there. Okay, so we are coming back to the highway. This is Chardham project, Uttarakhand. There, what you are seeing a gabion structure and some vegetation, but in fact it is not a gabion structure. This is a reinforced soil structure, which is having 25-meter high, and the geogrid, that is the hero. It is going and reinforcing almost 18 meter. It is going inside, and the first block maybe up to 12 meter. It is with the gabion fascia. After that, it's a green fascia. The rest of the reinforced soil structure, that's with a slope fascia or with the vegetation. And what we cannot see that between the vegetation, there is enough drainage provisions are also being given. But the flexibility is making it possible that 25-meter high structure without any movements. This structure is instrumented the last 4 years. As per the ministry's instruction, the instrumentation is helping to understand that what is the lateral movements which is happening, how much strain is getting developed in each geogrid. So another structure, this is Kiratpur. I have already talked about this, NH21. This again a reinforced soil structure, and what we are seeing is immediately after construction. So it is a woven mesh and welded mesh is in the front, and the front fascia, the coir geotextile is inserted there, which is to facilitate the vegetation growth. So let us see 1 or 2 photos from the northeast. So this is a BRO structure. What we are seeing, there is a gabion structure which is supporting the rod above that, but in the valley side, what is going is, it is a 3-dimensional geomat, which in the erosion control measures I introduced, wherever the slope is steep and rainfall is higher, okay, there we have to go for, we cannot go with a simple jute or coir, we have to go for the erosion control mat with some tensile strength. So this is a good example of that. So again, Mumbai-Pune Expressway, it's such a dear project, it is coming again and again. We can see that the Mumbai-Pune Expressway near Adoshi Tunnel, the protection is with the nails, the drapery system, and you can see that, I don't know whether it is clear for everyone, but barriers you can see at the behind, which is really helping to prevent the rockfall from the top hill surface. This is not a highway project, this is a temple which is getting protected from the rockfall from the hillock, which is going 200 meters vertical above that and causing damages to the temple structure, as well as risk for the devotees, especially in the month of June and July. So a rockfall protection, the barriers, which are where the ring nets, I think the first time the ring nets are used in India, which is having very high capacity. And more than that, this project is having a significance. It was being placed with the help of choppers, helicopters. So initially when the feasibility was getting checked, the pilots of the helicopter, they have told that it cannot be done because the wind orientation is so much unfavorable. But later it was found that the morning 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, that time the wind orientation is favorable and the chopper can be used for placing these barriers. So again, it was the first project where the rockfall barriers were installed in India with the help of the choppers. So this is again a northeast project. It's umbrella system. It is used as the road restoration and road retention in Arunachal Pradesh. And same umbrella system is used in debris flow mitigation in Kedarnath. We can see a series of umbrella structures are used. The umbrella structures at one stage it can go up to 9 meters only. So we may have to use a series of structures. And finally, a hydroelectric project. When we have shown railway project and temple project and all, we need to talk about a hydroelectric project. This is a rockfall mitigation measures in Vishnughat Pipalkoti, but I am skipping as it is not our highway structure. So the summary is the flexible structures are ideal to use in hilly regions, erosion control mats, gabions, RS system, rockfall mitigation systems, nailed cut slope, umbrella structures are. These are few of the flexible systems which we discussed here, and these are discussed in very detailed way in IRC guidelines and publications now. They can accommodate movements without losing the structural integrity. Right specification, design and installation are important. We cannot ignore it, thinking that their tolerance capacity is higher. Still, we have to adhere to that. All these materials and installation methods are covered in the new guidelines, which is published by IRC and Ministry. And successful case studies in India shows that they are economical and durable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for an insightful session. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, our next session is on the theme Innovations in Geospatial Technology. And please join me in welcoming Ms. Ananya Narayan, Director, Geospatial World. Kindly keep the applause going as she joins us on the stage. And Mr. T.P. Singh, Director General, BISEC N, Bhaskaracharya National Institute for Space Application and Geoinformatics under Government of India. Would you like to? Over to you, ma'am.
I'll request Singh Sahab, please join on the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Shri Amit Ghosh sir for giving us this opportunity to present on innovations in geospatial technology. And a very good afternoon to all the respected ministry officials present here. The topic of my presentation is GeoBIM solutions for resilient infrastructure. However, we are also moderating this panel, so I have with me Mr. Kaushik Chakravarti from Bentley Systems. So I would request Kaushik to please join us on stage. The format of this discussion is we have a brief presentation on what geospatial technology is and what is its relevance today, what are the technology innovations happening. After that, we have a very interactive Q&A, I hope, on the new technology innovations that are happening in this field and how they impact the highway infrastructure sector in India. So for all of you, geospatial technology is not new. Geospatial is basically location. We've been hearing about the power of where. We've been hearing about how location is important. And geospatial technologies are very critical to get that location information, which we require for accurate positioning, for monitoring, for managing, for enhancing efficiency, productivity, and for maintaining compliance across all infrastructure projects and not just highway. But because we are focusing on highway infrastructure projects here, we have been seeing a lot of initiatives being taken in the country from the government of India and geospatial technology being pushed through and through consistently by the government of India, by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, so as to make sure that we leapfrog in the adoption and adaptation of geospatial technology in the country. Then we have the building information technology, which is often misinterpreted because building, the confusion with the verb and noun that is there. But building information technology is coming out to be one of the most leading technologies when it comes to designing and 3D modeling. And we will hear more from Kaushik later on what building information modeling is. So just quickly getting into the presentation, when we talk about resilient infrastructure, and I think the topic of resiliency or the topic of sustainability is very important and crucial, especially after following the presentation on slope stability. It's important to ensure in today's time that whatever infrastructure we are building today is resilient and sustainable for a very long period of time. Often, and I'm sure we all have experienced it in some form or the other, that there are cracks on the highway, the roads are not well built. What do we do to make sure that, that whatever infrastructure that we have today is resilient enough and sustains for a very long period of time? So what resilient infrastructure basically is, it is the ability of an asset to resist, absorb, accommodate, and recover the disturbances caused by a hazard in a timely and efficient manner. Infrastructure needs to be built in such a manner that, and by using technologies, that it is built, that it is resilient to stand test of times to any hazards, be it rockfalls, be it floods, any hazards that can actually take place in the country or that can affect it. So why is infrastructure resiliency imperative? There are natural shocks and hazards that are happening all across us. In India, we are prone to floods. We are prone to earthquakes as well. We see that happening day in and day out. I don't think I need to stress on why resiliency is required. But when we look at a couple of disruption costs and the kind of resilience investment benefits, we see about $18 billion is the direct damage to power generation and transport infrastructure globally. About $300 billion a year is the direct impact on households and firms, and about $90 billion a year is the direct impact on people and welfare of households. From an economic standpoint of view, those are huge numbers. When we look at the investment benefits, if the right technology is adopted at the right time and the focus is on developing sustainable and resilient infrastructure, that means highway infrastructure included, we can see a benefit of about $4.2 trillion and about $4 benefit for every $1 invested in technology. So the investment that goes in technology can have tremendous economic benefit going forward. Because we are focusing on two technologies here, which are going to have a major impact on the highway infrastructure in the future, along with the 4 IR technologies, fourth industrial revolution technologies that we talk about. So I'm sure, particularly during the COVID period and post-COVID, we've been hearing about a lot of technologies when it comes to the usage of cloud. When we talk about mobile mapping, we talk about Internet of Things, location detection technologies, which is primarily geospatial technologies, 3D printing, smart sensors. There are a lot of new technologies that have come up today which enable the geospatial technology ecosystem as well. These technologies which are available today are critical to develop sustainable and resilient highway infrastructure as well. Focusing on geospatial and BIM. So geospatial is the core of any highway infrastructure project, period. That is what it is. Surveying and mapping is a critical tool of the value chain of a highway infrastructure project. And surveying and mapping requires geospatial technology. Just to define what geospatial technology is, it's the LiDAR, it's the GPR, it's the radar, it's the satellite imagery, it's drones. All of these technologies give you geospatial data. They provide you with the spatial awareness that is required for developing or for conducting the pre-feasibility study for any project, particularly for highway infrastructure project. I would say the Government of India and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, by mandating LiDAR and by mandating drone usage, have taken a leapfrog in the adoption of geospatial technologies in Indian highway infrastructure projects. What is now happening is, from a technology innovation point of view, there is integration of geospatial data into the built environment, which is the building information modeling. The GIS and BIM integration, which is commonly known today as GeoBIM, is happening to bring the environmental context, the spatial awareness that is required, with the building awareness that is required to build any infrastructure asset. The GeoBIM is required to intelligently model aging in urban infrastructure. It provides both spatial and 3D context for better design and for construction practices. So when we did an analysis on what is the current adoption of geospatial and BIM technology in India, and we did this analysis globally, and we did this for India as well. While globally we will see, and I'm sure there are a lot of case studies which are available which showcase the adoption of geospatial and BIM across the highway infrastructure project life cycle. However, when we did the same analysis for India, we saw that the maximum adoption of geospatial and BIM is in the planning phase and secondly in the design phase. It still needs to be taken forward in the construction phase and operations and maintenance phase. It's not like the technology is not available. The technology is available. The technology innovations that are happening worldwide are available in the Indian market. We just need to sensitize the right stakeholders on what is the value proposition that these technologies bring for the highway infrastructure projects. The benefits of these technologies that we saw was increasing productivity time, that is time, cost, and efficiency, effective monitoring system and real-time tracing and mapping, effective coordination and collaboration, better and faster decision-making, and quality control of construction design and process. When we did an analysis of what could be the benefit, about 44% improvement in material efficiency is experienced by project management consultants, and 47% enhanced workforce productivity is seen in construction services. This is an analysis presented from few very case studies where geospatial and BIM is adopted across construction projects. When we look at India's technology maturity in highway infrastructure projects particularly, we see that the current adoption is a little traditional. While the government has made significant efforts over the past 2 years, especially on the geospatial front, with the guidelines for geospatial data coming into place in 2020, and with the draft geospatial policy, the space policy, the drone rules and regulations, the adoption of the technology is still at a nascent stage and can improve by leaps and bounds. If there is a geospatial policy and a BIM policy and a digital twin policy or a mandate or a strategy in place, India has the potential to leapfrog in the highway infrastructure ecosystem with the kind of technology, with the pace of technology adoption that we currently have. The pace of technology adoption that we have seen over the past 2 years is tremendous. It's just mind-boggling how well the Indian highway infrastructure projects have taken on the charge of adopting geospatial technologies. If we have a policy and a mandate to support these technology innovations, there is a possibility that India can leapfrog any of the developed countries that we like to refer to. When we look at the technology innovations in the geospatial and BIM ecosystem, of course there are many, but there are a couple of technology innovations which are globally people have started talking about and which still need to be implemented in the Indian ecosystem. So there's a lot of talk about what happens if the GPS fails tomorrow. What would be the economic loss if the GPS fails tomorrow? How would you get your location data? How would you get your positioning information? So there is a requirement for reliable positioning information today. There are alternatives to GPS technology today. Ground terrestrial-based positioning systems are available in India, in Western market, to provide location data, which provides even more precise accuracy than GPS can provide. When we look at satellite imagery, very high-resolution satellite imagery is available today. There are companies who are launching satellite imagery, who are launching satellites which can provide imagery up to 10 centimeter resolution, and at a very quick revisit time of 2 hours to 4 hours. That kind of availability, that kind of data availability is going to make a lot of difference if it is adopted in the right manner across the highway infrastructure projects. Satellite data-based applications. One of the interesting satellite technology that is coming into fore is, it has been there for the longest time, but it has started suddenly being talked about because there are new startups in India, across the world, that is SAR data. So a lot of SAR data usage is starting to be used in the highway infrastructure projects, for they provide effective monitoring, effective mapping, and effective asset monitoring. What they are doing is they're just not providing data. What they are doing is they're also providing specific applications on facilities monitoring, on asset monitoring, which can just provide you the entire highway ecosystem on a dashboard to see and make decisions. Drones. I think drones is already being used, and there is no limit to how drones can be used in the development of highway infrastructure projects. When we talk about LiDAR, there are a lot of innovations happening in the LiDAR ecosystem as well. It's portable, it's highly automated, and it is being integrated with software systems. So LiDAR is just not a hardware tool now. It is being integrated, the software is being integrated as part of the LiDAR technology, as part of the hardware solution, so that it gives you quick data and automatically records scans without manual intervention. Now we talk about data is the new oil. This ecosystem is shifting to analytics being the new oil. Geospatial and BIM integration. As I mentioned in the previous slide, one of the key important things that is happening in the geospatial and BIM ecosystem is the integration between the geospatial data set and the built environment data set. And why this is important is because this is also leading to the evolution of digital twin, and probably going further, we all have been hearing about it, metaverse. Connected construction. Connected construction is something that is being talked about. I think there was a presenter from Trimble who spoke about machine control systems. But there is a connected construction ecosystem that is developing, a solution ecosystem which provides end-to-end solutions for the infrastructure projects. It's not limited to highways, but the implementation of it from the pre-feasibility stage to the operations and maintenance phase can have a lot of impact on the technology ecosystem. Adopting all of this technology in some form or the other across the infrastructure life cycle can improve productivity, can enhance efficiency, can can lead to economic benefits, it can basically bring the value that we all desire for, and at the end of the day, help in creating resilient and sustainable infrastructure. So what is the way forward? Because I think it's very critical to address the key things that needs to be done for enhancing the adoption of technology. With the guidelines for geospatial data coming into place, the adoption of geospatial technology is going to increase. There is no doubt about it. And whenever the policy comes forth and is finalized, that also is going to push forward the adoption of geospatial technology across sectors in highway infrastructure projects. But there is a very important need for BIM solutions to be incorporated as part of the policy guideline. India does not have a BIM policy. We have a BIM, we probably have a BIM strategy which has been developed, but we don't have a BIM mandate in place. And BIM is very critical for developing an infrastructure, for developing infrastructure projects. There is a need to even start mandating smart technologies, which is the fourth industrial revolution technologies, the adoption of cloud, the adoption of big data, the adoption of Internet of Things, and all of these solutions. I think in one of the sessions, somebody mentioned, I think Nirmal sir mentioned that there's a fear of failure when it comes to adoption of new technologies. And there is a fear of failure because it's an alien ecosystem. We're still identifying and understanding what the technology means. But we have to take that step forward if we want to leapfrog in the technology implementation. And policy is one way to do it. The second thing is data innovation and standards. Interoperability frameworks and standardization is very critical when it comes to bringing data sets from geospatial and the BIM environment into a common data environment. If there is no standardization that is available, if there are no frameworks that is available, then it limits the possibilities that the technology ecosystem can offer. There is an immediate need to look at the international standardization offered or developed by, say, Open Geospatial Consortium or Building Smart International in geospatial and BIM field and bring them and adapt them so that interoperability frameworks and data standards processes can be adapted. There is a need for partnerships, capacity, and education and engagement. Collaborations with leading organizations like WFEO, World Federation of Engineering Organizations, or World Geospatial Industry Council, they are all playing a pivotal role in their own way to enable the adoption of geospatial technologies across infrastructure projects. There is a need to have more and more geospatial courses, geospatial-related courses, BIM-related courses. I have been very surprised by the kind of education, by the kind of courses that are available in BIM technology or in geospatial technology in India. There is a need to strengthen that further. There is a need to have skill development programs for people to understand often what geospatial means or what BIM means. There is a need to have incubation and technology and incubation partners, make sure more startups come into place. And then rethink and plan infrastructure investments. When US came out with their infrastructure bill, they had very specific guidelines with respect to the use of geospatial technologies. And the same is the case for National Infrastructure Pipeline as well. We need to build a forward-looking investment strategy in technology and make sure smart technologies are being used for all the benefits that we can get in highway infrastructure projects. With this, thank you.
So we have with us, along with Ananya, Kaushik, and I request him to give his comments.
So thank you to the Ministry, Mr. Ghosh, for giving us this opportunity. I'm not going to talk a little too much more about technology. I think we have one of the most eminent practitioners of geospatial technologies in the country on the platform with us, Mr. T.P. Singh, who has actually proven that, so for the last 20 plus years how a lot of technology has been used in a day-to-day basis, not just at Baisag in Gujarat, but across the nation, and practical applications of how national development has happened using a lot of geospatial technology. So he's going to speak right after this. I'll just pick up on a few things of what you mentioned, right? You talked a lot about the technology. I'm not going to talk about BIM and digital twins, but I'll just give you an example of the evolution. So everybody here, I assume, has a bank statement, right? At the end of each month, you get a statement. Shuru hota hai. What is your position at the end of the month? It says you have this much balance or no balance. Now imagine the bank statement just said beginning of the month, and the only other statement it had at the end of the month, usme kitna baki hai. The first question you would ask is, what happened to my money? I started off maybe with 100 rupees. Why the hell do I have 75 at the end of the month? So that's why bank ledgers and statements give you credits and debits. This is the evolution of BIM to digital twins, right? So think of a standard design process, and you showed a slide where you showed the evolution and use of technology in design is high, and it absolutely falls when it goes to construction. So what are we doing? Engineers, all the consultants across the country are using, starting from AutoCAD, Revit, many different software technologies to design, right? One of the innovations we see in the design world is the crunching of workflows between analysis, modeling, and designing. So pehle hota tha, CAD would do a CAD design, the analysis would be done by an engineer, structural, geotechnical, whatever. Today we see that collapsing so that you have integrated design. So your design becomes more efficient, right? So ma'am before this talked about a lot of innovations. All of that is now part of your design. So you don't have to think of it as an afterthought. It's a part of the design. Then you take that design and to send it to construction, you create nice 3D models at the design stage. Construction mein kya hota hai? You make a PDF drawing, okay, becomes disconnected, then it goes to site. All the people create printouts, they edit with red markers, whatever, or they do analysis and they do changes on the site. They construct based on what the ground conditions are. Great, they will always do that. None of that change in construction goes back into the design. So you've taken a digital workflow, you've taken digital content, and you've made it analog. And there is no persistence of that. So it is dark data. So it is exactly like telling you why you started off your bank at your statement at 100 rupees, and you ended up at 75, and nobody will tell you where the 25 went. That is what is happening. This is what BIM and digital twins aim to get rid of. We want to create transparency. We want to create single source of truth. The biggest benefit comes to the ministry, the owners of the asset, so that they know how was it designed, how was it constructed, and therefore how is it going to be maintained. And that's the value. As they say, right, we have spent hundreds of years as mankind making decisions without data. Today there is no excuse to make decisions without data. Right? There is enough data, there is no dearth of technology. We have one of the smartest, Indian engineers and scientists working for the world's top top companies sit in India and make amazing, infrastructure projects around the world. So we have the people, we have the technology, and we hope that, there'll be more push of making this put to good use for national development, and especially in the context of the Prime Minister's announcement of, a very large infrastructure bill. And we hope that, the money is well spent, and we use that investment to not just bring in new technology, but also train the next generation of engineers and practitioners in this country. So I hope that kind of summarizes quickly, and I'll hand it over to Mr. T.P. Singh. Thank you.
So, as Kaushik just said, we got a very warm welcome to Mr. T.P. Singh ji. He is the director of Bhaskaracharya Institute of Space Applications. And you must have heard about the PM Gati Shakti program. He has taken the conceptualization of the PM Gati Shakti program to quite another level, and he has made sure that all the infrastructure industries are working together in the interest of optimal solution, efficient working. So he is here to tell us about his vision and his work. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद सर. नमस्कार. आप लोगों को जब एक रोड बनानी होती है तो कहने को तो सब कुछ अवेलेबल है, लेकिन सही तरह से डाटा नहीं मिलता है. टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी है, आपस में जुड़ती नहीं है. और उसके बाद में भी देश में अच्छी रोड बनती हैं, तो पहले तो इंजीनियर्स के लिए जयशंकर प्रसाद की 2 लाइन है मेरे मन में आई, वो सुना दें। वो पथ क्या पथिक कुशलता क्या, जिस पथ पर बिखरे सूल न हो, नाविक की धैर्य कुशलता क्या, जब धाराएं प्रतिकूल न हो। सब चीजों में आपके अगेंस्ट में जाती है और उसके अच्छा भी रोड मिलती है। तो गति शक्ति ये है कि अगर आपको सुविधा दे दी जाए तो आप क्या कर सकते हैं। पहली स्लाइड है, आप कहीं भी आप या आपके वो कंसल्टेंट जो आपका डीपीआर लिखते हैं और या कंस्ट्रक्ट करते हैं, वो सब रोड का एक सेक्टर है, उसमें गवर्नमेंट, प्राइवेट और उस पर चलने वाले सबको लेकर के चलते हैं। आपको टेंडर मिल गया और आपको एक लेटर मिल गया, आप डाटा ले लीजिए, अलग अलग फॉर्मेट में आएगा, कोई पता नहीं होगा अपडेटेड है कि नहीं है, और ये भी पता नहीं होगा कि ये कौन सी साल का बना हुआ है, किस फॉर्मेट में, किस प्रोजेक्शन में है, और उसके बाद में आपके पास सारी टेक्नोलॉजी है और आपसे कह दिया जाएगा तो आप रोड भी बना लीजिए और टेक्नोलॉजी भी चल रही है। गति शक्ति में सोचा गया टेक्नोलॉजी का काम है, इनको जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रहे हैं उनका पूरा असिस्टेंस देना है। तो हुआ क्या, पहला जो डाटा अलग अलग तरह का था सीधा कंपेटेबल बना करके आपको मिलना चाहिए। अगली चीज थी क्लियरेंसेस। क्लियरेंसेस तो देश का काम है, उसमें देर क्यों होनी चाहिए। अगर टेक्नोलॉजी हो तो ऐसी हो जो क्लियरेंस जो दे रहा है उसको भी लाभ दे दे और जो क्लियरेंस ले रहा है उसको भी लाभ दे दे। जब तक दोनों को लाभ नहीं होगा कोई टेक्नोलॉजी या कोई भी चीज चलने वाली नहीं है। ये विन विन सिचुएशन से चलता है। तो गति शक्ति में ये है कि क्लियरेंस लेने वाले को और क्लियरेंस देने वाले को, जो भी हमारे यहां देश में क्लियरेंस लेता है वो क्लियरेंस देता भी है। NHI अगर वो रेलवे से क्लियरेंस लेता है तो रेलवे भी NHI से क्लियरेंस लेता है। यानी ये इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम है, गति शक्ति इसको कितना सिंपल बना रही है वो मेरा काम है। हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी की कोई कमी नहीं है। अभी मैं एक स्लाइड दिखाऊंगा, इतनी सारी टेक्नोलॉजी होती है। मैं एक YouTube पे वो सुन रहा था कि दुनिया हमारे यहाँ क्या सीखने आती है, जो गाँव के अंदर जुगाड़ होता है। सही इनोवेशन वहां से शुरू होता है। और उसी तरह से हमने गति शक्ति के अंदर सबसे पहला काम ये किया कि टेक्नोलॉजी का नाम लेना बंद करके टूल का नाम लेना शुरू किया कि ये टूल है, आप बिना कुछ टाइप किए कोई भी 10वीं पास बच्चा भी इसको चला सकता है। इतना सिंपल बना दीजिए जिसको कि अब हम हर एक भाषा में भी बनाने वाले हैं कि हर एक भाषा में कि कोई ITI का बच्चा हो। और उसके लिए हमने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट भी किया कि इन चीज़ों को ITI के बच्चों को दिया और उनके साथ में जो ये हमने नहीं बताया कि ITI के बच्चे, उनसे कहा थोड़े अच्छे टाई वाई बांध के आना और साहब लोगों के साथ बैठो, पूरा काम कराया और उनको कभी ये पता नहीं लगा कि इंजीनियर नहीं है। तो हमने अपना टेस्ट भी कर लिया और उनका भी टेस्ट कर लिया। अगली चीज आती है, अब आपके प्रोजेक्ट बनता है, ब्लैक कॉटन सॉइल कितनी है, कहाँ हटानी है, कहाँ डालनी है, रेती कहाँ से लानी है, कहाँ लानी है। क्या अभी तक आपको बिना किसी एफर्ट्स के आपकी ब्लैक कॉटन सॉइल कितनी गहरी है और कहाँ कहाँ है, कहीं मिला है क्या? गति शक्ति में आपको बिना पूछे मिलता है। आपको ये मिट्टी कहीं डालनी है तो नीचे ना एरिया कहाँ है और सैंडी किसान का खेत कहाँ है। यानी अगर किले को किसान के जिसका सैंडी खेत है उसमें डालिए तो उसका किसान का भला होता है और आपका जो है चीज जाती है। अभी अमृत सरोवर बन रहे हैं, शायद आपको पता हो कि हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 70 जो हमारा अमृत महोत्सव चल रहा है 75 वो चल रहे हैं। हम कल को अर्बन मिनिस्ट्री के साथ में CPWD के साथ में बैठ कर ये कर रहे हैं, आपका कंस्ट्रक्शन कहाँ हो रहा है और मिट्टी कहाँ से निकल रही है, आपको कैसी मिट्टी चाहिए और वहां से कैसी मिट्टी निकल रही है। जुड़ गए दोनों। वो OLX कुछ है ना अपने जो पुरानी चीजों को बेचने का है, पुरानी चीजों को बेचने का है, सिंपल वो बना दिया है, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं चाहिए, कोई बहुत बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं, सीधा जुगाड़ ही हुआ ना। अगली चीज है मल्टीपर्पज सोर्स कहाँ से? अब मान लीजिए आपका एक पोर्ट का चल रहा है जहां आपको हार्बर बनाना है, पानी ना हिले, हो सकता है कि वो कौन सी होती है आपकी लिक्विड गैस वगैरह का कुछ होता होगा। अगर वहां पर कोई माइनिंग ही नहीं है जो बोल्डर बना रही है, आप क्या कर लेंगे? इसका मतलब है कि सिंक्रोनाइजेशन होना चाहिए, सीधे माइनिंग को बोलना चाहिए कि इतनी जरूरत यहां पड़ेगी, यहां पर ब्लॉक आइडेंटिफाई होने चाहिए। तो क्या हुआ? जियोस्पाशियल टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे लगी? जियोलॉजी का डाटा आया कि कहां कौन सी रॉक है, फॉरेस्ट का डाटा आया कहां माइनिंग नहीं हो सकती है, और यहां का डाटा आया कि यहां पे जरूरत है। चाहे तो इसको हाथ के नक्शे से कर लेते या कंप्यूटर से कर लेते, रिजल्ट यही आने वाला था। सारी चीजें अगर इस तरह से होने लगें, आपका काम बन जाएगा कि नहीं बन जाएगा? अब आप देखिए कि इसमें एनवायरमेंटल इंपैक्ट एनालिसिस, सभी को प्रॉब्लम होती है, हाँ या ना? या तो हाँ या ना है? हाँ। अब आप देखिए कि हमारे कुछ लाख तो प्रोजेक्ट बन गए होंगे, उनका डाटा है। अगर जियोस्पाशियल टेक्नोलॉजी में उसी डाटा को इंटीग्रेट कर दो, आधी सी चीज तो उससे निकल आएंगे। हम इसको प्रपोज कर रहे हैं। जियोस्पाशियल टेक्नोलॉजी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, इंपॉर्टेंट है डाटा और एप्लीकेशन। और अगर एप्लीकेशन से डाटा पे होते हुए टेक्नोलॉजी पे जाएंगे तब तो हमारा काम बनेगा। पहले हम एप्लीकेशन की बात करें। तो आज जो साहब ने बोला कि बाइसेक में ये होता है, हमने R&D किया। यूजुअली जो होता है R&D होता है। R&D करो, पेपर पब्लिश कर लो, काम बन जाता है। हमने कहा पहले जब तक कोई भी यूजर हमें एप्लीकेशन नहीं बता देगा तब तक हम कोई भी काम R&D का नहीं करेंगे। नेक्स्ट चैनल। और अल्टीमेटली सेविंग इन टाइम, कॉस्ट एंड एफर्ट्स। अगर किसी चीज में भी समय नहीं बच रहा है, एफर्ट्स नहीं बच रहे हैं और पैसा नहीं बच रहा है और अच्छा काम नहीं हो रहा है और कोई करके नहीं दे रहा है, भाई आप तो रोड बना रहे हैं, आप टेक्नोलॉजी के भी एक्सपर्ट हो जाए। मैंने बचपन में सुना था कबड्डी में रेडर और कैचर दोनों एक नहीं होने चाहिए। उसी तरह से एक गति शक्ति में सोचा गया है कि टेक्नोलॉजी जैसा जब जितना जहां आपको चाहिएगा वो आपको बना करके देगी। गति शक्ति का पहला प्रिंसिपल ये है। नंबर आगे चलिए, नेक्स्ट करिए। अच्छा मैं ही करूंगा यहां तो नहीं चल रहा है भाई कहां से चलता है? ये तो इधर से भी नहीं चल रहा है, इधर से भी नहीं चल रहा। अब इस काम को हाँ आ गया, थोड़ा देर से आता है। अब इस काम का आया कि भाई इसको करें कैसे? तो अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री हैं, अब और अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री अलग अलग काम करें, फिर भी जोड़ करके एक जगह आ जाए और आपको ये भी पता न लगे कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री क्या काम कर रही है। तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ IT ने क्या काम किया कि सारे सॉफ्टवेयर बना करके तैयार कर दो। आप कोलैबोरेटर हैं, आप ओनर हैं, हमें आपके अनुसार आपके कहने के तरह से काम करना है। हम आपके असिस्टेंट हैं, आप बताएंगे कि भाई हमारा ये काम इस तरह के डाटा से ऐसी एप्लीकेशन बना दीजिए, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन हम अपने आप कर लेंगे। हम क्या करते हैं, जैसा आप बताते हो वैसे डाटाबेस डिजाइन करते हैं, प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट बनाते हैं, उसमें जितने चेंज कराना चाहते हो तो चेंज करते हैं। उसके बाद में आपसे सीखते हैं कि आपकी टर्मिनोलॉजी क्या है, आपकी जो भाषा है वो क्या है, ताकि उसकी भाषा को समझ करके हम सॉफ्टवेयर बनाएं। और इसके बाद में सारी टेक्नोलॉजी अपने आप बनाते हैं, ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम भी खरीदना नहीं पड़ता। इसलिए ये आवश्यक है एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, एडॉप्टेबिलिटी, अफोर्डेबिलिटी एंड अवेलेबिलिटी। जब तक हम आपके अनुसार काम नहीं करेंगे, एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं होगा, सस्ता नहीं होगा तो अफोर्डेबल नहीं होगा, आपकी पूरी प्रक्रिया उसी में डाटाबेस आपके जुड़े हैं तो एडॉप्टेबल होगा, और आपको ही बना के दे दिया जाए तो अवेलेबल होगा। उस पे ये गति शक्ति चल रही है। नेक्स्ट। अच्छा ये तो मुझे ही चलानी है तो कैसे आएगी कि नहीं? हाँ, अब इसमें हमने क्या किया, अब इसमें बड़ा एक अजीब हालत है। डाटा है वो अलग अलग फॉर्मेट में है, प्रोसेस है वो पूरी नोन नहीं है और उनका डाटा नहीं है, और टेक्नोलॉजी सारी है हमारे पास। हुआ ये कि टेक्नोलॉजी में किसी में कोई कमी नहीं है, कोई प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट हो, टेक्नोलॉजी सबके पास है। तो डाटा के ऊपर टेक्नोलॉजी आनी चाहिए या टेक्नोलॉजी डाटा को ढूंढे। हमने क्या किया, डाटा पहले, प्रोसेसेस को इंटीग्रेशन और उसके बाद में टेक्नोलॉजी। तो अगर तीनों प्रोसेसेस को हम और डाटा को और टेक्नोलॉजी को जोड़ दें, आपका कुछ बचता नहीं है। नेक्स्ट करते हैं। तो चलिए क्या आया, अब ये बात आई कि भाई ये जो गाइडलाइन आई हैं और ये जियो स्पाशल की है गाइडलाइन वगैरह, भाई कभी कभी आपका बहुत आगे ले जाता है, कभी कभी बहुत पीछे ले जाता है, बड़ा अजीब हालत कर रखा है। हाँ, ये रुकेगा तो ठीक है। हमारे देश में किसी जगह का लैंगिट्यूड लैटिट्यूड है, वो सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया डिसाइड करता है, यानी फ्रेमवर्क उनका होना चाहिए। इसके नॉमेनक्लेचर क्या हो, ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड करता है। हम उनके साथ मिलकर के जितने भी 1000-2000 लेयर आएंगे उनके स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करते हैं। इसलिए जो फाउंडेशन डाटा है वो सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का है और थीमेटिक डाटा सभी का है। आगे क्या किया, सैटेलाइट इमेज आती है, वो सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया से भी मिलनी चाहिए लेकिन इसरो के स्टैंडर्ड्स को फॉलो करनी चाहिए, और टेक्नोलॉजी जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और आईटी कह रही है उसके अनुसार होना चाहिए। यानी गवर्नमेंट के जो स्टैंडर्ड और जो रूल हैं उसको पूरे को इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हुए ये गति शक्ति में लाया गया है। हमारी जो सबसे पहली चीज है, हमारे डाटा का डिटेल क्या होना चाहिए। तो सबसे पहले ये सोचा गया 50,000 तक का डाटा आ जाता है सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया से, उसके आगे 1:5000 का पूरा बेस मैप इस कंट्री का बनाया गया है, जिसपे हर एक सर्वे नंबर जो सैटेलाइट के ऊपर सर्वे नंबर पड़े हैं। आप ये सोचिए कि आप लगभग 1 साल 1.5 साल के अंदर आपका एक नक्शा होगा जो सिंगल मोज़ेक होगा, जिसमें हर एक खेत से खेत सीमलेस जुड़ा हुआ होगा। स्टेट्स ऐसे बन गए हैं, अब देश को बना रहे हैं। यानी जब हर एक खेत के जब ये सर्वे नंबर आ जाता है तो ये जुड़ जाता है, ये गवर्नमेंट का है, प्राइवेट है, कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी है या ये फॉरेस्ट का है। इसका मतलब है कि इसी के ऊपर आपकी वो बाउंड्री बन जाएगी जिसका आपको सबसे ज्यादा इंतजार रहता है कि फॉरेस्ट कहां से शुरू होता है। अब हमने क्या काम किया है, आपके रोड के कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट जहां से भी अलाइनमेंट होना है, हम कैडस्ट्रल मैप डाल करके सैटेलाइट इमेज के ऊपर, और जहां स्वायत्त ये जो सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का ड्रोन का प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है उसकी इमेज डाल करके और उसके ऊपर 3D डाल करके आपको प्रोवाइड करेंगे, और वो प्लेटफॉर्म भी आपका होगा। हमने क्या किया है, प्लेटफॉर्म पीछे से जुड़ेगा, लेकिन अगर NHEA का अलग हो, मोर्थ का अलग हो, मोर्थ में भी अलग अलग डिवीजन अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना चाहें तो उनका अलग अलग बना कर दिया जाएगा। तो इस तरह से यहां पर स्टैंडर्ड ऑथेंटिकेटेड कंपेटेबल, जो GIS की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है उसे कोई बोलता नहीं है। एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का दूसरा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डाटा ले ले, एक दूसरे से मैच नहीं करता है, वहीं चुप लगा जाते हैं, ना कुछ बोलते हैं। यही हो रहा है ना सबका। एक की रोड कहीं या तो रोड इमेज पे नहीं मिलती है, इमेज रोड पे नहीं मिलता है, या इसका रोड इससे नहीं मिलता। टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत सबसे पहली चीज है, अगर डाटा ठीक नहीं बनाते तो टेक्नोलॉजी कर क्या लेगी। तो सबसे पहले लगभग 900 लेयर्स एक दूसरे से कंपेटेबल इस तरह की बनी है। अब सभी स्टेट्स, अभी धर्मशाला में जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी की मीटिंग थी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा जुड़ो, तो वो सारे लोग जुड़ रहे हैं। आप ये सोचिए, आपके पास कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं होगी जो डाटा टाइम पर नहीं मिल जाए। मुझे सर 5 मिनट पहले बता देना, मैं अपने प्रवाह में न चलता रहूं, 5 मिनट पहले बता देना जब बंद करना है, तो समराइज अच्छी तरह से कर पाऊं।
हमारे पास 15-20 मिनट है।
हाँ ठीक, नेक्स्ट चलिए। अब आपको एक चीज आती है, कट एंड फिल। भाई आपको कहां पर ऊंचाई है, कहां पर नीचाई है, इसको बचाना है नहीं बचाना है, क्या करना है। हाँ, तो अब हमने पूरे इंडिया का एक बेस लेवल का 3D एक अप्रोक्सीमेशन में बना दिया है जिसका विजुअलाइजेशन कर सकते हो, और जहां से आपको जाते हो या तो ड्रोन की इमेज है तो ड्रोन की इमेज से, अदरवाइज तो कार्टोसेट की, उससे पूरी आपको 3D मिलेगी। और इसके बाद में क्या करेंगे हम, आपको क्या देंगे, क्यों नहीं चलता है भैया, ये तो कोई पीछे का आ जाता है, कभी आगे का आ जाता है।
वो कहाँ है
भैया रे तू यहाँ आ जा भाई, कोई भी। अब ये इस तरह के जितने भी डाटा सेट हैं सब कंपेटेबल हैं लार्ज स्केल में। तो मैं जोर से इसलिए नहीं दबा रहा कि कोई गड़बड़ ना हो जाए। और दबा दिया कर, क्या दबा दे, तो उससे भी नहीं हो रहा भाई। नहीं सर, है नहीं चल रहा है, चला आगे चला दे, हाँ उसमें रोक दे, हाँ ये रोक दे, हाँ। और जब मैं बताऊंगा तो मैं चलाऊंगा, तुम भी ऐसे ही चला रहे हो, मैं भी ऐसे ही चला रहा हूं, तुमसे भी नहीं चल रहा, मुझसे भी नहीं चल रहा, तो बैठो। इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी इसमें काम लग रही है। हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम सीधे टूल की बात कर रहे हैं। ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी इन हाउस डेवलप हुई है, ओपन सोर्स के इंजन यूज हुए हैं, इसके ऊपर पूरा कस्टमाइजेशन हुआ है, और इसमें ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम भी नहीं, लिनक्स पे खरीदा जाता है और लिनक्स पे चलता है। इसका मतलब है कि आपके लिए किसी टेक्नोलॉजी की अब जरूरत नहीं है। प्लेटफॉर्म भी आपका बन रहा है, डाटा भी आपको मिल रहा है, आपको केवल क्राइटेरिया लगा करके अपना काम हमसे कराना है। आपकी जो ये सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है वो ये है, ये तो कुछ है, इससे भी ज्यादा हैं। अगर सीपीसीबी की गाइडलाइन ले लो तो हर एक की गाइडलाइन अलग है, सेंचुरी की अलग है, हैबिटेशंस की अलग है, फिर माइनिंग के लिए अलग हैं, कोस्टल रेगुलेशन जोन अगर 1A आ गया तो और प्रॉब्लम आ गई। तो ये सब चीजें क्या की गई हैं कि सारी चीजें एक जगह लाई जा रही हैं, और क्या किया जा रहा है कि इस तरह से एक सिस्टम बनाया गया है जो आपका प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप उसको विजुअलाइजेशन के लिए यूज कर सकते हो, प्लानिंग में साइट सूटेबिलिटी के लिए यूज कर सकते हो, आप जो है अलाइनमेंट के यूज कर सकते हो, रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल के लिए यूज कर सकते हो, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन और सिंक्रोनाइजेशन के लिए यूज कर सकते हो। अभी आपका एक हाइडल प्रोजेक्ट आता है, वहां रोड नहीं है, सप्लाई कैसे होगी, और पता लगा थोड़े दिन बाद कोई रोड बनाने वाला है, तो कह दो भैया इस सेगमेंट का रोड पहले बना दो, सिंक्रोनाइजेशन हो गया, कॉस्ट भी कम हो गया, जल्दी भी हो जाएगा। तो ये सब चीजें गति शक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म आपको देता है, क्योंकि पहले से अलाइनमेंट है कि इस रोड को कौन सा मिनिस्ट्री या डिपार्टमेंट बनाने वाला है, आपको ये पता है कि यहाँ पर हाइडल प्रोजेक्ट आने वाला है, उनका शेड्यूल भी पता है, जस्ट आपको ये बताना है कंप्यूटर से कि इनकी जरूरत के अनुसार शेड्यूल है कि नहीं है, उसको जो है सीनियर ऑफिसर्स उसका डिसाइड कर देंगे। सिंक्रोनाइजेशन हो गया, सब फायदा हो गया। ये सारे ऑटोमेटिक टूल बने हुए हैं इसके अंदर। ये GIS बेस्ड प्लेटफॉर्म है, लार्ज स्केल 1:5000 के बेस मैप है, इसके ऊपर नेविगेशन एज पर हायरार्की है, जितने डिपार्टमेंट और जितने वो रेलवे का हायरार्की और टेलीकॉम का हायरार्की और डिस्ट्रिक्ट और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का हायरार्की अलग अलग होता है, लेकिन जब आपको अप्रूवल लेने होते हैं तो इनका आपस में मैपिंग करना होता है। तो हंड्रेड्स ऑफ हायरार्की हैज बीन मैप्ड एंड दैट रिलेशनशिप हैज बीन एस्टेब्लिश्ड। तो रेलवे के या NHEA के कौन से एग्जीक्यूटिव या सुपरिटेंडेंट इंजीनियर को कैनाल वाले के कौन से एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर से अप्रूवल लेना है, वो इससे आ जाता है। पूरे देश को सैटेलाइट इमेज के साथ 3D पे इस तरह से बनाया गया है। अब आपकी एक और प्रॉब्लम आती है जो बाद में आती है, बन जाता है, कोई कहता है मेरे तो 4 पेड़ कट गए, पता लगा पेड़ थे ही नहीं। तो DPR के टाइम पे जब आपका कंपेंसेशन होता है तो ये भी होता है कि जमीन का इतना पैसा और एसेट का इतना पैसा, तो उसके लिए भी सैटेलाइट इमेज उसी अलाइनमेंट पे दे रहे हैं हम। इसके बाद में मैं एक आपको अलाइनमेंट की बात बताता हूं। एक अलाइनमेंट करना था गवर्नमेंट। अब ये गति शक्ति के जब सब टूल बन रहे थे तो हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब ने कहा कि भाई ये टूल तो बहुत बन जाते हैं और हमने बहुत टेक्नोलॉजी खरीद ली, मुझे तो एक एक्चुअल करके दिखाइए। तो उनको एक हाईवे है प्लान करना था। उन्होंने कहा आप भी पैरामीटर के हिसाब से जाते हो, अब इसके हिसाब से करिए। तो वहीं बैठ करके रोड वाले लोग बैठे, सब बैठे, हम भी बैठे। तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई पहले डालो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कौन से में से जाएगा, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट आया, हेडक्वार्टर आया, क्योंकि वहां से भी परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है, तालुका डाला। तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने डाला कि सारी रोड डाल दीजिए। उसके बाद में उन्होंने कहा कि भाई अब इस पर रेलवे डाल दीजिए। इसके बाद में उन्होंने कहा कि भाई वाटर बॉडीज डाल दीजिए। और देखिए कहाँ उसके वर्टिकल जाना पड़ेगा जब नदी आएगी। तो फिर उन्होंने कहा भाई इसको जो है ये अवॉइड करना है, इसमें जो है फॉरेस्ट और वो सब डाल दीजिए, कंपेटेबल डाटा है। फिर इसके ऊपर आया कि भाई माइनिंग डाल दीजिए, यानी जो ब्लॉक अभी माइनिंग नहीं हो रहा है, ब्लॉक हो गए हैं, उनको भी डाल दीजिए ताकि वहां से नहीं आए, नहीं जब तक ब्लॉक आ जाएगा तो बंद हो जाएगा। इसके बाद में आया आप CRZ डाल दीजिए। अब इनको बचाइए और जहां करना है उसको करिए और डिस्टेंस लिस्ट कर दीजिए। ठीक है जी। तो किया उन्होंने, तो उन्होंने बनाया था पहले ये और अब बनाइए। इसकी लंबाई भी कम हो गई, रेगुलेशन भी कम आएंगे। और इसके बाद में दूसरी बात आई, अब उनको अभी डॉट लगती चली जाएंगी कि कैनाल कहाँ क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, रिवर कहाँ क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, रेलवे कहाँ क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क के नज़दीक जो कंडीशन है वो आती हैं कि नहीं आती हैं। और ये फाइनल लोकेशन पे ये आ गया कि इतनी मंजूरी आपको लेनी पड़ेगी और किस खेत से जाएगा वो खेत आ गया। और अगर आगे क्लिक किया तो एक किसका खेत है उसके 7/12 से मतलब उसकी ओनरशिप से जुड़ गया। तो यही पता लग गया कि फॉरेस्ट की लैंड कितनी आ रही है, किसकी कितनी आ रही है, इसकी कितनी आ रही है। एक स्टेट का हो गया है एज ए प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट। सभी स्टेट इसी आधार पर बनाते जा रहे हैं। जब ये लॉन्च हुआ था 250 लेयर थी, अब 900 से आगे हो गई हैं। जब स्टेट आ जाएंगी, अगर हम 6 महीने 8 महीने बाद पढ़े तो ये 1500 से ऊपर लेयर्स होंगी और इसके ऊपर इतने टूल होंगे, जो जिसको चाहिए वैसे टूल बनते जा रहे हैं। अब क्लियरेंस का है तो उन्होंने क्या काम किया, अब ऐसा किया जो पब्लिक जो आपको प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल है नॉर्थ को, उसी का डुप्लीकेट उसी स्केल पे और उसी तरह से कंपेटेबल फॉरेस्ट का प्लेटफॉर्म बना हुआ है। तो आपने जैसे मैंने टेलीकॉम की एक वो ली है और फॉरेस्ट की ली है, तो अब फॉरेस्ट वालों ने एक प्रोफॉर्मा बना दिया कि भाई आपको जहां से जाना है तो वहां से बना दिए। तो उसने कह दिया कि भाई मुझे पता नहीं है आपका फॉरेस्ट कहाँ है, यहां से मुझे इंटरनेट लाइन ले जानी है। अब दोनों कंपेटेबल हैं, उस परफॉर्मा से ऑटोमेटिकली ये देखता है कि इस लेट लॉन्ग पे है तो किस ऑफिसर को जाना है और उस ऑफिसर के प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाकर के ये बैठ गया। तो कहां कहां फॉरेस्ट को इंटरेक्ट कर रहा है उसका लेट लॉन्ग आ गया इस बेस मैप के अनुसार। दुनिया में जितने नक्शे उतने लेट लॉन्ग तो आ गया। और इसके बाद में जो है उसका जो है ये आ गया डैशबोर्ड कि कहां कितनी चीजें पेंडिंग है। अब ऐसे हजारों डैशबोर्ड बन सकते हैं। अब जिस तरह से आपको फॉरेस्ट का चाहिए था, नॉर्थ भी दूसरों को देता है, ऐसा ही एक प्रोफॉर्मा वो बना ले, उनका भी ऑटोमेटिक हो जाएगा। यानी अब तक इस तरह के गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात ने, हमने वहां गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात में क्यों किया कि इसमें इंटरेक्शन बहुत चाहिए था कि भाई ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए, तो दूसरे से हम इतना नहीं कर सकते थे। अब ये सभी स्टेट थोड़ा थोड़ा मॉडिफिकेशन के साथ में एडॉप्ट करती जा रही हैं। इससे आपके रेगुलेशन की प्रॉब्लम समाप्त होगी कि नहीं होगी? आपकी रेगुलेशन की प्रॉब्लम समाप्त हो सकती है इस तरह से कि नहीं? ना तो हाँ है ना ना है, हो जाएगी इस तरह से। इसमें जिस किसी को भी जो भी पूछना हो, मैं फोन नंबर अपना बताऊंगा, मैं 24/7 उस फोन पे अवेलेबल होता हूं और वही केवल वो है, मेरा कोई पीए वगैरह है नहीं। तो मुझसे पूछ लीजिए, जो भी आप प्रश्न पूछेंगे मैं उसका जवाब दूंगा। और अगर मैं बिजी हूं तो SMS कर दूंगा कि बाद में आपको फोन अपने आप कर लूंगा, आपको करने की जरूरत नहीं है। इस तरह से इस पे कर्सर ला करके मूवी चलानी है। कर्सर मूव नहीं हो रहा है भाई। हाँ चलिए उसको छोड़ दीजिए। वो एक ऐसी मूवी है कि जहां से भी लाइन जाएगी वहां ये बताएगी कहां कहां से आपको अप्रूवल लेने हैं। अब देखिए इसके हमने कॉन्टूर डाल रखे हैं, इसकी प्रोफाइल आ गई, स्पेशल कंप्यूटिंग किया। अब आपको ये हाँ ये है कि ये आ गया, चल गया। तो आपको कहां पर कौन सी मंजूरी लेनी है वो सीधे सीधे इसको बता देगा। जैसे जैसे डाटा ऑथेंटिकेट होता जा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के कहीं भी आप उस पोर्टल पर लाइन खींच दीजिए, वो आपको बता देगा कि ये आपको ये परमिशन लेनी है और यहां से लेनी है। और यहीं पर अब अगला होगा कि यहीं पे क्लिक करोगे तो प्रोफॉर्मा खुलेगा और प्रोफॉर्मा भर दोगे तो सीधा उसके पोर्टल पे जाएगा और ऑटोमेशन हो जाएगा। इसमें हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि कट एंड फिल कितना हो सकता है, उसी से लेकर के कहीं कितना कटिंग करना है, इतना फिलिंग करना है। जैसे जैसे डाटा आ जाएगा, टूल आपका बन गया, हो सकता है कि आपके पास और अच्छा डाटा हो, नहीं तो जितना डाटा है हम उससे करके दे ही रहे हैं, एस्टिमेट हो जाएगा। आपका दूसरा आता है, आप जब रोड बनाते हो तो पता लगा हाई टेंशन वाले की टावर आ जाती है। अब उसके लिए भी यहाँ पूरा का पूरा टूल बना दिया गया है कि भाई यहाँ हमारे ये हैं, ये हमें सैटेलाइट में से मिल जाते हैं, जितने भी बड़े बड़े हैं वो सैटेलाइट में से मिल जाते हैं। अब आपकी रोड यहाँ से जाने वाली है, अब आप देखिए एक पोल आ गया, इसको डिटेल में डाल लो, जो करना है वो बाकी काम आपका है। तो आपको पहले से ही पता लग गया कि भाई इतनी चीजें तो आपको करनी पड़ेगी, डीपीआर के अंदर आ जाएगा। ठीक है जी, ये भी सब दिखा दिया। अभी ये आता है कि जमीन के अंदर क्या है, हम जीपीआर खरीदते हैं। अभी मैडम ने बताया बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी है। इंडिया के अंदर जीपीआर कहीं यूज हो सकता है क्योंकि वो डेजर्ट के लिए बना हुआ है। हमारे यहाँ क्या है, हर एक पाइप में से पानी लीक होता है और जब पानी लीक होता है वहां से जीपीआर काम नहीं करता, वहीं से लौट आता है। तो ये सबकी प्रॉब्लम थी, जीपीआर सबने खरीद लिए और घूम भी सारे रहे। तो हमने कहा भैया जीपीआर से नहीं होगा, आप ऐसा करो कि आपके हाथ का बनाया हुआ एक नक्शा पड़ा है, उनके पोटले में से निकाला, दिखाया, और हमने कहा कि इस पे ये लिखा हुआ है कि रोड के बीच से इतनी दूरी पर इतना गहरा उसने डाला था, वो उसने लिखा है पेंसिल से, हाथ से, वो सब है। तो उस हिसाब से एक टूल बना दिया गया और उसको डाल लो। और आप देखिए उन्होंने एक शहर का 4 दिन में उनके इंजीनियरों ने आकर के पानी की लाइन, स्ट्रॉम लाइन और ड्रेनेज की लाइन मैप कर ली। अब इसी टूल को लेकर के टेलीकॉम वाले अपने इंटरनेट मैप कर रहे हैं, गैस वाले गैस से लग रहे हैं, और इस तरह से गुजरात ने 162 म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के अलग अलग पोर्टल बना दिए। उन्होंने कहा हमारा इससे काम बन जाएगा। आसान हो गया ना, टेक्नोलॉजी तो नहीं लगी। इंडिया के अंदर अगर इनोवेशन देखना है तो जुगाड़ में है, बाद बाकी तो कॉपी है। हिंदुस्तान में जो भी इनोवेशन है वो जुगाड़ में है, बाकी तो सब दूसरी जगह के बनाए हुए की कॉपी और खरीदारी है। अब आपका ये कट जाता है, इंटरनेट कटता है, खूब कटता है। ये टेलीकॉम की स्लाइड आज मैं मांग के लाया हूं उनके डीडीजी से कि भाई मुझे भी दे दो, मैं भी दिखा लूं। तो ये उन्होंने बताया कि इतना सब कुछ होता है। तो भाई कोई भी ये कह दे, अब ये पोर्टल जो है सबको अवेलेबल है, ये वाला टेलीकॉम का, वो कहेगा मुझे यहाँ खुदाई करनी है और मुझे इतनी इतनी यहाँ तक खुदाई करनी है, तो ऑटोमेटिकली आ जाएगा कि आपको इसको खोद करना है, ये आदमी है। जहां जहां वो लोट लोग आता है उसके हिसाब से वो उसकी ज्यूरिडिक्शन देखता है और उसी एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर है उसको जो है पकड़ लेता है और उसी के पास फोन जाता है। समस्या हो गई कम, कोई टेक्नोलॉजी तो नहीं खरीदनी पड़ी। यहां का जो भी, अरे भाई अभी कल आपने नहीं देखा, वो मैनपुरी में 4000 साल पुराने हथियार मिले हैं, मैनपुरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। तो इस देश के अंदर तो क्या क्या छुपा पड़ा है, सबसे बड़ा तो ज्ञान छुपा पड़ा है। और वो इनोवेशन जो है हमारे, ये तो ब्लड में है, डीएनए में है। तो इस तरह से करते हुए हम आपको क्या दे रहे हैं, जितनी भी टेक्नोलॉजी और टूल चाहिए वो सारी चीज आपको दे रहे हैं। पूरे प्लेटफॉर्म आपके जितने बनवाने हो उनको होस्ट कर रहे हैं, उनको मेंटेन करेंगे। जीआईएस की लेयर आपकी और दूसरों की जैसे जैसे देते जाएंगे, क्रिएट करते चले जाएंगे, हम करेंगे। उसके सारे टूल बना करके हम देंगे, जितने भी उसके अप्रूवल के, आप किसी से लेते हैं या कोई आपसे लेता है, उसके सारे टूल बना करके देंगे। आपको क्या करना है कि सिंपल ये डाटा, सही डाटा डलवाना है, प्रॉब्लम डेफिनेशन लेनी है और अपने डाटा को अपडेटेड रखना है और यूज करना है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। और टाइम होता है।
We have had a very, very engaging and pleasant presentation by Dr. T.P. Singh after Madam Ananya Narayan ji. So, geospatial technology possibilities and potential were showcased by Ananya, and its application in the context of what I mentioned to all of you when I invited Dr. T.P. Singh to deliver his lecture, the Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti योजना आपने देखा that even the officer concerned who has to give the permission will be notified by this portal. So technology is available. We have to improvise. जो डॉक्टर टीपी सिंह सर ने कहा कि जुगाड़ करेंगे, वो improvisation है और वो हमने अभी आपके सामने रखा. मैं चाहता हूं कि 2 क्वेश्चंस हम ले लें. मैं जानता हूं कि टी ब्रेक हम 15 मिनट लेट हो गए हैं, लेकिन सेशन लेट शुरू हुआ था. डॉक्टर टीपी सिंह यहाँ हैं. अगर कोई साहबान कोई सवाल पूछना चाहें तो हाथ उठा सकते हैं, मैं माइक भिजवा दूंगा. एनी क्वेश्चंस? फील फ्री टू आस्क. माइक. पूरन सिंह. पूरन सिंह एससी हैं, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज में. माइक ले लीजिए और पूछिए. माइक ले लीजिए और पूछिए. हाँ, ऑन करके दो. क्या फायदा? ऐसे ही बोलो पूरन सिंह.
ये फॉरेस्ट का जो डिटेल है, जो सर्वे करना होता है, उनका जो फॉर्म तो आ गया, उसमें हम अपना ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन कर देंगे. कई बार वो फॉर्म में काउंटिंग का ट्री को लेके ही सर्वे में फाइल को 5-5, 6-6 महीने डीएफओ के यहाँ जो घूमती रहती है, वो इससे सॉल्व हो जाएगी क्या? देखिए, डीएफओ के पास लिमिटेशन होगा कुछ?
एक एक करके अगर एक साथ सब चीज बोल दी जाए तो कुछ नहीं होगा. हम क्या कर रहे हैं, एक एक करके कर रहे हैं, धीरे से. इतना हो गया, अब इसको लेंगे, अब इसको लेंगे. अब आप देखिए धीरे धीरे चीजें जो चलेंगी
सर
बहुत अच्छी रहेंगी.
क्योंकि अभी भी सर ऑनलाइन 5 साल से हो गया डीएफओ का फॉरेस्ट का.
नहीं, देखिए वो
ऑनलाइन की एप्लीकेशन सेकंड स्टेज पहुंचने में 6 से 8 महीने लगते हैं.
सर जी कंफ्यूज न करें. ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन थी, ये ऑनलाइन अप्रूवल है.
तो
बहुत अंतर.
मैं इसमें कुछ कहना चाहता हूं. देखिए, अभी कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी साहब ने इसकी बैठक ली थी और उन्होंने स्पष्ट निर्देश दिए कि अब आपको हार्ड कॉपी में वन विभाग को कोई भी प्रपोजल नहीं देना है, सिर्फ सॉफ्ट कॉपी देना है. और जैसा अभी डॉक्टर टीपी सिंह साहब ने बताया कि आइडिया ये है कि उस आदमी को डिसीजन लेने में हम असिस्ट करें, उसको भी फायदा हो डिसीजन लेने में और आपको फायदा हो जल्दी डिसीजन प्राप्त करने में. तो डेफिनेटली इसमें काम हो रहा है. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम एनीबडी?
सर, one question.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I am A.K. Singh from NIT Allahabad. आपका ये जो बेस मैप आपने बताया सैटेलाइट इमेजरीज का, वो कितने हाउ न्यू इट इज? कितने रेजोल्यूशन का है? नहीं, कब अपडेशन क्या है उसका सर?
अपडेशन 2021. और अपडेशन सैटेलाइट इमेज का अपडेशन नहीं है, अपडेशन है इंडिविजुअल इसका मिनिस्ट्री का. देखिए, कोई भी डाटा सैटेलाइट से बनाए हुए पे गवर्नेंस नहीं हो सकती है, उससे विजुअलाइजेशन हो सकता है और उससे थोड़ा सा उसको बनाने में आसानी हो सकती है. सरकार का तो जो डाटा उसका है मिनिस्ट्री का, वही ऑथेंटिकेटेड होता है और वही लोग ऑथेंटिकेट करते हैं. तो हम सारा डाटा उसके ऊपर, जैसे मान लीजिए हमारे सैटेलाइट इमेज के ऊपर रोड दिखती है, हमें उससे मतलब नहीं है. NHEA जो रोड बनाएगा और वो ये कहेगा कि ये हमारी रोड है और ये 2 लेन है और ये 6 लेन है, हम उसको ही सही मानेंगे.
नहीं, चूंकि आपने बहुत सेंसिटिव जैसे लैंड रिकॉर्ड सिस्टम को सुपर इम्पोज किया था लैंड एक्विजिशन के लिए. हाँ. तो इसमें बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि अगर 4 लेन है 6 लेन है, सो दैट शुड बी विजिबल. तो इसमें आप ऐड कर सकते हैं कि जो रिसेंट मैप्स हैं उसको ऐड किया जा सके.
देखिए, आपका सबसे पहला काम, और वो NDTV पे माननीय मंत्री जी ने भी बोला था, सबसे पहला काम जब मित्रा साहब सेक्रेटरी थे तब उन्होंने दिया था कि हमारा ये बताइए बॉम्बे से कलकत्ता और उसके बीच में इम्पीडेंसेस कहाँ आ रहे हैं. कहीं से 4 लेन जाती है, 2 लेन. तो हमने 1,03,000 किलोमीटर का सर्वे करके वो सब चीजें बताई थी और उसके कारण क्या है वो भी बताए थे. वहां पर किस वजह से ये चीजें नहीं हो रही हैं वो भी बताए थे. और उसके साथ में जहां भी वो आ रहे थे, वो 300 शहरों की हमने रिंग रोड अलाइन करके उस टाइम पे दी थी. तो ये गति शक्ति कम से कम इस मिनिस्ट्री में नया नहीं है.
I think the work is very commendable. What I am saying is that if that facility can be added, its utility can be.
Professor Singh, your suggestion is noted. Thank you.
देखिए, आप ये बताइए कि अगर किसी टेलर के पास आप जाते हो, उसको पता कैसा है कि आपको कॉलर की लंबाई चौड़ाई कितनी कर रही है? तो आप हैं, क्या आप बताने वाले हैं कैसे हम करने वाले हैं? जब तक दोनों नहीं मिलेंगे तो हमको तो एक कंप्यूटर चलाना आता है, हम तो अगर आप लोग हमसे काम नहीं ले तो हमारी तो दुकान ही नहीं चलेगी। तो आपके ऊपर है कि कितनी डेफिनेशन दे देते हो और उस डेफिनेशन से अपने अनुसार कितना बनवा लेते हो। तो जितनी चीज आप ऐड करते जाएंगे उतना ही अच्छा होता जाएगा और उतनी हमें खुशी होती जाएगी, क्योंकि हम रिलीवेंट बनते हैं, अदरवाइज वी आर इररिलेवेंट, रिडंडेंट। Technology is redundant if the problem definitions are not provided by the user.
Very good point. And with this, a big hand for Dr. T.P. Singh once again.
Thank you very much.
Now, two announcements. Very quick cup of tea is waiting for all of you in the atrium. You are requested to have your cup of tea. I thank Ananya ji, Kaushik ji and Dr. T.P. Singh ji and all the distinguished participants for attending the past two technical sessions. Second announcement, वो ये है कि 5 बजे Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister Road Transport and Highways और बाकी dignitaries यहाँ तशरीफ ले आएंगे, तो please come back and be seated by 4:35. Seating plan change होगा, क्योंकि ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे तो जहां पर आप बैठे हैं हो सकता है आपको वहां न बैठना हो दोबारा। Keep this in mind. There will be different signages जब तक आप लौट के आएंगे। तो for that I request QCI and BCG team to help in reorganization of room furniture. Thank you so much.
Parks planned by MoRTH under the vision of PM Gati Shakti will change the overall logistics of the country, leading to nearly 50% reduction in the trips in supply chain. The northeast and international border areas are being given special focus. Adoption of eco-friendly vehicles and fuels are being encouraged through fee exemptions. All this is just the tip of the iceberg. Interconnection of air, sea and rail routes with roads will facilitate faster transit times with a target to reduce logistics cost from 14% of GDP to 10%. The result, augmented growth, leading towards a $5 trillion economy. Overcoming challenges, harnessing opportunities, always looking ahead. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, working with state governments and infra ministries, committed to achieving excellence under PM Gati Shakti.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we once again request all of you to please be seated as we will be closing the gates of this plenary hall very soon. We request your cooperation. Kindly be seated. Please keep your mobile phones on silent or switch off mode, and you may please call your colleagues who are still outside. Thank you very much.
Check.
I have a very important announcement to make. I'll be announcing few names. They are requested to please occupy the front 3 rows. Shri Naresh Kumar Chopra, EE, Miss Aditi Yadav, EE, Shri Manish Kumar, AEE, Shri Romi, EE at RO Shimla, Mohammad Shadab Imam, Project Director, PIU Patna, Shri Abhinav Kumar, PD, PIU Bhagalpur. They are requested to please occupy the front 3 rows. Please come forward. Shri VP Brahm Mankar, PD, PIU Amravati. Shri Zafar Ahmed Sultani, PD, PIU Godhra. Shri Mohammad Safi, PD, PIU Hanumangarh. Shri SK Yadav, PD, PIU Palakar. Shri Sumesh Bansal, PD, PIU Jabalpur. Shri SD Chitnis, PD, PIU Solanpur. Shri BS Solanke, PD, PIU Nashik. Shri NL Yotkar, PD, PIU Nagpur 1. Shri RP Singh, then PD, PIU Ghaziabad, now RO Chandigarh. Shri Mudit Garg, PD, PIU Ghaziabad then. Shri Arjun Saini, Deputy Manager, TPIU Sikar. Shri NN Giri, PD, PIU Lucknow. Shri Arvind Kumar, PD, PIU Ghaziabad. Shri Vivek Jaiswal, RO MP. Shri Abdul Basit, RO. Shri Saurabh Deo, DGM, SO Khilani. Shri Ankit Loyal, Manager, Arunachal Pradesh. Shri Trivendra Kumar, GM, P, Tripura. Shri Ashish Gupta, ex-Manager, P, West Bengal. Shri Alok Agarwal, Manager, P, PMU, Sonmarg. Shri Rahul Jajoria, DGM, P, Ladakh.
चलो देख लो, ये देख लीजिए ना, वीडियो नाम से।
बस सामने टेबल चेयर ला रहे और उधर वो
वही कह रही हूँ, जिनके पास कोई लिस्ट है उनसे तो चेक करो।
अच्छा उठा के नीचे से
जैसे मैं आपको लग जाना शुरू से लेके आना सच
हम 450 पे स्टार्ट करते हैं।
पहले वाला जो नहीं है
ये सीक्वेंस नाम 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 इधर नाम के बिना कैसे आएंगे? नाम तो बताना पड़ेगा।
तो सारे रिवील कर दोगे आप पहले कि
बट मिनिस्टर वांट की बहुत जल्दी है।
मिनिस्टर है आपके। अच्छा वो आ कब रहे हैं?
थोड़ा डिले
कितना 3 मिनट। हाँ ठीक है आप मुझे डिसाइड करके बता दो मैं तो कर दूँगी।
कर दो ना उससे।
स्वागत करें श्री ओम बिरला जी, ऑनरेबल स्पीकर लोकसभा, श्री नितिन गडकरी जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, जनरल डॉक्टर वीके सिंह, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज एंड सिविल एविएशन, तालियां बजती रहें देवियों और सज्जनों, श्री सीके मिश्रा जी, फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज, श्री गिरिधर अरमाने जी, सेक्रेटरी रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, श्रीमती लीना नंदन जी, सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज, श्रीमती अलका उपाध्याय, चेयरपर्सन NHEA, श्री A.V. सिन्हा, फॉर्मर DG रोड डेवलपमेंट एंड स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी MORTH, श्री B.C. दत्ता जी, VP कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स, ओला इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, श्री अमित कुमार घोष, AS, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज। जोरदार तालियां देवियों सज्जनों। मंच पर कृपया सब बैठ जाएं। मंच पर विराजमान वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, उपस्थित प्रतिभागी, प्रेस एवं मीडिया के सदस्य, देवियों और सज्जनों, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, सड़क परिवहन एवं राजमार्ग मंत्रालय द्वारा आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के तहत आयोजित नेशनल हाईवेज एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड्स 2021 में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत, हार्दिक अभिनंदन। परिवहन बुनियादी ढांचे के विकास पर सरकार का जोर और फोकस होने के कारण माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में परिवहन के क्षेत्र में लगातार विकास हो रहा है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज ने रिकॉर्ड समय में बेहतर डिजाइन के साथ कई प्रमुख परियोजनाओं को पूरा किया है। इन परियोजनाओं को मुकाम तक पहुंचाने वाले सभी अवार्ड विनर्स को हार्दिक बधाई। The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways launched the National Highway Excellence Awards in 2018. For this, a rigorous and robust assessment framework was designed with an objective to identify and recognize the companies which are performing exceptionally well in project management, highway safety, operations and maintenance, toll management, innovation in the highway sector. In 2019, NHEA awards were institutionalized as an annual feature with the addition of 2 new categories: outstanding work in challenging condition and green highway. Unique assessment frameworks were developed for each individual award category after consultation with sector experts. These frameworks include a minimum eligibility criteria, key performance indicators for each category, details of requisite validation documents, and scoring guidelines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take this opportunity to welcome the esteemed dignitaries present on the stage. With due respect, I now request Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, to kindly welcome Shri Om Birla ji, Honorable Speaker, Lok Sabha. Can we all together please welcome Shri Om Birla ji, Honorable Speaker, Lok Sabha. Thank you very much for gracing this event with your benign presence. I now request Shri Giridhar Armane ji, Secretary Road Transport and Highways, to welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways. A very warm and hearty welcome to you, sir. A real honor to have you amongst us today. I once again request Shri Giridhar Armane ji to please welcome General Dr. V.K. Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways and Civil Aviation. A very hearty welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for your presence. I now request Shri Amit Kumar Ghosh, AS, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to please welcome Shri C.K. Mishra ji, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Requesting Amit ji to please welcome Srimati Leena Nandan ji, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Shri A.V. Sinha, DG Road Development and Special Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri B.C. Dattaji, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Ola Electric Mobility Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. और अब आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री अमित कुमार घोष, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, कि वह स्वागत भाषण के साथ आज के कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें।
आज के नेशनल हाईवे एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड्स 2021 के इस समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय श्री ओम बिरला जी, स्पीकर लोकसभा, इस अवसर पर हमारे मध्य उपस्थित माननीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी, मंत्री रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, हमारे मध्य उपस्थित हमारे राज्य मंत्री जी जनरल डॉक्टर वीके सिंह साहब, हमारे मंत्रालय के सचिव महोदय श्री गिरिधर अरमाने जी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज की सचिव महोदया श्रीमती लीना नंदन जी, हमारे मध्य यहाँ पर ज्यूरी जिसने ये पूरे एक्सरसाइज को फलीभूत किया, तो ज्यूरी के सदस्य के रूप में उपस्थित माननीय श्री सीके मिश्रा जी, पूर्व सचिव भारत सरकार, माननीय श्री एवी सिन्हा जी, पूर्व महानिदेशक सड़क एवं विशेष सचिव भारत सरकार, एंड माननीय श्री बीसी दत्ता जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ओला इलेक्ट्रिक। आप तीनों साहबान जूरी के मेंबर थे तथा मंच पर उपस्थित श्रीमती अलका उपाध्याय जी, चेयरपर्सन NHEA, यहाँ पर सभा में उपस्थित केंद्र सरकार में हमारे मंत्रालय NHEA, NHIDCL, अन्य मंत्रालय के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, राज्य सरकारों से यहाँ पधारे हुए वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, आज यहाँ पर जो लोग पुरस्कृत होंगे वो सभी पुरस्कार विजेतागण, साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी कंसेशनर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, जो हमारे इकोसिस्टम के स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, कंसल्टेंट्स, अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर्स, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन से यहाँ पधारे प्रोफेसर्स और डियर स्टूडेंट्स, ये वास्तव में हमारे लिए बहुत ही गर्व का विषय है कि आज हमारे मध्य नेशनल हाईवे एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड्स के चतुर्थ चक्र में माननीय स्पीकर महोदय की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति हमें प्राप्त हो रही है। मैं चाहता हूं कि हम लोग जोरदार तालियों से आपका अभिवादन करें। महोदय, ये माननीय मंत्री जी की प्रेरणा हमें 2018 में प्राप्त हुई थी कि जो हमारे नेशनल हाईवेज़ को बनाने वाले और बेहतरीन काम करने वाले, चाहे वो हाईवेज़ हों, ब्रिजेज़ हों, टनल्स हों, बाकी स्ट्रक्चर्स हों, बहुत ही डिफ़िकल्ट एरियाज़ में काम करने वाले, बहुत ही बढ़िया टोल मैनेजमेंट करने वाले, ताकि उपभोक्ता को, हाईवे यूज़र को सुविधा हो, इन सभी लोगों को एक राष्ट्रीय मंच से सम्मानित किया जाए। और उसी प्रेरणा का ये स्वरूप आज आपके सामने है कि हम लोग चतुर्थ चक्र में इसे विज्ञान भवन के प्लेनरी हॉल में आज आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति के साथ आयोजित कर रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं आप यहाँ पर ऑडियंस में उपस्थित सभी लोगों की ओर से माननीय मंत्री जी श्री नितिन गडकरी जी, माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी का भी हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ, जिन्होंने हमें हर चरण में प्रेरित किया और बिल्कुल एट ए डिस्टेंस जिसे कहते हैं, थर्ड पार्टी के माध्यम से क्वालिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया को एंगेज करके इस पूरे प्रोसेस को ड्राइव किया। और उसके बाद मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी नीति आयोग, सीईओ नीति आयोग श्रीमान अमिताभ कांत जी की अध्यक्षता में गठित जूरी के द्वारा पुरस्कार विजेताओं को चयनित किया गया। आज कतिपय कारणों से वो यहाँ पर शरीक नहीं हो पाए हैं, तो हम उनको मिस कर रहे हैं। गत वर्ष उन्होंने कार्यक्रम में भाग लिया था। तो पुनः मैं सभी जो यहाँ पर हमारे मित्रगण उपस्थित हैं, मीडिया के लोग उपस्थित हैं, उनका भी हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि आप हमारे जो मुख्य अतिथि, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण यहाँ हैं, उनकी प्रेरणा से हम लोग आने वाले वर्षों में और भी अच्छा काम करके जो देश की अवस्थापना सुविधाओं को बहुत अच्छा बनाने का हमारा स्वप्न है, उसको हम पूरा करेंगे। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद सर। और अब निवेदन है श्री गिरिधर अरमाने जी से, सेक्रेटरी रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, कि वह अपने विचार साझा करें।
Good evening. It is indeed a great privilege to have Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha amongst us today. It will inspire us to perform much better so that the road construction sector will get it a due place of honor in the growth of this country. It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all to the 4th edition of the National Highway Excellence Awards. The awards have an illustrious past and were instituted in 2018 to recognize the innovation and excellence in highway construction and maintenance. In fact, this year, this ceremony has been organized in a specific format where we have a day-long interaction with the developers, experts, to bring out the various aspects of road construction and ensure that the innovative practices are disseminated across the sector. It is being also organized as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the main theme being innovation and excellence in road construction. The ministry has been recognizing and awarding the companies for the best performing road assets and toll plazas across the country. This is the part of larger objective of strengthening and augmenting qualitative road infrastructure in the country, which has been the top priority of the Government of India. As all of you know, under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, largest allocation of the budget has been made to this ministry, and we have been given prime importance in the launching as well as implementation of Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti. Under the able guidance of our Honorable Minister, we have been speeding up the road construction process in the country. Last year, we had a record achievement, and we intend to repeat this year and in the coming years also. Acknowledging the companies which helped us to achieve these records and who are performing exceptionally and delivering the finest quality services in construction, operations, tolling and maintenance stages of highway project, would also encourage other engineers, developers, investors to get more involved in the sector. Roads are the most important asset a country can have. As our minister, Honorable Minister, is habitually quoting that America became rich because of its roads, and American roads are not good because America is rich. So the moment we make good roads, it indicates that India is on path to economic glory and higher growth rate. So it is essential we build qualitative highways, expressways expeditiously to encourage the economic development in the country. To incentivize the key stakeholders in the highway development sector, the awards which were instituted in 2018 were expanded to include special categories in 2019. In 2019, green highways were included, apart from outstanding work in challenging condition, were also as a special category. We received 104 nominations and we made awards in 7 categories. Again in 2020, looking at the changing circumstances, changing requirements of the country, The bridge construction and tunnel construction were introduced as special categories for recognizing exceptional services rendered by developers as well as the engineering community. In 2021, this idea of making bridges and tunnels as special categories was institutionalized, and we have been doing this now as a practice. And we will continue to identify new areas for encouraging the engineering practices and the developer community to perform their best. If we look towards the future journey of these awards, I distinctly see a bright future in terms of the contributions by Indian practitioners to the world records. As all of you know, and we will be seeing a video on that also, we have broken several world records during the last 2 years, either in construction or in the quality. The construction especially, we are building at a pace which is unmatched in the world. No time in history and nowhere in the world the road construction picked up so much pace as we are doing it in the country right now. Apart from the quality consciousness and also the speed of construction, we have been trying to do several things in innovating good practices in the road construction sector. First, one of them is the PM Gati Shakti. As all of you know, Bharat Mala program was conceived as part of the integrated infrastructure planning and development process, where we have incorporated all those utilities, all those features which are required to make it the mainstay of the economic development of an area. We acquired enough land to provide utility ducts. We acquired enough land to ensure that the plantation is done to compensate for the loss of the forest. We ensured that the alignment is straight and reduces the distance, petrol consumption, and time of travel. We also ensured that it connects the most of the economic nodes which need to be connected on the way, either through the spurs or by going along the bypasses of these economic and population nodes. So PM Gati Shakti, which has been launched last year, is an extension. In fact, the seed of PM Gati Shakti was sown by the Union Cabinet in 2017 itself when it approved Bharat Mala. Now it has grown into a huge tree in the form of Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti, and we intend to follow the philosophy of Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti in highway alignment, highway planning, as well as highway construction and operations. The next important program, flagship program of Government of India, which we are very keenly following and trying to implement, is the Amrit Sarovar. This is also a necessity as well as an objective for us in this ministry to have Amrit Sarovars built all along our national highway. As all of you know, the natural resources are very scarce, and digging out earth from agricultural lands which are cultivable is a dangerous precedent. We want to reduce as much taking away of the fertile earth to ensure that the agriculture does not suffer. We would like to utilize Amrit Sarovar not only to increase the water harvesting in the country, but also to provide necessary earthen material for construction of the embankments for the roads. The third important thing in this ministry we have been doing is the adoption of new technology. Our Honorable Minister is very passionate about introduction of new technologies. He has been constantly driving us to adopt measures such as soil stabilization methodology, precast units, and also high-performance materials. The use of these things, either soil stabilization compounds or the high-performance materials, these things will ensure that the utilization of the natural resources is reduced to the minimum. So our ministry's guidelines now permit all types of new technologies to be utilized by the developers. There is no bar. If that particular technology has been proven elsewhere, has been proven in United States of America, Europe, or Australia, that can be copied here. If their courts allow, our courts automatically allow. there is no need for specific performance from our country. So this kind of facilitation has been done, and under the EPC system of construction, the developer community is free to adopt any material, any design, as long as they meet the specifications given in the Indian Road Congress codes. So the adoption of new and innovative material as well as designs is a matter of faith for us now in this ministry, and it's not a thing to be done in the normal course. So with these kind of measures, we hope that we will be able to do justice to the Government of India's enthusiastic allocation of budgetary resources and enthusiastic support we have been receiving from not only our Minister and Prime Minister, but also from all the honorable ministers in Union Cabinet on a continuous basis. So I applaud the successful winners of today's National Highway Excellence Awards. I also pay my homage to those people who have submitted their applications, and also those who have not submitted their applications for these awards, but still are one of the best in the world, best in their class and also best in their world. Our recognition is only a first step. In fact, the very fact that people are happy, people are continuously praising road construction in the country, is in itself a reward to all of you, to the engineers of my own agencies like the Road Wing, the state governments, NHEA, NHIDCL, and more importantly BRO, who have been working in the borders of this country in the most inhospitable conditions. I pay homage to their services. I also applaud the services rendered by the investors who have shown faith in the leadership of this country and have come forward to invest huge amounts. If they are talking about investment in India, whether it's from Canada, USA, or Europe, it's only in terms of billions. Millions no longer count in the Indian infrastructure sector. At the same time, I also applaud the developers who have given faith to these investors by showing quick pace of execution and quality operations and maintenance. With these words, I would like once again to thank all the invitees, the developers, investors who have been invited here. Most importantly, our chief guest today, Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, Sri Om Birla ji, our Honorable Ministers, Nitinji Gadkari and General Dr. V.K. Singh, who have been guiding us and helping us to achieve the objectives of the government and the ministry. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now showcase a film on the National Highways Excellence Award process. Kindly direct your attention towards the screen. Thank you.
India is writing its growth story like never before. And infrastructure development led by roads and highways is driving this growth story. Under the able guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, complemented with the visionary leadership of Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari, the network of metal roads and highways across India is growing in leaps and bounds. Apart from a foresighted leadership, a big role is being played by the stakeholders in the road transport sector, including construction companies, maintenance service providers, toll plaza managers, etc. And all good deeds need recognition and appreciation. Hence, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, North, initiated National Highways Excellence Awards in 2018 to incentivize the stakeholders. And today, on the 4th edition of the award, we are all here to celebrate and recognize the country's best performing road assets and toll plazas. But ascertaining the winners and the best performers of the year 2021 was not an easy task. They were selected after multiple rounds of rigorous assessment of each nomination through a robust methodology. The methodology adopted was a fine blend of mechanism, technology and evaluation. Let's see in detail how it was done. First and foremost, Nominations were invited through a nomination portal as per the blueprint recommended by Quality Council of India, where applicants had to fill in category-specific details and upload the required documents. The second stage was desktop assessment, where entries were assessed based on the uploaded documents. A four-fold assessment approach has been followed, where each application passes through a 4 quality check rounds, 3 checks by QCI's experts and 1 round by MORTH officials lead to a robust assessment of application through verifying uploaded data and generated a score. Then the final result of the second round were presented to the Screening and Validation Committee chaired by Shri Sanjay Kumar, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. The committee comprises Shri Amit Kumar Ghosh, Additional Secretary Highways, MORTH, Shri R.K. Pandey, Member Projects, NHEA, Shri O.P. Srivastav, Chief Engineer, MORTH, Shri V.K. Rajawat, Director Technical, NHIDCL, and Shri Rajesh Gupta, Director LA, MORTH, which shortlist the applicants or the projects for the next round. Then comes the field assessment, where field checks were done by trained officials to verify the information uploaded by the applicants. Under this step, field visits were made and score assigned on the basis of on-site checks. Further, a second screening and validation committee shortlisted projects for jury review. Finally, official feedback was provided on the qualifying projects by the officials from MORTH, NHEA and NHIDCL. On the basis of that, an expert jury panel under the chairmanship of Shri Amitabh Kant, CEO Niti Aayog, comprised of Shri C.K. Mishra, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Shri A.V. Sinha, former Director General, Road Development and Special Secretary, Shri B.C. Datta, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Ola Electric Mobility Private Limited, reviewed the finalists and selected the winners. This assessment was done under various categories to give equal opportunity to all players to nominate their project for the Excellence Award. The categories were Excellence in Project Management, Excellence in Operation and Maintenance, Excellence in Toll Management, Excellence in Highway Safety, Innovation, Green Highway, Outstanding Work in Challenging Condition, Bridge Construction and Tunnel Construction. In total, 122 nominations were received, out of which 89 were found to be valid nominations. After desktop assessment, 58 nominations were shortlisted, which were further filtered to 37 after field assessment. Finally, 13 nominations were selected for the coveted award. We gracefully acknowledge the guidance of Shri Giridhar Armani, Secretary, Road Transport and Highways, General Dr. V.K. Singh, retired Honorable Minister of State, Road Transport and Highways and Civil Aviation, and Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways. So let's give a big round of applause to these winners and also to all the participants who did a wonderful job in taking the road-related infrastructure to a new level.
And now, with due respect, I invite on the dais Shri C.K. Mishra, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and member jury, to render jury remarks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, Lok Sabha, Sir, Honorable Minister, Shri Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of State, General V.K. Singh ji, members of the jury, Mr. Sinha and Mr. Datta, senior officials, secretaries, Mr. Girdhar Armane, Leena Nandan, Alka Upadhyay, and Amit Ghosh. बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि इस अवसर पर मैं आपके समक्ष उपस्थित हो पाया हूं। एक तो इसलिए कि यह अवसर बहुत दिनों बाद मुझे प्राप्त हुआ है। प्रायः सेवानिवृत्ति के बाद इंतजार तो करना ही पड़ता है ऐसे अवसरों के लिए। और दूसरी प्रसन्नता ये है कि मंत्रालय ने मुझे ये अवसर प्रदान किया कि जिस कार्य को हमने कुछ समय तक किया था उसको एक अंतिम पड़ाव तक जाते हुए हम देख सकें, और उसका क्या परिणाम हुआ, सिर्फ परिणाम देखे नहीं, जिन लोगों ने मेहनत की, जिन लोगों ने जो पुरस्कृत हुए उनको पुरस्कार लेते हुए देख सकें। ये एक अद्भुत अवसर है। जब मैं स्मरण करता हूं माननीय अध्यक्ष जी से, जब कभी मैं मिलता था तो हमेशा हम कुछ नई बातों पर विचार करते थे और उनका गाइडेंस होता था कि ये नई चीजें हम की जाएं। और जब मैं पर्यावरण मंत्रालय में था तो मेरे लिए सबसे कठिन और सबसे आसान मंत्रालय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट हाईवेज था। माननीय मंत्री ने हमेशा हमें गाइड किया कि पर्यावरण पहले स्थान पर आएगा, पर जो प्रोसेसेस हैं उसकी सरलता उसके साथ आनी चाहिए। We did a lot of things, but the Honorable Minister never felt that that was enough. I hope things are continuing. But this entire event is a tribute to those who've really put in hard work over the years. You know, when you build long roads and you want to call them a success, you should keep the talking short, because that is the essence of what success means. But since I've also been given the responsibility just now that you also include the jury remarks in what you say, so let me talk about the jury. पथ निर्माण का कार्य, यूं कहें कि आधारभूत संरचना का कोई भी कार्य होता है तो वो बहुत ही कठिन कार्य होता है। पथ निर्माण का कार्य उससे भी कठिन है, विशेषकर यदि निर्धारित समय सीमा के अंदर आप उस कार्य को पूरा करना चाहते हैं और उस गुणवत्ता के साथ करना चाहते हैं जो ग्लोबल मानक है, तो यह बहुत कठिन कार्य है। बट मैं ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि जूरी का काम उससे कम कठिन नहीं था, और ये ट्रिब्यूट है उन लोगों की जिन्होंने उत्तम कार्य को करके दिखाया है। हमारे पास, जैसा अभी बताया गया इस शॉर्ट डॉक्यूमेंट्री में, 37 प्रस्ताव आए थे और ये विभिन्न स्तरों पर होते हुए आते हैं। पहले नॉमिनेशंस आए, फिर उनका मूल्यांकन हुआ, फिर फील्ड विजिट हुआ, उसके बाद जूरी के समक्ष ये आए। जूरी के समक्ष जब प्रस्ताव आए तो प्रत्येक प्रस्ताव पे प्रेजेंटेशंस हुए और उनके विभिन्न पहलुओं को हमने समझने का प्रयास किया। ये कोई आसान कार्य नहीं था, बट हमारे साथ तकनीकी विशेषज्ञ थे जिनकी सहायता से हम लोगों ने इस कार्य को किया। और विभिन्न आयामों पर चर्चा के बाद हमने 13 ऐसे प्रस्ताव चुने जिनको आज पुरस्कृत किया जाएगा। मैं मात्र इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि इसका अर्थ यह नहीं होता है कि जो शेष प्रस्ताव थे उनकी गुणवत्ता या उत्तम क्वालिटी पे कोई शक था। जब भी स्पर्धा होती है तो हम नंबर की सीमित होने के कारण कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स को छोड़ देते हैं। मैं उनको सर्वप्रथम कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूंगा जिनको आज पुरस्कृत तो नहीं किया जा सका है, पर जिन्होंने उत्तम कार्य किया। और उसके बाद जूरी की तरफ से मैं निश्चित रूप से सभी विजेताओं का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करना चाहूंगा। बहुत अच्छा कार्य हुआ है और यह कार्य निरंतर चलता रहे, वही देश हित में होगा। रोड बिल्डिंग, according to me, in the recent years, at least that I have learned, is the only road to success. And that is what we need to really keep in mind. और जो विभिन्न कैटेगरीज थे जिस पे हमने अवार्ड दिया, उसके चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट, ऑपरेशन मैनेजमेंट, हाईवे सेफ्टी और टनल पे भी हमने देखा और चैलेंजिंग कंडीशंस को भी देखा, कई सारे इस तरह की चीजें थी. तो जूरी का कार्य कठिन था, लंबे देर तक बैठ के चली. ये दूसरा वर्ष है जब मुझे मौका मिला इस जूरी पर रहने का. अमिताभ कांत जी नहीं हैं, उनके दिशा निर्देशन में हम लोगों ने इस कार्य को किया. पर एक चीज जो मैं आप सबके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा और तहे दिल से मंत्री जी को इसके लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन प्रोजेक्ट्स को ध्यान से देखने के बाद पूरी अवधारणा जो पथ निर्माण की है वो बदल जाती है. तब आपको लगता है कि कितना कठिन कार्य था और कितना सुलभ और अच्छे तरीके से उसको किया गया. मैं मात्र दो चीजें आज आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा. पहला तो ये कि आज आने की इच्छा मुझे इसलिए भी बहुत थी क्योंकि जैसा मैंने बताया इस मंत्रालय से विशेष लगाव रहा है. नित्य प्रतिदिन कोई न कोई नूतन प्रयोग होते रहे हैं और यदि इनोवेशन हम करते रहेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से सिर्फ पथ निर्माण नहीं करेंगे, डेस्टिनेशन पे पहुंचाने का काम नहीं करेंगे, उसके साथ जो चीजें हैं जो जीवन को बेहतर बनाती हैं उसको भी हम उसमें सम्मिलित करते हैं. आज माननीय मंत्री जी ने मुझे बताया अपने कार्यक्रम अमृत सरोवर के बारे में. ऐसी चीजें हैं जो एक अलग सोच से उत्पन्न होती हैं और पूर्व पर्यावरण सचिव होने के नाते नीना जी यहां हैं, इससे बेहतर उपहार वो वापस ये मंत्रालय पर्यावरण मंत्रालय को नहीं दे सकता है अगर जल की समस्या का समाधान इससे होता है. इसलिए ये इनोवेशंस धरोहर है हमारे, उनको हमें रखना चाहिए. बट इसके साथ जो दूसरा बिंदु मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा, एक पीड़ा है. सर, इन दिस कंट्री, इन दिस सोसाइटी, द वे वी लिव, वी इंडियंस just don't celebrate success. Success for us is a momentary happiness, but we have never celebrated it, whether it be in the field of sports or science or education, whatever. It's just not in the Indian psyche, so to say. और मैं समझता हूं कि वो करना बहुत आवश्यक है. सफलता बहुत अच्छी चीज है, बहुत बड़ी चीज है, पर सफलता की परिणति यदि प्रेरणा में नहीं होती है तो पूरी सफलता नहीं मानी जा सकती है. ये हम अपनी बड़ाई नहीं कर रहे हैं सफलता को सेलिब्रेट करके, हम इसको एक प्रेरणा का स्वरूप दे रहे हैं ताकि आगे वाला व्यक्ति भी उस सफलता से सीखकर सफल होए. Success celebration must result in creation of a chain of success, otherwise it is meaningless. And we must inculcate that in our habit. If we are able to do that, we will see far more success than we have seen today, and far more successful people than we are seeing today. मैं पुनः आप सबों का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा मंत्रालय का विशेष रूप से कि उन्होंने अवसर दिया आज उपस्थित होने का. और बहुत ही खुशी होती है जब हम देखते हैं देश के किसी सेक्टर को इस तरह सफलता की ओर बढ़ते हुए, और पूरा विश्वास है मुझे कि आगे इससे बेहतर कार्यक्रम और आएंगे और आते रहेंगे. आप सबों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you very much, sir, for your stimulating address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to invite on the dais General Dr. V.K. Singh, Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways and Civil Aviation, to enlighten us by delivering his address. Please give him a big hand.
आज हमारे मध्य में अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से मौजूद हैं हमारे माननीय स्पीकर महोदय ओम बिरला जी, हमारे मंत्रालय के बहुत ही गतिवान, बहुत ही इनोवेटिव मंत्री श्री नितिन गडकरी जी, हमारे मंत्रालय के सेक्रेटरी श्री गिरधर अरमाने जी, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी जो कि हमारे मंत्रालय से संबंधित रही हैं लीना नंदन जी, हमारे पास जो ज्यूरी बनी उसमें से हमारे साथ मौजूद है श्री C.K. मिश्रा जी, फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज, श्री A.V. सिन्हा जी, फॉर्मर DG रोड्स एंड SS, श्री B.C. दत्ता जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स, और हमारी NHEA की चेयरमैन अलका पांडे जी, श्री अमित घोष जी जो कि इस पूरे कार्य के अंदर काफी लगे रहे, यहां पर आए सभी जो कि जिनका प्रोजेक्ट किसी न किसी रूप में सराहाया गया या जिसका आंकलन किया गया, और कुछ उसमें से पुरस्कृत हुए, कुछ जो शायद पुरस्कृत ना हो पाए और जो यहां पर मौजूद हैं, सभी अधिकारीगण, सभी जो इस प्रोग्राम में सम्मिलित हुए, आप सबका बहुत बहुत नमस्कार और यहां पर आने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत अभिवादन। और एक बार मैं चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे लोग पुरस्कृत हुए हैं, जो कि जिनको सराहाया जाएगा, और जो कुछ पुरस्कृत नहीं हुए, एक बार जोर से उनके लिए ताली बजा दीजिए। हमारे बीच में हमारे मीडिया के मित्रगण भी हैं जो इस पूरे इवेंट को कवर कर रहे हैं, और अगर आपको अपनी फोटो उसमें दिखानी तो जरूर जोर से ताली बजाइए। जिस गति से नेशनल हाईवे और देश के अंदर रोड सेक्टर के अंदर उन्नति हुई है, खासकर 2014 के बाद, वो अपने आप के अंदर एक उदाहरण है कि अगर किसी चीज के बारे में सोचा जाए, उसको ठीक तरह से मैनेज किया जाए, तो देश कहां से कहां पहुंच सकता है। आज आप देश के किसी कोने में जाएं तो आपको एक चीज जरूर सुनने को मिलेगी कि हमारे एक्सप्रेसवेज और हाईवेज आज विश्व की तुलना में अपने आप के अंदर खरे उतरते हैं, और ये तभी संभव हुआ है जब हमने अपने मानक, अपने लोग जो इसको बनाते हैं उनको प्रेरणा दी और कोशिश की कि हम इनोवेशन करें, नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाएं और वो काम करने की कोशिश करें जिससे कि हर चीज जल्दी भी बने, सुंदर भी बने, टिकाऊ भी बने और अच्छी भी बने। अगर आप देखेंगे जो हमारी रफ्तार थी रोड बनाने की 2014 तक 12 किलोमीटर की, वो 37 पर पहुंच गई, और कोविड के कारण थोड़ी सी उसमें गिरावट जरूर आई, लेकिन उसके बाद भी 29 किलोमीटर पर डे के हिसाब से ये गति चलती चली गई। इतने अच्छे हाईवे बने हैं, और एक सबसे बड़ी चीज ये हुई है कि इन सब के अंदर, चाहे वो भारतमाला के नीचे हो, चाहे इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर के नीचे हो, चाहे पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी के नीचे हो, इन सबके पीछे एक ही सोच थी कि देश की आर्थिक स्थिति में, लोगों के आवागमन में कैसे अच्छापन आए। और मानकर चलिए हर तरीके से ये जमीन पर दिखाई देता है। मैं चाहूंगा कि जितने लोगों ने रोडें बनाई हैं, जितने ने उनको डायरेक्ट किया है, जितने ने सुपरवाइज किया है, जितने ने उसमें योगदान दिया, एक बार उन सब के लिए जोर से ताली बजाइए। नेशनल हाईवे एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड्स 2018 में आए, और इसके पीछे एक लक्ष्य था कि एक प्रतिस्पर्धा हो, बिकॉज कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस स्पर्स यू टू अचीव ग्रेटर हाइट्स, एंड कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस इज इनग्रेन्ड इनटू अ ह्यूमन बीइंग। साइकोलॉजिकली अगर आप किसी को खड़ा करें और उसको कहें कि भाई एक स्टैंडिंग जंप करो, उसको मत बोलिए कि प्रतिस्पर्धा है, वो कुछ जंप करेगा, दूसरे को जब आप कहोगे तो उसे आगे जंप करने की कोशिश करेगा। तो ये जो प्रेरणा मिलती है दूसरे के काम को देखकर, उससे आगे जाने की इच्छा से, उससे पूरे सेक्टर के अंदर उन्नति होती है। और इन अवार्ड्स का यही मकसद था कि जो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उनको सराहा जाए और जो उन तक पहुंचना चाहते हैं उनको प्रेरणा मिले। मुझे आशा है कि इन दोनों चीजों को लेकर आगे आने वाले समय में हम और उत्साह देखेंगे और अच्छापन देखेंगे और देखेंगे कि किस प्रकार हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ और क्या क्या कर सकते हैं जिससे कि हाईवेज अच्छे बने, एक्सप्रेसवेज अच्छे बने, रोड सेफ्टी बढ़े और साथ साथ हम उन सब लक्ष्यों को पा सके जिनके बारे में हमने सोचा है। जिस तरीके से हमारे हाईवे और एक्सप्रेसवेज बन रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि कुछ दिनों के बाद शायद हवाई जहाज का आवागमन कम हो जाएगा, क्योंकि रोड्स इतने अच्छे बन गए हैं कि लोगों को इनके ऊपर जाने में ज्यादा सुलभता होगी। अगर आप दिल्ली से देहरादून 2.5 घंटे में पहुंच सकते हैं तो शायद हवाई यात्रा का कोई मतलब नहीं रह जाता। कुछ लोग जो कई बार मिलते हैं कहते हैं कि हम बेंगलोर से दिल्ली तक आए और हमें इतनी सुलभता हुई, इतना अच्छा लगा। तो ये जितने लोगों ने बनाया है, जितने लोगों ने सुपरवाइज किया है, उन सबके काम का एक नतीजा जमीन पर दिखाई देता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी की गति शक्ति जो योजना है उसके नीचे होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच है, ताकि हर डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से सब चीजों को आसानी से कराया जा सके, ताकि हमें अपने काम के अंदर आसानी हो। मैं पुनः आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं और एक चीज आपके बीच में छोड़ना चाहता हूं कि जो आप प्रेरणा लेके चल रहे हैं इन अवार्ड से, उनके लिए और अच्छे रोड बनाइए और अच्छी चीजें नए नए तरीके से वहां पर लगाइए और नए मटेरियल, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ देश को और सुंदर बनाइए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address. Your suggestions and advices have been noted. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now stepping on to the Gala Award ceremony we've been waiting for. The ceremony where we will recognize the officers who have done exceptionally well in their respective domains. Requesting Honorable Chief Guest, accompanied by other esteemed dignitaries present on the stage, to kindly step forward for the prestigious award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the officers from Road Wing, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. The first category is Outstanding Work in Construction and Development of Highways in Plain Area, and the awardees are Shri Naresh Kumar Chopra, Executive Engineer. Due to some emergency, he won't be able to receive his award. Ms. Aditi Yadav, Executive Engineer. Kindly keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 30 minutes. Shri Manish Kumar, Assistant Executive Engineer. Our next category is Outstanding Work in Construction and Development of Highways in Extremely Difficult Environmental Condition, including works in terrain area, and the awardee is Shri Romi, Executive Engineer at RO Shimla. Next category, ladies and gentlemen, Exceptional Work in Bridge category, and the awardees Mohammad Shadab Imam, Project Director, PIU Patna. Shri Abhinav Kumar, Project Director, PIU Bhagalpur. And now, officers from National Highways Authority of India. The first category is Construction in Plain Area, and the awardees are Shri VP Brahmankar, PDPIU Amravati. Shri Zafar Ahmed Sultani, PDPIU Godhra. Shri Mohammad Safi, PDPIU Hanumangarh. Next category is Tunnel. The awardees are Shri S.K. Yadav, PDPIU Palakkad. Shri Sumesh Bansal, PDPIU Jabalpur. Shri S.D. Chitnis, PDPIU Solapur. Our next category is Bridges and Structures, and the awardees are Shri B.S. Salunke, PDPIU Nashik. Shri N.L. Yotkar, PDPIU Nagpur. Shri R.P. Singh, PDPIU Ghaziabad. Our next category is ETC FASTag, and the awardees are Shri Mudit Garg, PDPIU Ghaziabad. Shri Arjun Saini, Deputy Manager, PIU Sikar. Shri N.N. Giri, PIU Lucknow. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is COVID. The awardees are Shri Arvind Kumar, PDPIU Ghaziabad. Shri Vivek Jaiswal, ROMP. Shri Abdul Basit, RO. And now, ladies and gentlemen, officers from NHIDCL. The first category is outstanding work in construction and development of highways in extremely difficult environmental conditions, including works in terrain areas. The awardees are Shri Saurabh Deo, DGM, SO Khilani. A thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate their success. Let's be a part of this celebration. Shri Saurabh Deo, DGM, SO Khilani. Many, many congratulations to the golden winners. Shri Ankit Loyal, Manager, Arunachal Pradesh. Our next category is Exceptional Work in Bridge category. Shri Trivendra Kumar, GM, Tripura. Our next awardee, Shri Ashish Gupta, ex-manager, West Bengal. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is exceptional work in tunnel category. And the awardees are Shri Alok Agarwal, manager, PMU Sonmarg. Shri Rahul Jajoria, DGM, Ladakh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Guinness World Record for construction of 75-lane-kilometer longest stretch of bituminous concrete road on Amravati to Akola section NH53. And the proud awardees are Jagdish Kadam, Rajpath Infracon Package 1 Private Limited, Pune; Rajiv Agrawal, CGM and Regional Officer, Nagpur. तालियां बजती रहें, जोरदार तालियां बजती रहें. Vilas P. Brahmankar, GM Project Director, PIU Amravati. Shrikant Dhage, DGM, PIU Amravati. MSV International in joint venture with Sterling Indo-Tech Consultants Private Limited through Shri Sandeep Tanpure, team leader. So we have with us Jagdish Kadam from Rajpath Infracon, Rajiv Agarwal, CGM and Regional Officer from Nagpur, Vilas P. Brahmankar, GM and Project Director, Shrikant Dhage, DGM PIU Amravati, and MSV International in joint venture, Shri Sandeep Tanpure. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to the presentation of special awards. The first is setting world record of laying 25.54 lane-kilometer bituminous concrete layer in 18 hours. Project name, 4-laning of Solapur-Vijaypur section of NH13 in Maharashtra and Karnataka. And the proud awardees are SS Kadam, Project Director, NHEA, PIU, Solapur. DS Rathore, Manager Tech, NHEA, RO, Mumbai. Mahesh D. Yemul, Site Engineer. Ashish Suhane, Team Leader, LN Malviya Infra Projects Private Limited. Siddhana Gaura K, Team Leader, Concessionaire, Messrs. VPTPL. Venkateshwar Rao, Project Director, IJMII. Many congratulations. Our next category is setting world record for construction of 2.58 kilometer long 4-lane cement concrete road near Vadodara in 24 hours. And the proud awardee is Mr. Arvind Patil, Patil Infrastructures Limited. Mr. Arvind Patel, Patel Infrastructures Limited. Many congratulations. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for setting world record for laying of the highest quantity of dense bitumen over 50 kilometers single lane in 100 hours, Delhi-Vadodara Expressway. And the award goes to Mr. Yogesh Kumar Jain, Managing Director, PNC Infratech Limited. Mr. Yogesh Kumar Jain, Managing Director, PNC Infratech Limited. Our next awardee is Bala Saheb Teng for excellence in water conservation under Amrit Sarovar Yojana, and Vijay Patil for excellence in water conservation under Amrit Sarovar Yojana. Mr. Patil could not come as he is down with COVID, so requesting Bala Saheb ji to please receive award on his behalf as well. Thank you very much. And before we move forward to the National Excellence Award, I request Honorable Chief Guest to kindly honor the distinguished jury members with a token of respect with a memento, starting with Shri C.K. Mishra ji, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. Shri A.V. Sinha, former Director General, Road Development and Special Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Shri B.C. Datta, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Ola Electric Mobility Private Limited. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce the National Highway Excellence Awards 2021. And the first category is Excellence in Project Management PPP. And the prestigious Gold Award is being conferred to Wellspun Enterprises Limited for Delhi-Meerut Expressway Package 1 in Delhi and UP. The silver awardee, Krishnagiri Valajapet Tollway Private Limited, Krishnagiri Valajapet section in Tamil Nadu, ladies and gentlemen, the silver awardee. All of us have gathered here. It's a moment of celebration, and that's incomplete without a thunderous round of applause. Few more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly keep the energy going. Our next category is Excellence in Project Management EPC, and the gold awardee is BIPL BVEPL joint venture for two-laning of Bardumsa Namchik Road NH215 in Arunachal Pradesh. Next category, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Operation and Maintenance Flexible, and the silver awardee is Valayar Vadikan Cherry Expressways Private Limited for Valayar Vadinkecheri section in Kerala. The silver awardee, Valayar Vadinkecheri, Kerala, ladies and gentlemen. Our next category, Excellence in Operation and Maintenance Rigid, and the silver awardee is Godhra Expressways Private Limited for Godhra to Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh border section of NH59 project in Gujarat. Godhra Expressway Private Limited. Congratulations. Next category is Excellence in Toll Management, and the combined gold awardee is Farakka Raiganj Highway Limited for the projects Lakhimpur Toll Plaza and Bagasarai Toll Plaza in West Bengal. The silver award goes to Ashoka Buildcon for Hira Bagewadi Toll Plaza in Karnataka. जोरदार तालियां देवियों सज्जनों. Next category, Excellence in Highway Safety Plane, and the silver awardee is Simhapur Expressway Limited, Chilakaluripet, Nellore section of NH5 in Andhra Pradesh. Silver awardee, ladies and gentlemen, is Simhapur Expressway Limited for the project Chilakaluripet, Nellore section of NH5 in Andhra Pradesh. Moving forward, the next category is Green Highway, and the special award winner is GR Infra Projects Limited for the project 4-laning of NH56 bypass connecting NH2 with NH56 as part of Varanasi Ring Road Phase 2 Package 1 in Uttar Pradesh. Our next category is Outstanding Work in Challenging Condition, and the gold awardees are Dinesh Chandra R. Agarwal Infracon Private Limited for the project Rehabilitation and Upgradation of Byodhanabad Feraganj section of NH223 in Andaman and Nicobar. And Dibang Infra Projects Limited for the project Bridge Construction across the Dibang River System and connecting road between Bomjur, Mecca, and Bridge Construction across River Lohit at Alubari Ghat, connecting road between Chaukam and Degaru in Arunachal Pradesh. इसमें लिखा नहीं है. Dibang Infra Projects Limited, ladies and gentlemen, gold awardees. The silver award in this category are Dhola Infra Projects Limited for the project Bridge between Dhola and Sadia Ghats along with 2-lane connecting roads from near about Dhola to Islampur Tenali in Arunachal Pradesh. Kindly keep the applause going. And the last award, ladies and gentlemen, is a special award and goes to Seagull India Limited for rehabilitation of Ramdas to Gurdaspur package project and construction of Kartarpur corridor, Indian territory in Punjab. And now requesting Honorable Minister of State, Road Transport and Highways, requesting Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji to kindly present a token of respect to Shri Om Birla ji, Honorable Speaker of Lok Sabha, requesting Minister of State, Thank you very much for gracing today's event with your benign presence, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is heartening that the e-brochure is being released. Requesting the dignitaries to please bear with us for 2 more minutes. It is heartening that the e-brochure is being released on the occasion of National Highways Excellence Award. Requesting Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, to kindly release the e-brochure, along with the other esteemed dignitaries present on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we release the e-brochure. Thank you so much, respected dignitaries. You may please be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, on this day I feel great to inform you that Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, would also be launching e-book version of Compendium of Policy Circular 2022 prepared by National Highway Authorities of India. The master circular is divided into 16 heads and 65 subheads. और अब प्रस्तुत है जल संरक्षण पर एक लघु फिल्म।
देश भर में जल संरक्षण और जलाशयों की तस्वीर बदलकर रख देने वाला अमृत सरोवर अभियान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के दिशा निर्देश में चल रहा है। इसके तहत हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवर का कायाकल्प किया जाएगा। मतलब ये है कि देश भर में 50,000 से ज्यादा जलाशयों का कायाकल्प और विकास होगा। महाराष्ट्र में केंद्रीय सड़क परिवहन और राजमार्ग मंत्री नितिन गडकरी जी और उनकी टीम अमृत सरोवर योजना को तेजी से आगे बढ़ाने में लगातार जुटी हुई है। अप्रैल 2022 तक महाराष्ट्र में 500 से अधिक जल निकायों, 270 फार्म पॉन्ड्स का कायाकल्प किया जा चुका है, जिसका नतीजा ये है कि राज्य में 34,000 टीसीएम की अतिरिक्त जल भंडारण क्षमता का निर्माण बिना किसी लागत से हुआ है। और इसी क्रम में हाईवे मैन ऑफ इंडिया नितिन गडकरी जी के दृढ़ संकल्प और दूरदर्शिता की देन है कि अब नेशनल हाईवे कंस्ट्रक्शन के जरिए जल संरक्षण के लिए अमृत सरोवरों के निर्माण में तेजी आने लगी है। इसी श्रृंखला का एक हिस्सा है डॉक्टर पंजाबराव देशमुख कृषि विद्यापीठ यानी PDKV अकोला और महाराष्ट्र एनिमल एंड फिशरी साइंसेज यूनिवर्सिटी नागपुर में 2,468 टीसीएम की जल भंडारण क्षमता वाले 34 जलाशयों का निर्माण। अपने तरह के इस खास मॉडल में नेशनल हाईवे 53 से संबंधित राजमार्गों के सुधार के काम के जरिए ही बिना किसी लागत से जलाशयों को गहरा करने और उसका कायाकल्प करने का काम किया जा रहा है। इन जलाशयों से निकाली गई मिट्टी गाद और अन्य चीजों का इस्तेमाल नेशनल हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट के लिए किया जा रहा है। सड़क परिवहन और राजमार्ग मंत्रालय ने साल 2017 में ही सभी राज्यों से खास तौर से सूखा प्रभावित इलाकों में इस तरह की गतिविधि शुरू करने की अपील की थी। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने तेजी से इस पर काम किया था और रॉयल्टी फ्री मटेरियल मुहैया कराया था। NHPWD और NHEA के अधिकारियों ने शुरुआती पहल करते हुए इस मॉडल के लिए बुल्ढाना जिले को पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के लिए चुना। जल संरक्षण के इस मॉडल को बुल्ढाना पैटर्न भी कहते हैं, जिस पैटर्न की तारीफ नीति आयोग भी कर चुका है। कुल प्रस्तावित 34 जलाशयों में अब तक 20 जलाशय तैयार किए जा चुके हैं। 9 पर काम अभी जारी है और 5 पर जल्द ही काम शुरू होगा। पूरी तरह तैयार 20 जलाशयों को अमृत सरोवर मिशन का हिस्सा घोषित किया जा रहा है।
इन 20 जलाशयों की जल भंडारण क्षमता 1276 TCM है। शुरुआत में यहाँ सिंचाई क्षमता 150 हेक्टेयर थी, लेकिन जलाशय बनने के बाद ये 663 हेक्टेयर की हो गई है। अगर अभी 34 जलाशयों का निर्माण योजना के तहत होता है तो ये सिंचाई क्षमता बढ़कर 2468 हेक्टेयर की हो जाएगी। इस मॉडल के दूसरे फायदों की बात करें तो मत्स्य पालन के तैयार किए गए तालाबों की नीलामी से राजस्व भी अर्जित किया जाएगा। PDKV ने जिन 2 तालाबों की नीलामी की है उससे हर साल करीब 8 लाख रुपए का राजस्व मिलेगा। इस पूरे मॉडल से ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज के जरिए 1 लाख की कुल आबादी वाले 19 गांवों को लाभ होगा। उम्मीद की जा रही है कि गडकरी जी के मार्गदर्शन में जल संरक्षण के इस मॉडल से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के कुल 71 कृषि विद्यालय भी इसे अपनाएंगे, खासकर उन इलाकों में जहां के लोग सूखे की मार झेल रहे हैं और जिनके लिए पानी की बूंद बूंद किसी मोती से कम नहीं है। माननीय गडकरी जी का कहना है,
गावणाऱ्या पाण्याला चालायला लावा, गाळणाऱ्या पाण्याला थांबायला लावा, थांबलेल्या पाण्याला जमिनीला प्यायला लावा। गावातलं पाणी गावात, घरातलं पाणी घरात, शेतातलं पाणी शेतात।
American roads are not good because America is rich, he quotes. But America is rich because American roads are good. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji is one of the senior most members of Shri Narendra Modi ji's government, is seen as a man of the masses, an accomplished social reformer, an adroit statesman, an administrator, a seasoned politician. He has earned for himself the distinction of being a visionary thinker and a deft executor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to invite on the dais Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, to address the august gathering. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
आज के हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के अतिथि हमारे लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय ओम बिरला जी, मेरे सहयोगी आदरणीय जनरल सेवानिवृत्त डॉक्टर वीके सिंह जी, हमारे सेक्रेटरी श्री गिरिधर अरमानी जी, पर्यावरण विभाग के सचिव आदरणीय श्रीमती लीलानंदन जी, हमारी NHEA की चेयरमैन श्रीमती अलका उपाध्याय जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री अमित कुमार घोष जी, विशेष रूप से अमिताभ कांत जी के नेतृत्व में ये बहुत कठिन काम जिन्होंने यशस्वी रूप से किया है, ऐसे हमारे जूरी के मेंबर, फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय CK मिश्रा जी, आदरणीय AB सिन्हा जी, आदरणीय BG दत्ता जी, और विशेष रूप से मैं अमिताभ कांत आज उपस्थित नहीं है पर इन समिति की भी विशेष रूप से उनका धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने मेरिट के आधार पर बहुत अच्छे निर्णय करके इस काम को पूरा किया है। मुझे याद है जब मैं महाराष्ट्र में मंत्री था तो डॉक्टर अलेक्जेंडर हमारे गवर्नर थे और विश्वेश्वरैया जो है उनके जन्मदिन पर हमने एक कार्यक्रम तय किया था कि अच्छे काम करने वाले इंजीनियर्स को अवार्ड दें और इस बात के लिए एक समिति भी का गठन हुआ था। जब मैं उस समय मेरे दोनों सेक्रेटरी मिस्टर देशपांडे एंड मिस्टर तांबे दोनों को लेकर गवर्नर साहब को मिलने के लिए गया था तो उनने स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे प्रश्न पूछा कि जिनको आप अवार्ड दे रहे हैं उसमें कोई आपका इंटरफियरेंस है क्या। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि इसका जवाब मेरे देने के बजाय हमारे सेक्रेटरी देंगे और ने कहा कि इसका सर कोई पॉलिटिकल इंटरफियरेंस नहीं है और इस समिति ने मेरिट के आधार पर निर्णय किए। डॉक्टर अलेक्जेंडर आए थे और वैसे भी महाराष्ट्र में जब मैं काम कर रहा था तो उनका मेरे ऊपर विशेष रूप से प्रेम था। उस समय एक चीफ इंजीनियर थे, उनको अवार्ड मिला। वो मलबार हिल पर मेरे घर पर आए और जैसे आए तो उनके आंखों में आंसू थे। तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कि ये क्यों रो रहे हैं, इनको क्या हुआ है। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि मैं शेड्यूल कास्ट कम्युनिटी से हूं और मैंने कभी ये सोचा ही नहीं कि डिपार्टमेंट में मुझे बेस्ट अवार्ड मिलेगा, और ये अवार्ड मिला है तो मेरा इस पर विश्वास ही नहीं बैठता है। और इसलिए मैं इतना धन्य मानता हूं कि आज मुझे खुशी के कारण मेरे चेहरे पर बहुत खुशी है। तब मुझे ध्यान में आया कि अच्छे काम करने वालों को जब सम्मान मिलता है तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उसका मोटिवेशन, इंस्पायरेशन टुवर्ड्स उसके कार्य के बारे में और बढ़ता है। और इसलिए जब मैं यहाँ दिल्ली में आया तो मैं उस समय हमारे सेक्रेटरी को कहा कि हम भी ये एक्सीलेंट अवार्ड जो है ये शुरू करेंगे। और आज मुझे खुशी है कि हर बार मैं ही अवार्ड देता हूँ। फिर इस साल मेरे मन में आया और मैंने सेक्रेटरी साहब से अनुरोध किया कि मेरे हाथ से अवार्ड देने के बजाय मुझे लगता है कि इस बार हम हमारे लोकसभा के स्पीकर जो है उनको बुलाएं और उनके हाथ से हम अवार्ड दें। लोकसभा हमारे लोकतंत्र का सर्वोच्च पीठ है। हमारा लोकतंत्र जो है वो 4 पिलर पर खड़ा है। एक है लेजिस्लेटिव विंग, दूसरी एग्जीक्यूटिव विंग, तीसरी जुडिशरी और चौथी मीडिया। और इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर के हमारे सबसे प्रमुख ओम बिरला जी है और हम वर्ल्ड की सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि मैंने तुरंत ओम बिरला जी को जब फोन लगाया तो वो दिल्ली में नहीं थे, पर आज के हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में वो आए और उन्होंने सब हमारे इंजीनियर्स को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स को, कंसल्टेंट को जो अवार्ड दिए हैं, और उनके चेहरे पर जब वो आ रहे थे अवार्ड ले रहे थे तो उनके चेहरे पर एक समाधान था, एक खुशी थी, और वो देखकर मुझे भी बहुत खुशी हुई। मैं अक्सर कहता हूं कि ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप इज द बिगेस्ट स्ट्रेंथ फॉर पॉलिटिक्स, नॉट ओनली फॉर पॉलिटिक्स, फॉर सोशल वर्क एंड इवन माई क्रेडिट। बट एज ए हेड ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन समटाइम ये क्रेडिट मुझे मिलता है, और मिलता है तो वैसे मैं बहुत फेल्यूर इंजीनियर हूं, क्योंकि मैं जब मुंबई में था तो मैंने बहुत काम किया तो मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बढ़ गया। वर्ली बांद्रा सेलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, 55 फ्लाईओवर्स और मुंबई पुणे हाईवे। तो आर्किटेक्ट ने मेरा घर मिट्टी का बाड़ा था, बहुत बड़ा था, हम राजघराने के इसमें से थे, और गिरा हुआ घर ही हमारे वैभव का लक्षण था, बहुत बड़ी जगह थी, तो उसको बनाने का था। तो मैंने आर्किटेक्ट के बाद अपना ही दिमाग यूज किया, और बाद में मेरे को ध्यान में आया कि मेरे बेडरूम में पिलर मेरे पलंग के सामने खड़ा हो गया क्योंकि उसमें गलती हुई थी। तो मैं तो सिविल इंजीनियरिंग भी नहीं समझता, बहुत लोगों में ये इंप्रेशन है मेरे बारे में कि मुझे कंस्ट्रक्शन का बहुत ज्यादा समझता है, पर मुझे ज्यादा नहीं समझता। पर एक स्वाभाविक रूप से आप लोग रात दिन काम करते हैं, मेहनत करते हैं और वहाँ कठिनाइयों का सामना करते हैं, और उसके टीम वर्क के कारण ये काम होता है। और इसलिए क्रेडिट कोई मेरे एक अकेले का नहीं है, हमारे सेक्रेटरी NHEA के चेयरमैन है, NHEA DCL के चेयरमैन है, हमारे इंजीनियर्स है, हमारे ऑफिसर्स हैं, सबका इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन है, और इट इज ए क्रेडिट ऑफ कलेक्टिव टीम स्पिरिट। मैं अक्सर एक बात सबको बताता हूं कि A नाम के व्यक्ति ने A² काम किया और B नाम के व्यक्ति ने B² काम किया, तो टोटल वर्क इज A² + B²। बट व्हेन A and B comes together, thinks together and works together, A + B ब्रैकेट में स्क्वायर, इसका जवाब आता है A² + B² + twice AB, and this twice AB is a result of collective team spirit। तो ये जो 5 विक्रम हुए हैं जो गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड के, इसके लिए बहुत लोगों में रिकॉग्निशन है, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैं भी अनुभव करता हूं। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैं और मेरी पत्नी हवाई जहाज में आ रहे थे, तो पहले मैं आता था दिल्ली, जब आया तो मैं दिल्ली कम आता था, तो मैं जब प्रेसिडेंट बन के ही पार्टी का आया था तो मुझे दिल्ली अभी भी मालूम नहीं है। तो उस समय 1-2 लोग फोटो निकालते थे। अब मैं आता हूं तो मेरे साथ सिक्योरिटी नहीं रहती विमान में, जब तक एयरपोर्ट के बाद तब रहती है। तो मैं उतरता हूं तो मेरे पीछे 25-25, 30-30 लोग रहते हैं कि वे फोटो निकाल। तो मैं सबको नाराज नहीं करता, तो मैं निकालता हूं तो लाइन बढ़ती जाती है। तो मैं पूछता हूं फोटो क्यों निकाल रहे? अरे सर, क्या मेरठ हाईवे बनाया आपने। अब वो फोटो निकालने वाले इसीलिए आते कि उनके घर में, उनके शहर में, उनके जिले में जो हाईवे बनता है उसकी स्वाभाविक रूप से उनको बहुत खुशी होती है। वैसे ये आप सबके लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि मैं अक्सर एक फिलॉसफी पर विश्वास रखता हूँ। मैं एक बार हॉस्पिटल में था तो मेरे मित्र ने मुझे एक किताब दी थी। वो किताब स्टारबक्स थी। और किताब का मैं अक्सर बात सबको बताता हूँ। वो एक ट्रक ड्राइवर के लड़के थे और उनकी माताजी थी, वो नर्स थी अमेरिका में। तो एक कॉफ़ी शॉप में नौकरी करने लगे और नौकरी करने के साथ साथ अचानक उन्होंने अपना एक कॉफ़ी शॉप डाला और बाद में वो इतना प्रगति कर गए कि उनके 23,000 कॉफ़ी शॉप्स अभी वर्ल्ड में है। यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में है, अमेरिका में, सब जगह पर है। तो उनको ये पूछा गया कि आपने इतना बड़ा सक्सेस मिला, इसका कारण क्या है? तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात की। उन्होंने कहा कि जब आपको सक्सेस मिलता है उसकी खुशी केवल आपको होती है तो वो सक्सेस मीनिंगलेस है, पर उस सक्सेस की खुशी आपसे ज्यादा आपके साथ काम करने वाले सहकारियों को होती है, कोऑर्डिनेट करने वाले लोगों को होती है। दैट इज रियली ए ट्रू सक्सेस। तो निश्चित रूप से ये काम किया आप लोगों को जितनी सबको खुशी हो रही है वो बहुत अच्छी बात है। कभी कभी मैं बहुत साफ बोलने वाला हूँ भी। मैंने NHEA के उद्घाटन के लिए एक भाषण दिया था, तो वो भाषण इतना वायरल हुआ, वर्ल्ड में वायरल हुआ, फॉरेनर्स भी देखते उसको। और मुझे लगा कि पहले लगा पश्चाताप हुआ कि आपने नहीं बोलना चाहिए, नहीं बोलना, पर मेरे से रहा नहीं गया क्योंकि मेरे मन में अस्वस्थता थी। पर मैंने जब आपके बारे में बुरा भी बोला तो भी मुझे पैसे मिले क्योंकि अब YouTube पर जो मेरे भाषण सुनते तो मुझे लाखों में पैसे मिलने लगे और वो भाषण जो है वो हाईएस्ट सुना गया। तो बहुत से सरकारी अधिकारी, कर्मचारी कभी कभी वो घूमता है तो मुझे मिलते हैं और बताते कि वो भाषण आपने बहुत ठीक दिया। तो वो इसलिए बोलते कि उनके मन की भावना मैंने व्यक्त की थी। तो मुझे कभी कभी लगता है कि गलतियां होती है और मैं अक्सर इस फिलोसॉफी पर विश्वास रखता हूँ, दिस मिस्टेक्स आर बोनाफाइड, फॉरगिव देम। इफ द मिस्टेक्स आर मैलाफाइड देन उनको कार्रवाई करिए। गलती काम करने वाले आदमी से ही होती है, पर सरकार ये नहीं कहता। सरकार में कोई गलती करता है तो तुरंत इंक्वायरी होती है। तो ये स्वाभाविक रूप से सरकार में आउट ऑफ बॉक्स विचार करना, काम करना, इसमें पहले अब मेरे ध्यान में आया 7 साल में कि सबसे पहले जो नियम बनाता है, जो सबसे छोटा सेक्रेटरी वो सरकार चलाता है। जो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, अंडर सेक्रेटरी, वो जो तैयार करता है उसके ऊपर मंत्री भी साइन कर देता है और वो लिख देता है शेड्यूल बी, शेड्यूल ए में ऐसा होगा। जो नहीं पूछा तो भी जितनी चीजें लिख देता है और बाद में जब निर्णय करने की बात आती है तो फिर बोलते ये शेड्यूल परमिट नहीं कर रहा, वो शेड्यूल। तो मैंने लिखते क्यों इतने बड़े शेड्यूल? आप यही लिखो कि 5 साल की डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी है, एनीथिंग हैपन्स, वो जो करना है करे, अगर खराब हो गया तो उसको अच्छा करना पड़ेगा। इतना लिखो। आप इतना डिटेल में क्यों लिखते हो? पर सरकार में यही होता है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि आज हमारे यहाँ रोड की क्वालिटी को भी हम सुधार रहे हैं, नए नए मटेरियल्स को भी हम यूज कर रहे हैं और अभी भी नए नए यंग टैलेंटेड इंजीनियर्स को भी हमने अवार्ड दिया है। मैं निश्चित रूप से हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे कि ये जो हमारे अनेक छोटे छोटे लोग हैं, परसों मुझे एक छोटा लड़का इंजीनियर मिला और उसने मुझे कहा कि ये जो हिल एरिया में जो लैंडस्लाइड्स होती है, इसमें मैं आपको एक उपाय बताता हूँ। तो मैंने कहा क्या उपाय है? तो बोले आप एक कंक्रीट का प्रीकास्ट ब्लॉक वहां डाल दो और अगर ऊपर से पहाड़ गिर गया तो उसके ऊपर गिरेगा तो लोग तो नहीं मरेंगे। तो मुझे आइडिया पसंद है। मैंने तुरंत अतुल कुमार जी को फोन करके कहा कि इसको ये सुनो। और कभी कभी ऐसी बात होती है कि बहुत सी अच्छी अच्छी बातें छोटे छोटे लोगों से भी सुझाव के रूप में आती है। सो वी नीड टू एक्सेप्ट द गुड थिंग्स फ्रॉम द कॉमन पीपल। और इसलिए मैं जानता हूं, चाहता भी हूं कि एक बैंक ऑफ आइडियाज एंड इनोवेशन हमारे पास बने, हम लोगों को सपोर्ट करें नए आइडियाज को, और इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हुआ। एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जिसके लिए आज गंभीरता से सोचना होगा। अनैसे लीना जी यहाँ उपस्थित है और मैं भी इस बात के लिए बहुत ही चिंतित हूं कि हमारी जो 3 पिलर है उसमें इकोनॉमी, इथिक्स एंड इकोलॉजी एंड इन्वायरमेंट। और इकोलॉजी एंड इन्वायरमेंट में हमारे लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, हमारे विशेष रूप से ग्रीनरी की संख्या कम हो रही है। और मैं बहुत बार कहता हूं कि जो अभी मुझे हैबिट है कि भाई मैं एग्रीकल्चर और ग्रीनरी में इसमें मेरा इंटरेस्ट है, पर कल कोई इंजीनियर को बोले कि पेड़ लगाओ तो उसका इंटरेस्ट होना स्वाभाविक उतना नहीं होगा क्योंकि उसका एक्सपर्टाइज वो नहीं होता। पर आने वाले समय में ये रोड जो है, जितने अपने पीडी है, आरओ है, ये रोड अच्छे बने। और इसमें मुझे एक लगता है कि आप इसमें ग्रीनरी के बारे में, प्लांटेशन के बारे में गंभीरता से ले और हम एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री को हम रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि NHEA अपनी हमारी एक ट्री बैंक खोलेगा, इतने पेड़ लगाएगा, और जब अगर कोई पेड़ तोड़ने के लिए अगर आया तो एक पेड़ के बदले में 5 पेड़ हम लगाएंगे, और पेड़ बने तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं, ट्रांसप्लांट करेंगे। अब ट्रांसप्लांट करने वाले भी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स हम खड़े कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से हमें अब नए इसमें भी सोचना होगा, अन्यथा हमारे रोड के काम करने में बहुत दिक्कतें आएगी। दूसरा, जो आपने उदाहरण देखा, अभी जो फिल्म देखी है, इसमें बहुत बड़ा काम होता है, जो आप लोग उसी समय समझे जिनके आप पानी की समस्या है। मैं जहां से आता हूं वहां 10,000 किसानों ने आत्महत्या की है, और इसलिए किसान मर गए क्योंकि पानी नहीं है। और पानी मिलने के बाद क्या हुआ, वहां का सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट जो है वो इतना बड़ा है कि जहां किसान आत्महत्या कर रहे थे वहां नींबू के, लेमन के बगीचे तैयार हुए, उनका पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ा, 22,000 कुएं चार्ज हुए, जो 1 घंटा पानी मिलता था वहां 24 घंटे मिलने लगा। ये जो पंजाब राव एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी है, उसमें 10,000 एकड़ खेती थी, मुश्किल से 1,000 एकड़ पे इरिगेशन होता था, पर हमने जो 34 तालाब बना के दिए हैं, अब उनका पूरा 10,000 एकड़ का इरिगेशन होगा, 24 घंटे इतना पानी उनको मिल गया। वाइस चांसलर और सब उनके अधिकारी गदगद हो गए, और उनको तो पानी मिला, पर उसके कारण बाजू वाले कम से कम 15-20 गांवों का पानी का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हुआ। अभी मैंने मराठी में कहा था, वो हिंदी में ये है कि दौड़ने वाले पानी को चलने के लिए लगाओ, चलने वाले पानी को रुकने के लिए लगाओ, और रुके हुए पानी को जमीन को पीने के लिए लगाओ। गांव का पानी गांव में, खेत का पानी खेत में, घर का पानी घर में। और ये ऐसी स्कीम है कि आम के आम गुठली के दाम, क्योंकि इसका पैसा लगता ही नहीं, हमने फुकट में किया है, और उसके बदले में जो एग्रीगेट हमको मिला है उसमें कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का भी फायदा हुआ, हमारा भी फायदा हुआ, इन्वायरमेंट का भी फायदा हुआ, उनको भी पानी मिला है। तो मैं लीना जी को कहूंगा कि ऐसी स्कीम को रेलवे के काम में, स्टेट के काम में, सब कामों में अगर वो इस प्रकार से कोई पॉलिसी बन जाएगी तो देश में विशेष रूप से ये जो उत्तर भारत में जो लोग रहते हैं वो समझेंगे नहीं कि पानी की प्रॉब्लम कैसी है। पर राजस्थान, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, कर्नाटक, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, उड़ीसा, छत्तीसगढ़, यहाँ आप जाएंगे तो वहाँ पानी की इतनी दिक्कतें हैं कि हमारे यहाँ, मेरे खेती पर हम पानी के लिए तरसते हैं, और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से ये काम करते हैं। आपको मालूम, हमारे यहाँ लातूर में पिछले कुछ साल पहले हमने रेलवे के ट्रेन से पानी पीने के लिए लाया था। उस लातूर में अभी NHEA की तरफ से हम लोग 3 ब्रिज कम बंधारा बना रहे हैं। तो बंधारा ने, उसका अंग्रेजी वर्ड थोड़ा अलग है, कि ब्रिज बनाने के साथ एक 3 मीटर की दीवार बांधकर पानी को हम रोकते हैं। अब वो भी रोका हुआ पानी जो है उसने लातूर का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर दिया है। अब मुझे लगता है कि ये छोटे छोटे कामों से हम बहुत बड़ा सोशो इकोनॉमिक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ला सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहली बात तो वाटर कंजर्वेशन का भी आप लोग सब लोग चिंता करिए। दूसरी बात, इन्वायरमेंट के बारे में बहुत आपको सोचना होगा। वैसे हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में, हम ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री होने के नाते हम काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, LNG, बायो CNG, हाइड्रोजन, और अब काफ़ी बदल गया है। अब इलेक्ट्रिक कार के लिए, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर के लिए वेटिंग लिस्ट हो गई। मैं जब पहले बोलता था तो लोग बोलते थे चार्जिंग कहाँ होगा, गाड़ी रास्ते में बंद होगी तो क्या होगा। अब तो वेटिंग लिस्ट है, अब लोग मेरे पास आते, जरा आउट ऑफ टर्न हमको जरा चिट्ठी दो कि हमको गाड़ी मिल जाए। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन की बात कर रहा था, तो मेरी पत्नी MSc है, वो भी फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशन में, पर काफ़ी सामाजिक काम करती। तो एक दिन उसने मुझे कहा कि आप कैसी बात करते हो, आप बोलते हो कि हाइड्रोजन, पानी से हाइड्रोजन निकलेगा, हाइड्रोजन से गाड़ी चलेगी, आपके बात पर मेरा ही विश्वास नहीं बैठता तो देश का, जनता का कैसे बैठेगा। तो मैंने उसको कहा कि ठीक है। तो मैंने विक्रम किर्लोस्कर जो टोयोटो के चंगू फोंगे, मुझे गाड़ी दो तुम्हारी। अब मेरे घर में वो गाड़ी है, वो हाइड्रोजन पे चलती है, और लोगों को विश्वास हो गया कि हाइड्रोजन ये फ्यूचर का फ्यूल है। तो ये जो लीना नंदन जी जहां काम करती है, उनके लिए ये एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन और साउंड पोल्यूशन ये सबसे बड़ी समस्या है। और हम लोग जितने रोड बना रहे हैं उतनी गाड़ियों की संख्या बढ़ा रहे हैं। यानी आने वाले समय में ऐसी स्थिति है कि 70% गुड्स ट्रैफिक रोड पर है और 90% पैसेंजर ट्रैफिक रोड पर है। और ये 26 ग्रीन हाईवे पूरे होंगे, जिसका उल्लेख अभी हमारे जनरल साहब ने किया था। मैं उत्तराखंड में गया था, तो वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री अपने, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में प्रचार के लिए गया था, तो उन्होंने अपने भाषण में कहा कि नितिन जी, हमारा देहरादून बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, रोज 10 फ्लाइट दिल्ली से आती है। तो मेरा भाषण हुआ, सब मैंने कहा चिंता मत करो, दिसंबर के बाद एक भी फ्लाइट नहीं आएगी। क्योंकि दिल्ली से देहरादून 2 घंटे, 2.25 घंटे में, हरिद्वार सौ, तो फ्लाइट में यहाँ जाओ 1 घंटा जाने के लिए, 1 घंटा बैठो, फिर जाने के लिए 30-40 मिनट, फिर घर जाने के लिए, इसके बजाय तो 2-2.25 घंटे में घर चले जाएंगे। यही मुंबई और पुणे के बीच में जब मैं मंत्री था और हाईवे बना तो जेट एयरवेज की 8 फ्लाइट चलती थी, अब एक भी नहीं चलती, 8 साल से बंद हो गई। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हाईवे के कारण अभी हम लोग फ्यूल भी ऐसी ला रहे हैं कि जिससे पोल्यूशन ना हो। ये हमारा संबंध नहीं है, पर हम हाईवे बनाते जाएंगे। और पेट्रोल डीजल का अभी दिल्ली मुंबई का आज ही मैंने पढ़ा कि हमारा एक हाईवे 92 करोड़ लीटर फ्यूल की बचत करेगा दिल्ली और मुंबई के बीच में, और इससे पोल्यूशन कम होगा। और वो भी फ्यूल अगर निश्चित रूप से ग्रीन फ्यूल होगा तो और बचत होगी। तो हमारे रोड के कारण हम देश को प्रदूषित कर रहे हैं, ये भी बात सच है। और इसलिए इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट के हिसाब से हम इस पोल्यूशन को कैसे कम करें, क्योंकि निश्चित रूप से ये भी हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। तो पेड़ भी लगाए, और स्पेसीज कुछ ऐसी है कि जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ज्यादा लेती है। और इसलिए और आखिरी में एक बात जो है जिसमें आप लोग अनुरोध मैं करूंगा, रोड एक्सीडेंट्स, रोड सेफ्टी। मैं आपको बताता हूं, हमारे एक एनजीओ है सेव लाइफ वाला, उनका प्रेजेंटेशन मैंने उत्तराखंड में देखा। उत्तराखंड में एक बस गिर गई और 26 लोग मर गए। और उन्होंने इतने मायनूर, कल मैं इंटेल के कार्यक्रम में था, वहां भी उन्होंने इतने कुछ लोगों ने, एनजीओ ने इतना बारीकी से स्टडी करते हैं कि मुझे ऐसा लगा कि अब इंजीनियर सिविल इंजीनियर्स ने, आईआईटी में पढ़े लिखे लोगों ने इसका एक बार अध्ययन करना चाहिए। हमारे कोई डीपीआर परफेक्ट नहीं होते हैं, इतने लोग मर रहे हैं, कितने एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं, 3.5 लाख लोग जख्मी हो जाते हैं, 1.5 लाख लोग मर जाते हैं, और 18 से 34 वयोगट के 60% से ज्यादा लोग हैं, यंग लड़के मर जाते हैं। और इसलिए मैं आपको हाथ जोड़कर अनुरोध करूंगा, और मैं कन्विंस हूं कि इसमें 70-80% में 65% एक्सीडेंट्स राष्ट्रीय मान है। टोटल हमारे देश में 3 लाख किलोमीटर रोड लेंथ है, उसमें से स्टेट हाईवे और नेशनल हाईवे 5% है, और हमारा 3-3.5% है। और हमारे नेशनल हाईवे और इसमें जो है वो 60 to 65% एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं। और इसका कारण छोटी छोटी बातों में हम लोग अगर और कॉशियस बने, सेंसिटिव बने, इसमें रोड इंजीनियरिंग के डिजाइनिंग में थोड़ी जिम्मेदारी लेकर काम करेंगे, तो ब्लैक स्पॉट तैयार ही नहीं होंगे। ब्लैक स्पॉट क्यों तैयार हो रहे हैं? नए रोड में तो होने का कारण ही नहीं है। तो मुझे आपसे अनुरोध करना है कि ये हमने तय किया कि 2024 समाप्त होने के पहले हम 50% डेथ और 50% एक्सीडेंट्स कम करेंगे। पहले मैं 30 की बात कर रहा था, पर जब तमिलनाडु की सरकार ने वर्ल्ड बैंक के सहयोग से 50% एक्सीडेंट और 50% डेथ कम कर लिए, तो मुझे लगा ये कठिन है पर असंभव नहीं है। और इसलिए लोगों की जान बचाने के लिए, रोड सेफ्टी के लिए, रोड इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में जो आरओ है, पीडी है, आप संवेदनशील बनिए। आपके यहाँ एक भी एक्सीडेंट होता है वहां विजिट करिए। विजिट करने के बाद तुरंत अपनी अगर मिस्टेक है तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करिए, तुरंत उसको सुधारिए, और आगे ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं होगा। एक एक जगह पर 150-150 एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं, फिर भी सुधार नहीं होता। तो इस प्रकार से लोग मरते रहेंगे, कभी कोई हमारा रिश्तेदार मर जाएगा, और ये बहुत गंभीर समस्या है। कोविड में, लड़ाई में, दंगों में जितने लोग नहीं मरते, 1.5 लाख लोग, वी आर हाईएस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड एक्सीडेंट में मरते हैं। मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि रोड सेफ्टी के बारे में और ग्रीन प्लांटेशन के बारे में विशेष रूप से हमें इंटरेस्ट लेना है। और इसमें भी मैंने आपसे रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि पेड़ लगाएंगे तो 3 मीटर का लगाइए, और लगाने के बाद इसको ई-टैग करिए, और ये जो ट्री बैंक है उसमें उसका हिसाब रखिए। और फिर हम लोग एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्ट्री के पास जाएंगे कि अगर हमको ये काटने तो हमने इतना बैलेंस है, इतने ट्री हमने लगाई है, तो ऐसी कोई पॉलिसी बनाइए कि हमने इतनी ट्री ट्रांसप्लांट किए, इतने ट्री नए से लगाए। तो आप हमको जो करते हैं उस समय आप हमको इसमें राहत दीजिए। बने तक हम पेड़ों को तोड़ना नहीं चाहिए। अब रिगार्डिंग मटेरियल, कोई मिट्टी देने के लिए बंदी डाल दी है, कहीं तो स्टोन क्रश के लिए अभी स्टोन अवेलेबल नहीं, उसकी बंदी है। अब सॉइल स्टेबलाइजेशन के बारे में हमने कहा है। अब मैं मानता हूं कि अब टेक्नोलॉजी वर्ल्ड में सक्सेसफुल है, और जो वर्ल्ड में सक्सेसफुल टेक्नोलॉजी है, जिसके कोड बने हुए हैं, उनको हमको एक्सेप्ट करने में कोई अड़चन नहीं है। और इसलिए सॉइल स्टेबलाइजेशन, प्रीकास्ट की बात हुई। अब मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई, हमने वो मलेशियन टेक्नोलॉजी लाई, 120 मीटर तक बीच में पियर नहीं होगा। अब वो जो जिसने काम शुरू किया वो साल भर के लिए बुक हो गया। अब NHEA नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एक फैक्ट्री लगा रही है। तो क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को इंप्रूव करना और कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को कम करना, आज भी मुझे पर्सनली लगता है कि कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन बहुत ज़्यादा है और इसको हम लोग कम से कम 50% तक और कम कैसे कर सके विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज द क्वालिटी, ये भी हमको सोचना होगा। मैं निश्चित रूप से आपके सभी इनिशिएटिव को काफ़ी उसकी सराहना भी करता हूँ। और एक आज अनायसे हमारे यहाँ आज हमारी फॉरेस्ट एंड एनवायरनमेंट की सेक्रेटरी लीना जी है, ये 3.7 मीटर के हाईवे है उत्तराखंड में और परमिशन नहीं मिलती और उसमें बस गिर गई 26 लोग हर साल। ये जो छोटे हाईवे है इसके कारण मेरे अंदाज से 350-400 लोग दरियों में बसेस पड़ के मर रहे हैं। तो हम लोगों को सोचना होगा कि कम से कम 2 लेन पेव शोल्डर का हाईवे नेशनल हाईवे हो और उसके लिए फॉरेस्ट इन्वायरमेंट की अगर परमिशन मिल जाए तो हिमाचल प्रदेश, कश्मीर, उत्तराखंड, अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा हम लोगों की जान बचा पाएंगे। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप से हमें सोचना होगा। मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पर हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रोपवे, केबल कार, फैनाकुलर रेलवे हमारे डिपार्टमेंट को अब ये जिम्मेदारी मिली है, उसके भी हम काफ़ी प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में रोड की टोटल इमेज बदल जाएगी। और मैं तो आप सबके विश्वास के आधार पर पब्लिकली हिम्मत के साथ कहता हूं कि 2024 समाप्त होगा तो इंडियन रोड नेशनल हाईवे अमेरिका के स्टैंडर्ड के बराबर होंगे, ये मैं बताता हूं। और मुझे इसका विश्वास इसलिए है कि मेरा आपके ऊपर विश्वास है, आपकी पॉजिटिविटी, आपकी लगन, आपके काम करने की इच्छा। और इसलिए ये मैं अक्सर लोगों को बताता हूँ, आई लाइक पीपल हु कैन गेट द थिंग्स डन। फाइल को अपने पास रख के फिक्स डिपॉजिट वॉल जैसा रखने वाले लोगों से मुझे बहुत नफरत और नाराजगी है। तुम जो निर्णय करना है करो, निर्णय करना क्या ये आपका अधिकार है, पर उसको डिले मत करो। डिले इन कंस्ट्रक्शन, डिले इन डिसीजन, डिले इन लैंड एक्विजिशन, डिले इन क्लियरेंसेस, ये डिले ही हमको नुकसान करता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग अगर निश्चित रूप से उसका फॉलोअप करें, मैं भी अपने लेवल पे फॉलोअप करता हूं। कुछ चीजें हमारे हाथ में होती है, कुछ नहीं होती है, पर सबके मिले जुले प्रयासों से स्थिति बदल सकती है। मैं जब 2007 में आया था तो 385 प्रोजेक्ट, 406 प्रोजेक्ट, 3,85,000 करोड़ के लगभग स्टॉल प्रोजेक्ट थे। अकाउंट एनपीए लगभग हो गए थे। आपको पता नहीं, पर हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने और आप सब लोगों ने हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को 3 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। हमने वो प्रोजेक्ट के सोल्यूशन निकाले, कुछ टर्मिनेट कर दिए, कुछ सॉल्व किए और फिर से वो दौड़ने लगे। मेरा विश्वास है कि आप सबके प्रयासों से ये अच्छा काम हो रहा है और इसीलिए जो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उनके पीछे कहीं ना कहीं अगर हम उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करें, रिस्पेक्ट करें तो बहुत बार ये अच्छी बात होती है। क्योंकि मेरे मन में अक्सर एक व्यथा रहती थी कि सरकार ने मुझे एक बार पूछा था कि सरकार की विशेषता क्या है, तो मैंने कहा अच्छे काम करने वालों को सम्मान नहीं है और बुरे काम करने वालों को कभी सजा नहीं है। सरकार में होते होते कभी मुश्किलें पड़ती है, तो कम से कम आपको मोटिवेट करने के लिए अच्छे काम करने वालों को हम इनकरेज कर रहे हैं, तो जिसके कारण ये क्वालिटेटिव ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा। और ये क्वालिटेटिव ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जो है वो सोशियो इकोनॉमिक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए लेके जाएगा, जो देश की ग्रोथ रेट को बढ़ाएगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल को बढ़ाएगा, जीएसटी को बढ़ाएगा। आप हमारी ये रोड कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जितने काम कर रहे हैं उसमें से कितना पैसा फिर सरकार के पास जाता है, परचेसिंग पावर बढ़ती है, रूरल, एग्रीकल्चर सब सेक्टर में निश्चित रूप से उसका बहुत बड़ा इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट है। और इसीलिए देश के विकास में जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, उसमें 4 चीजें महत्व की, इंडस्ट्री एंड एग्रीकल्चर। और इंडस्ट्री और एग्रीकल्चर को बड़ा करना होगा तो वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन, 4 बातें होगी तो देश आगे जाएगा। उसमें रोड सेक्टर में हमारे आप सब लोगों ने इतना अच्छा काम किया है और ऐसा ही काम आपके हाथ से आगे होता रहेगा। और हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा देश में जो प्रधानमंत्री का आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना है वो निश्चित रूप से पूरा होगा। इस विश्वास के साथ फिर से एक बार आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देते हुए मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your remarkable address, your guidance, your wholehearted support. Thank you so much for gracing today's event with your benign presence. आज हम सम्मानित महसूस कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं an Indian politician, agriculturist, social worker who is the 17th and current Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Shri Om Birla ji.
सड़क परिवहन और राजमार्ग मंत्रालय के उत्कृष्ट पुरस्कार समारोह में इस विभाग के मंत्री जिन्होंने अपने निर्णयों से, अपने विजन से इस विभाग के अंदर इस 8 वर्षों के अंदर एक व्यापक नीतिगत निर्णय करते हुए देश के रोड सेक्टर को एक नई ऊंचाई दी। माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी इसी विभाग के मंत्री जनरल डॉक्टर वीके सिंह जी, इस विभाग के सचिव श्री गिरधर अरमाने जी, जूरी के मेंबर सीके मिश्रा जी, एवी सिन्हा जी, बीसी दत्ता जी, पर्यावरण जलवायु सचिव श्रीमती लीलानंदन जी, अमित घोष जी, जिन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र के अंदर असाधारण काम किया और जिन कंपनियों, व्यक्तियों को, इंजीनियर्स को आज पुरस्कार दिया, उन सबको मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। निश्चित रूप से विभाग ने अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के अंदर, चाहे प्रोजेक्ट प्रबंधन हो, ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस हो, टोल प्रबंध हो, हाईवे सुरक्षा हो, नवाचार हो, ग्रीन हाईवे हो, कठिन क्षेत्रों के अंदर पुल निर्माण एवं टनल निर्माण हो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र में जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने उल्लेखनीय कार्य किए, उसके लिए आज आपको सम्मानित किया। निश्चित रूप से इससे इस विभाग में काम करने वाले इंजीनियरों को, काम करने वाले कंपनियों, व्यक्तियों को नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी, कार्य करने की नई प्रेरणा मिलेगी। निश्चित रूप से मैं कह सकता हूं कि नितिन गडकरी जी ने इस विभाग में जो पेंडेंसी थी, जो बाधाएं थी, कई परियोजनाएं कई सालों से अटकी हुई थी, कानूनी दाव पेच में फंसी हुई थी, एक त्वरित निर्णय कर इस विभाग में व्यापक तेजी लाने का काम किया। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस विभाग के मंत्री जी ने एक विजन से काम किया। इस सेक्टर के कामों के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी, नए इनोवेशन और विशेष रूप से त्वरित करने की अद्भुत उनकी क्षमता, उसके कारण देश की जनता में सरकार के प्रति भरोसा बढ़ा है, विश्वास बढ़ा है। और मैं निश्चित रूप से कह सकता हूं कि रोड कनेक्टिविटी के मामले के अंदर आज भारत एक नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचा है। हमने नई टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया है। हमने कठिन दूर क्षेत्रों के अंदर टनल बनाए, पुल बनाए आवागमन की सुविधाओं को बेहतर किया है और इसीलिए आज पूरे देश के अंदर इस विभाग की, जो विभाग किसी समय जनता के सामने एक अच्छे नजरे से नहीं देखा जाता था, क्योंकि जब रोड पर लोग चलते थे कोई रोड अधूरा होता था, कोई सालों से पेंडेंसी चली रहती थी। लेकिन उन सबको, बाधाओं को दूर करते हुए आपने इस विभाग की गति लाई। मैं देखता हूं कि माननीय गडकरी जी को सदन में भी सभी दल के माननीय सांसद जिस अपेक्षा आकांक्षाओं से अपने क्षेत्र की विकास की चर्चा करते हैं, माननीय मंत्री जी भी दल से ऊपर उठकर उसी समय से संसद के सदन में ही कि आप आइए, मेरे साथ बैठिए, चर्चा कीजिए, अगर संभव हो तो त्वरित निर्णय करने के साथ उस माननीय सांसद के चेहरे पर खुशी होती है। और इसीलिए मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि पिछली बार मैंने कहा कि इस विभाग ने जिस तेजी से काम किया उसके कारण माननीय सांसदों के पास कोई प्रपोजल नहीं होते। नए प्रपोजल, मैं अभी कभी चर्चा करता हूं, मेरे इलाके में नए NHEA बने या राजस्थान के मेरे सांसद भी बैठते हैं, तो मैंने कहा नए प्रपोजल लाओ, तो उनके पास नए प्रपोजल नहीं होते। जहां से भी बेटर रोड कनेक्टिविटी हो सकती है, जहां भी कुछ भी संभावना है, उन संभावनाओं को त्वरित गति से देखना और त्वरित गति से निर्णय लेना। और इसीलिए आज देश के अंदर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र के अंदर जिस तरीके से भारत ने नई गति दी है, आने वाले समय के अंदर हम ये कह सकते हैं कि दुनिया के अंदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र के अंदर भारत एक कीर्तिमान हासिल करेगा और निश्चित रूप से उसी दिशा के अंदर कि जितने भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के सेक्टर हैं, उन सेक्टर को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाया जाए। और इसलिए PM गति शक्ति मास्टर प्लान योजना बनाई गई, जिससे कि हम जितने भी सेक्टर हैं, चाहे रोड हो, चाहे एयर हो, चाहे जल हो, चाहे फाइबर केबल हो और कनेक्टिविटी हो, गैस पाइपलाइन हो, तमाम ऐसे सेक्टर जिन सेक्टरों को सामूहिकता के साथ काम करके त्वरित गति से निर्णय कर इस देश के अंदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के माध्यम से समाज में एक सामाजिक आर्थिक बदलाव का नया युग शुरू हुआ है। और आज देखिए, इस रोड सेक्टर के कारण ही आने वाले समय के अंदर चाहे देश का किसान हो, मजदूर हो, चाहे पर्यटन का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे इंडस्ट्रीज का सेक्टर हो, हर सेक्टर के अंदर एक व्यापक परिवर्तन आपको नजर आ रहा होगा। अभी जिस रोड की चर्चा कर रहे थे, 2 दिन पहले ही मैं हरिद्वार जा रहा था, तो मैंने प्लेन से रिजर्वेशन कराया, तो मेरे 2-3 सांसद बैठे थे, उन्होंने कहा आप रोड से जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं रोड से सफर नहीं करता हूं। लेकिन जब मैं कोटा दिल्ली से हरिद्वार गया तो मैंने देखा कि किस तरीके से, मैं पहले भी रोड से हरिद्वार गया था, कोटा से आदमी दिल्ली और दिल्ली से हरिद्वार, यहां तक भी कनेक्टिविटी बन गई। दिल्ली से हरिद्वार के अंदर उस दिन मैंने देखा कि हजारों यात्री हजारों यात्री। मैं बीच में जाते समय एक ढाबे पे रुका तो मैंने कुछ लोगों से चर्चा की। उन्होंने कहा कि हम हर 2-3 महीने के अंदर एक बार आते हैं। और जब मैं वापस आया, जब उस हरिद्वार से लेकर दिल्ली तक कोई ढाबा नहीं होगा जहां पर हजारों पर्यटन टूरिज्म के लोग वहां पर नहीं बैठे हों। एक भी ढाबे के अंदर कोई जगह खाली नहीं थी। तो रोड से कितना बड़ा सामाजिक आर्थिक परिवर्तन आता है। आने वाले समय के अंदर दिल्ली बम्बई जो एक्सप्रेस वे बनेगा, हम चर्चा करते हैं क्योंकि मेरे इलाके से गुजर रहा है। वहां एयरपोर्ट की लोग ज्यादा चर्चा करते हैं। जब मैं कहता हूं कि कोटा से दिल्ली की कनेक्टिविटी 4 घंटे में हो जाएगी, कोटा से मुंबई की कनेक्टिविटी 60 घंटे में हो जाएगी, तो लोग कहते हैं कि प्लेन में कौन बैठेगा। इस कनेक्टिविटी से केवल यात्री नहीं, जगह जगह जहां भी पानी होगा, पर्याप्त बिजली होगी, वहां पर इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर डेवलप होगा। किसान को कोई अच्छी सब्जी कहीं पैदा होती है, उसको दिल्ली पहुंचाने में, बम्बई पहुंचाने में, वो रात को 3 बजे चलेगा, 7 बजे दिल्ली की मंडी में आ जाएगा। तो इससे निश्चित रूप से रोड कनेक्टिविटी ही एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जिससे हम सामाजिक आर्थिक व्यापक परिवर्तन कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए मैं जब भी इस सेक्टर में जाता हूं, मैं पिछली बार असम गया तो वहां कॉन्फ्रेंस थी, उसके बाद अरुणाचल गया, मैंने देखा कि चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो, चाहे अपना उत्तराखंड का इलाका हो, चाहे चेन्नई का साउथ हो, ईस्ट हो, तमाम सेक्टरों के अंदर इस रोड कनेक्टिविटी के कारण आने वाले समय के अंदर हमारा जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट इलाका है, जो पूर्वी इलाका है, जो केवल इसलिए पिछड़ा हुआ है कि वहां कनेक्टिविटी का अभाव है, और जिस तरीके से कनेक्टिविटी का काम चल रहा है, विशेष रूप से रोड कनेक्टिविटी, एयर कनेक्टिविटी का काम चल रहा है, आने वाले समय के अंदर ये सारे इलाके, जो इलाके कहीं ना कहीं राजधानियों से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, चाहे उसमें रेल कनेक्टिविटी हो, एयर कनेक्टिविटी, रोड कनेक्टिविटी हो, नए जल मार्ग बनेंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से उन सारे सेक्टरों के अंदर एक उन इलाके के लोगों को आर्थिक सामाजिक परिवर्तन के साथ साथ, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर का सेक्टर हो, चाहे इंडस्ट्रीज का सेक्टर हो, चाहे पर्यटन का सेक्टर हो, उन सारे सेक्टरों के अंदर एक व्यापक परिवर्तन आएगा। और विशेष रूप से अभी माननीय मंत्री जी बता रहे थे, सदन में भी इस बात की चिंता करते हैं कि हम किस तरीके से रोड एक्सीडेंट को कम कर सकते हैं, और उनका हमेशा एक संवेदनशील विजन होता है। वो सदन में भी इस बात की चर्चा करते हैं, सारे माननीय सदस्यों से भी चर्चा करते हैं कि वह अपने अपने इलाके के अंदर जहां भी एक्सीडेंट जोन है, उन्होंने पहली बार ब्लैक स्पॉट को चिन्हित करने का काम किया, और उन ब्लैक स्पॉट इलाके के अंदर जितना भी पैसा खर्च होगा, लेकिन किसी एक व्यक्ति की जान नहीं जाना चाहिए, हर व्यक्ति को सुरक्षित जीवन हो, यह उस लक्ष्य के साथ काम करने का उनका विजन है। और इसलिए छोटी छोटी बातें जो भी उन्होंने जिक्र की, ड्राइवर कैसा होना चाहिए, ड्राइवर का स्वास्थ्य जांच होनी चाहिए। कई बार उन्होंने उदाहरण दिए कि एक ड्राइवर चलता है, उसकी आंखों की जांच कराइए आप। तो जहां पर आपके बारे में चर्चा की, वहां पर वह उन ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर के अंदर भी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करने के लिए लगातार प्रयास करते रहते हैं और उनकी कोशिश रहती है कि हम ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर के अंदर जो ट्रक ड्राइवर या जो मालवाहक रूप में जो व्यक्ति चलाता है वह भी सुबह चले तो शाम को अपने घर पर जाकर सो जाए। इसके लिए ये बेटर रोड कनेक्टिविटी होना चाहिए और मुझे आशा है आपने इस दिशा की ओर गंभीरता से काम किया है कि सड़क सुरक्षित होना चाहिए। पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से आपका विजन निश्चित रूप से पर्यावरण केवल पेड़ लगाने के नहीं, पर्यावरण के साथ साथ ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल्स के अंदर क्या क्या परिवर्तन हो सकते हैं, उन सारे विजन को आपने समय समय पर देश के सामने रखा है। मुझे खुशी है कि आने वाले समय के अंदर ये विभाग जिस तरीके से काम कर रहा है, अभी हम 37 किलोमीटर एक दिन में हाईवे बना रहे हैं। आने वाले समय के अंदर हम जब 2025 तक पहुंचेंगे तो हमारा लक्ष्य है कि 2 लाख किलोमीटर तक हम हाईवे बनाने की इस प्रगति को पूरा कर पाएंगे। इसी के साथ आपने भारतमाला परियोजना के माध्यम से चाहे एक्सप्रेस वे हो, एक्सेस कंट्रोल्ड हाईवे हो, इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर हो, उसके लिए भी व्यापक प्रयास किया है ताकि जितने हाईवेज बनेंगे उतना ही अपना देश का ग्रोथ इंजन तेजी से काम करेगा। साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ लॉजिस्टिक्स का बहुत बड़ा संबंध है। जब हम दुनिया के अंदर प्रतिस्पर्धा की बात करेंगे, दुनिया से हम प्रतिस्पर्धा की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, तो उस लड़ाई में लॉजिस्टिक को कम करना हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है और इसीलिए पीएम गति शक्ति योजना, इसके माध्यम से हम किस तरीके से जो हमारा लक्ष्य है कि हम लॉजिस्टिक के अंदर आधा खर्चा बचा लें, तो दुनिया के अंदर हम प्रतिस्पर्धी के रूप में आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जो हमारी कल्पना है, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है, वो पूरा कर पाएंगे। निश्चित रूप से इस सेक्टर के अंदर, चाहे टोल के अंदर आपने नए इनोवेशन किए। कोई जमाना था जो टोल में लंबी लाइनें लगती थी, आपने किस तरीके से टोल के अंदर नया परिवर्तन लाया। आप जीपीएस सिस्टम ला रहे हैं, आप नया सोचते रहते हैं, नया विचार करते हैं, नया इनोवेशन करते थे और ये इनोवेशन धरातल पर उतारते हैं। जो सोचते हैं, जो विचार करते हैं, उसकी चर्चा करते हैं, उसको धरातल पर उतारते हैं और उसके परिणाम आज देश देख रहा है। साथियों, आने वाले समय के अंदर इस रोड कनेक्टिविटी के मामले के अंदर मैं कह सकता हूं कि नए कीर्तिमान हासिल हमने किए हैं, भविष्य में नए कीर्तिमान हासिल करेंगे और देश के अंदर रोड कनेक्टिविटी के अंदर दुनिया के अंदर भारत सबसे अग्रिम देश होगा। जहां हम बेटर रोड कनेक्टिविटी देंगे, वहां सड़क पर यात्रा करने वाले सुरक्षित रहें, हम हमारी लॉजिस्टिक को कम कर पाएं, हम इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर को डेवलप कर पाएं, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर की ग्रोथ बढ़ा सकें और एक सामाजिक आर्थिक परिवर्तन करने का नया युग शुरू कर सकें। मुझे आशा है कि आप सबके सामूहिक प्रयासों से, चाहे इसमें कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हो, चाहे इंजीनियर हो, चाहे नए इनोवेशन करने वाले वैज्ञानिक हो, आप सब ने इस सेक्टर में नए इनोवेशन किए हैं, विभाग की सोच को धरातल पर लाने का काम किया है। मुझे आशा है आज जिन लोगों को पुरस्कार मिला है उनको तो बधाई, लेकिन और लोग बेहतर काम कर इस पुरस्कार को प्राप्त करेंगे ताकि हर व्यक्ति को काम करने की नई प्रेरणा मिले, नई ऊर्जा मिले और इस देश के अंदर हम समर्पित और राष्ट्र सेवा के माध्यम से जब आजादी के 75 वर्ष के अमृत महोत्सव में गुजर रहे हैं तो हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए, जब हमारी शताब्दी हो तो दुनिया के अंदर भारत आर्थिक सामाजिक परिवर्तन करने का नया भारत बने और इसमें आप सबका सहयोग रहे। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद आपके प्रोत्साहन के लिए, आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए। आज आप यहां समय निकाल कर आए हैं, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I'll now request Shri Amit Kumar Ghosh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to propose vote of thanks.
I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais who have graced the National Highway Excellence Award ceremony today. We are very grateful to Honorable Speaker of Lok Sabha, Shri Om Birla ji, for gracing this event as chief guest and for giving away the awards to the winners of National Highway Excellence Awards 2021. Honorable Sir, your benevolent presence has bestowed a special aura to this ceremony. We take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for his guidance and inspiration towards the National Highway Excellence Awards. Your inspiring address today in this function has given us energy and guidance to do even better in the future. We are deeply grateful to respected General Dr. V.K. Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State, for his constant guidance and his enlightening address today. We express our gratitude to Shri Amitabh Kant ji, CEO Niti Aayog, though he could not come today, and jury members, Shri C.K. Mishra ji, Shri A.V. Sinha ji, and Shri B.C. Datta ji. Special thanks to Srimati Leena Nandan ji, Secretary MOEF and CC, for being with us today. Upon our request, I remember that she had chaired the first meeting of the organizing committee for the National Highway Excellence Awards in 2018. And sincere thanks to Shri Giridhar Aramane ji, who not only has come today and has been our source of guidance and inspiration, but he actually invited all of you here today in the morning. He was with us here in the morning and he shared his vision with you on how we have to do better in future. Special thanks to Madam Alka Upadhyay ji, Chairperson NHEA, for her constant support, complete support I would say, and constant guidance, and her support in organizing this event. Special thanks are due to all our esteemed guests in this plenary hall of Vigyan Bhawan. Most of you have been with us since morning and have taken part in the deliberations in various sessions. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners and all the participants who nominated, who filed their nominations. And I look forward to seeing you all again in the next cycle. Finally, I would like to thank the officers of MORTH, NHEA and NHIDCL, who comprise the core group who put a humongous effort for making this event a success. Thank you, everybody.
Requesting the esteemed dignitaries present on stage to kindly proceed for dinner arranged in the VIP lounge, and request the gathering to please stay back for a while. Let the esteemed dignitaries to please proceed for dinner. For the gathering, the dinner is organized in the atrium outside